shot. I think it still has some value. And I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching. That's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching. Very soon, the Young cycle will catch up to one of the three most difficult tractate iron complex. They're known by the acronym IA. They are Eruvin, Livanos, and Ibarra. These three tractates are among the most brain-teasing of the entire Talmud, and I have to say, the reputation is certainly true. Eruvin can be extremely difficult. Not, I think, as difficult as Livanos, but nevertheless quite difficult. However, with all doubt, we're going to get you through with tremendous resources to help you understand even this most challenging tractate. My goal today is to give you a very short overview of the history of Eruvin, specifically how Eruvin and their construction affected Jewish history. In just a few minutes, we're going to give you a little bit of excitement about this amazing tractate that we are about to begin. For those of you who may be totally new to this, Eruvin is basically a kind of a order that is created around the Jewish community that allows the residents within that order to carry objects outside of their home on the Sabbath. This is something which is restricted heavily. You can't walk from a private domain to a public domain. You can't carry things within the public domain over a certain amount of space and so on. And all of these rules are mitigated by the creation of one of these legal boundaries that makes it possible, for example, for women to push baby strollers on the street to go to school and things like that. And it's really a very, very important thing in many modern Jewish communities. But the one thing that's definitely historically true about Eruvin is that they are associated with conflict. They're associated with controversy, as you see in this amazing picture by Karl Schleifer, eine Streitfrage aus dem Talmud, a difficult question, an argument question within the Talmud. The discussions that go on in Eruvin are extremely in-depth, and I'm sure you're going to have an amazing time for sure. In this brief presentation, we're going to rely heavily on the research of Rabbi Adam Mintz, who literally wrote the book on the history of Eruvin, and I urge you to have a look at it. It's fascinating. around the ghetto walls, literally and figuratively, allowing Jews to interact as citizens within these larger boundaries of France. And it is at this time that we begin to see a really strong correlation between the expansion of Arab boundaries and conflict with non-Jewish populations. Quite a bit within the Russian Empire, for example, conquers Poland in the 19th century and the early 20th century. There are conflicts over exactly where the Jews are putting up their Arabs because many Christians felt that Jews were encroaching on their neighborhood, so to speak. Very much tied directly to the idea of Jewish civil rights, and a focus that goes on, of course, to the 21st century. One of the things that mitigated this much focus as well, however, was the invention of the telegraph by Marconi, which resulted in the necessity of creating wires that ran all around major cities, and that tends to be where Jews live because they're overrunning the orbit. So the telegraph poles, kind of like the foot before the maca, the healing before the disease, these wires around the city actually facilitated an easier construction of Arabic in such a way that they were less ostentatious. In North America, we begin to see the construction of Arabic fairly late. In fact, up until the middle of the 20th century, only 4 communities in North America had Arabic. The first Arabic was actually constructed in St. Louis by Rabbi Rothschild'S, and it was almost immediately opposed by Rabbi Shalom and of course, this is the kind of thing that happens there. The kind of issues that went on was, could you count the Mississippi River as a border? And what about the number of people who live in St. Louis? Doesn't that possibly argue against the idea of whether or not you can build with Arab or Truce? A similar kind of argument was raised on the east side of Manhattan. Rabbi Joshua Siegel in 1905 created the first New York Arab, and almost immediately opposed by Rabbis Bernstein, Jordan, and Brennan. Among the issues there were also the Truce issue, how many people are living in Manhattan, and whether or not the Third Avenue elevated train could be used as a boundary. Another Arab was created in 1949 in Manhattan, and that's when it definitely had more than 600,000 people living on the island, and that was a pylon of locals who watched around the island. Amazingly, in the great country to our north, in Toronto in 1921, an Arab was established by Rabbi Rothschild'S, and it was unopposed, amazingly, until 1980, which is one of those things you have to say about Canadians. They're just so nice, right? They don't want to make trouble. But after 1980, of course, the was more significant. By the time we get to our day, the Arab is now a well-known phenomenon in most Orthodox communities, but still a matter of significant controversy, as we saw earlier in the 19th century in the Russian Empire, as many non-Jewish residents of areas feel that the expansion of Arabs will alter the ethnic composition of a given neighborhood, and there's quite a bit of legal discussion about that issue. At any rate, this is just to give you a little taste of the history of Arabic. I know you want to dive into the Mahlokas and into the controversies that surround this fascinating topic. It's actually not quite so hard as people make it out to be, because you've got Alda in your pocket. With this app, you'll have lots of support getting through even those difficult subjects of this process. I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you had luck on the other.
Muy buenas noches, de la Universidad de Guanajuato, a través del campus Guanajuato. Les da la más cordial bienvenida a la conferencia magistral de filosofía jurídica y política desde la óptica jurídica. Para efectos de llevar a cabo de la manera más adecuada este evento, me permitiría solicitar a los ponentes y a los presentes que al momento de la participación de nuestras autoridades y del ponente sean tan amables de mantener sus micrófonos apagados. Muchas gracias. Bueno, me permito presentarme. Mi nombre es Emilio Delgado Jaramillo y mi compañera Andrea Verónica Jiménez, ambos dominan todas las ramas del conocimiento, desde la física, la filosofía, las artes, la psicología, entre otros. Lo que nos reúne el día de hoy es adentrarnos en la historia del pueblo y del pensamiento judío, en específico acerca de la ley y la fe. Nuestra obligación como universitarios es la búsqueda de la verdad, donde sea que ésta se encuentre. Del pueblo judío podemos aprender resiliencia, adaptabilidad, innovación y sobre todo el respeto a la diferencia. A continuación saludamos a las personalidades que esta noche nos acompañan. La doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta Barrera, doctora destinada del campus de Guanajuato. El doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno. Y Henry Abramson, PhD, director del London College of Arts and Sciences del Solo College University of New York. Allí mismo saludamos al maestro Juan René Segura Ricaño, el profesor académico y profesor investigador de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, a los estudiantes, al personal académico y administrativo, a los medios de comunicación, al público en general. Sean todas y todos bienvenidos. Cedemos el uso de la voz al doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, quien nos dará unas palabras de bienvenida. Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez Alonso.
Muy buenas noches. Saludos de mucho respeto y afecto a la doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta Barrera, doctora del campus Guanajuato, profesora de esta división, a quien nos da mucho gusto recibir aquí en su casa, en este claustro, en esta conversación. También, en nombre de la Universidad de Guanajuato, doy la más cordial bienvenida a Henry Abramson, a quien esta es su casa y estamos muy agradecidos de su presencia. También saludo a Aurus Sánchez, director de la web para la traducción, a Andrea Verónica Carrizales, de Domingo Delgado, y a todas y todos los estudiantes que hoy nos acompañan. Sin duda, este evento es de gran trascendencia para la formación jurídica de nuestros estados. El derecho, como un elemento normativo de la sociedad, abre un debate muy importante para entender la historia, el progreso y la identidad de los Profesor Henry Abramson. Para nosotros, este evento abre la puerta a eventos de naturaleza internacional y considera esta casa una casa de estudio para nuevamente recibirlo de manera virtual y presencial. Muchas gracias por su conferencia.
Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez.
What in the fuck is
Ahora
this?
cedemos la palabra a nuestra querida rectora de campus, la doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta. Adelante, doctora. Muchas gracias, muy buenas noches.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really proud to be speaking to you today at FORA LA regarding a wonderful project that I've been so excited to be involved in for the last year and a half, the Jewish History in Daf Yomi podcast that is part of the amazing alldaf.org app. And this is something that has really changed my life in such a fantastic way. And I'm really grateful to Turo LA for asking me to spend a little bit of time telling you about this because I think it's just transformational and it is just so much fun. So let me start with the basics here. What is AllDaf? So if you're not one of the tens of thousands of people who have already subscribed and downloaded AllDaf, why not? Because it's free and number of speakers who will not only provide the translation of the Daf and a sheer class to go with it, but a tremendous amount of other ancillary information, like going deeper into the Daf, later commentators on the Daf, and my small part, Jewish history in Daf Yomi. The whole idea is the brainchild of this man, Rabbi Moshe Shwed, who approached me about 2 years ago now and had a really audacious idea. He said, hey, what if we were to have a Jewish history class on every single daf in Gemara? 2,711 short video classes that explain something historical on every page of the Talmud. Phenomenal. I thought it was so over the top amazing, and I really had a lot of doubts about whether it could be done. But the more I thought about it, the more I was taken with the idea. And now we're like a year and a half into this project, and it's going great, thank God. So, why would I think that this is maybe not such a great idea? Well, first of all, we should recall the Talmud is not a history book. It is thing unto itself. It's totally unique, I think, in world literature. But it is, thousands of minds grappling with some of the most essential questions of human existence. And it's primarily devoted to understanding how Jews can get closer to God in their daily activities. I'm not going to try and define the Talmud here in this video, but we should understand that it's not intending to teach history unless history is subordinate to the larger goal of getting closer to God. And so there's lots of amazing historical information in the text, but it is not presented in a sequential fashion because it's not important. The Talmud itself is far broader in scope and in many ways far deeper in focus than recounting of chronological events, things like that. But at the same time, the Talmud was written over the course of several centuries in a particular place, in a particular political environment, social environment, economic environment, and a lot of that material is definitely relevant to the actual text that you're studying. And in many ways, as I hope to show you in this brief video, it's really impossible to understand the Gemara properly without having at least some grounding in the historical background. And the final reason why I was so hesitant to move forward with this at first was I was thinking, am I the guy to do this? And sure, I really am interested in Talmud. I've been studying Talmud for many years, and I am a historian. But this is like in a period that I've not explored very deeply myself. I only know some of the language that's required to really know it properly. But, Rabbi Shwed has a very winning way, and I ended up going along with it, especially because my Rabbi Yaakov Trump decided to go along with it too. So, okay, I'm all in. And now I'm so excited that I've done this now. One thing that definitely does make me qualified to do this is that I was always fascinated with the tangents in Talmud. I remember once when I was in yeshiva, I was scolded by my Rebbe. This is an adult yeshiva. I went to that. I was scolded by my Rebbe because I was asking too many kind of like tangential questions. And at one point he said to me, "You might as well ask what color socks Rashi was wearing." And that shut me up. But I realized I was thinking to myself, what color socks did Rashi wear? What color socks did they have in 10th, 11th century France? But, it got me thinking of all kinds of things. So in many ways, I think that this particular project was so uniquely devoted to my special skills or lack thereof. Let's talk about the minutiae of history, the small things in history that are sometimes essential to the study of Gemara, that they are always relevant to the study of Gemara, and sometimes they're just so entertaining. Let's look at the essential minutiae first. So, for example, just this morning I was reading a daf in Sakin that had a discussion of where do you put the mezuzahs on the gates to a city, and a long discussion of that. And if you don't have a sense of what the gates of the city might have looked like or how big they were, you won't really understand the specific context of that very unusual Gemara in the first pair. Here's an example of a ruins of a palace, the Tak Kasra, which was a palace of the city of Ctesiphon, which was right across the river from the Choza. If you lived in the Choza, which these gates in a particular time and place. Another example, and we can give literally hundreds, but another example of how often understanding the historical reality is so essential to understanding the Gemara. We should recall that one of the figures in the Talmud is none other than Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, also known as Reish Lakish, who went through a very formative period in his youth where he was forced to be a gladiator, that he actually had to fight for his life in the Roman gladiatorial games. As you can see in this ancient piece of art, gladiators fighting against wild animals for the entertainment of the many spectators who would come. Here's another example of an ancient mosaic that shows Roman gladiators on the left, especially in the bottom. You can see one is a net fighter, heavily armed, and then the other on the right, most likely originally a slave who was thrown in as attempting to fight him with a spear. The top frame shows after the battle when Calenzio, the slave, hands forward his dagger in surrender, but you can see there's a little zero with a line scratched out through it, which indicates that after he surrendered, he was, of course, put to death. Now, it's hard to imagine these kind of traumatic experiences not having a tremendous impact on the mind of Reish Lakish, and there are many Gemaras to point to where his experience was signal in deciding how he would rule on a particular situation. So there are many, many examples where you can't understand the Gemara without at least having some rudimentary elements of the history. Far more common are passages in the Talmud which are best understood when you have the relevant context. So, for example, when you see Gemaras relating to Bar Kokhba and the great support that Rabbi Akiva gave to Bar Kokhba, a rebel of the 2nd century, you see an example of the coins that he created. This was actually a silver tetradrachm, a Roman coin that Bar Kokhba's forces heated up and then re-stamped with Jewish images. On the left, you see an image of the Beis Hamikdash, the temple, and on the right, you see what appears to be a lulav, another obviously religious symbol. And here you get a sense, with the Paleo Hebrew script on these coins, that Bar Kokhba was truly attempting to reenact some kind of religious revival, and that helps us understand Akiva's backing of this rebel, even though other rabbis did not. Similarly, the terrible destruction of Israel some 60 years earlier, with the destruction of the temple by Vespasian, shown in this coin. On the left is Vespasian, on the right you see the slogan of the Romans that was literally printed into dozens of coins at a time, dozens of different impressions of coins. Judea Capta, the Jewish state is captured. And you can see there's an image there of a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam pine guarded by a Roman soldier, meant to indicate that the Romans had imposed their control over Israel. Very difficult to understand many Gemaras after the year 70 if you can't put it in context, the political environment. Also, what about that passage in the Gemara when Shmuel has to flee Nahar Do? What is that all about? It doesn't even say why he had to flee, but a study of history indicates that none other than this individual, Septimus Odonatus, had invaded from neighboring Palmyra. Here you can see a map that shows you where Palmyra was and Nahar just to the east of it. And he invaded this region temporarily, forcing the yeshiva to decamp and reestablish itself further down the Euphrates River. All of these things are really important to see the intersection of political and historical events with events that are actually recorded in the Gemara itself. And by the way, since we're in that region, have a look at this amazing bas-relief that shows Shapur I, who was a very important Babylonian king who had very close relationships with the Jews, incidentally. And here he is receiving the submission of the Roman Emperor Valerian. Shapur I, Shmuel Malka, is known as a great king in Babylonian history and also in Talmudic history. So this helps us place the information within its relevant context. Or here's another one. In Psachim, lots of discussion of Heseba, of leaning to the left while eating. Oh, when you understand that in Hellenistic Israel, the common custom of eating, upper class, free men in particular, was to go to a room called an adra, which was literally a dining room, but the actual translation So you can't understand Gemara quite often unless you can actually picture what was the historical reality. And that's what I really love doing in Jewish history, in depth learning. Finally, there's like lots of tremendously entertaining Yiddishkeit that you can in fact understand the Gemara perfectly well without knowing this stuff, but it's just so cool, you just want to see it. So for example, discussions of the crypts and how Jews would do burial rituals led me to have a look at some of the ancient crypts that were discovered in Beit Shan and in Italy as well, and the amazing drawings and paintings that Jews would place on their crypts in ancient times. Or, for example, since right now we're holding with Hanukkah, I spent a lot of time looking at my Hanukkah and a lot of the interesting parts about that, and that led me to the book of Maccabees, which describes the heroic death of Elazar, the brother of Yehuda Maccabee, who dies when he tried to kill a war elephant that was carrying some soldiers, and he thought erroneously even Antiochus, the king himself. He courageously dove under the elephant and stabbed it from below, but unfortunately the elephant fell on him and crushed him. Now this was incidentally a fascinating thing for many Christian artists in the Middle Ages. Jews were not that familiar with this story because the book of Maccabees was excluded from the Tanakh for discussion beyond our scope here. But the Christian artists making illuminated manuscripts of this in the 12th, 13th, 14th century had never seen an elephant. So there, these depictions of this really important scene in the book of Maccabees is often shown with an artist trying to figure out what an elephant might look like. On the left, you can see one example where he's imagining some kind of tiger, and he said they had a long nose, right? So, okay, here's a really long nose on a tiger. And here on the right, he couldn't imagine it in any other way except a horse with a very long nose. And this one looks a little bit to me like Dr. Seuss do it. But this is like fascinating stuff. I love this stuff, don't you? I mean, Jewish history in Daf Yomi is amazing. There's even like scatological information in the Talmud because, Torah even, little more than Mitzarek. This is Torah. We need to study it. So that took me to studying what could an ancient toilet actually look like. Here's an ancient toilet, talking about it in the biblical period. And I'm just telling you, there's just so much fascinating history in Daf Yomi. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to produce these videos. We're now up over 700 of them, and we have about 2,000 to go. Please visit Aldai, download it, and use it on your smartphone, or visit it online at www.all.org. Enjoy the amazing shiur by fantastic Rabbi here, and I'm hoping you'll have a look at the Jewish history definitely in the video. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for inviting me to tell people about this amazing new online resource, and I hope you all have a great look at it.
But
Look, baby. Look at it. Look at it, baby.
said, I don't know. I'm very sorry to hear it. Because I think it would have been good for both if UFC had been on HBO. I think so as well. I mean, HBO at that time was the premier network for combat sports. The show, the work you guys had done with boxing was the top of the food chain. It was the best. Well, Larry Merchant, Ray Leonard, George Foreman, Roy Jones, and everything was on point. It was just so well-honed, good production. Yes, it was just a well-polished machine. One of the issues is they wanted to replace the commentators. HBO did. Was it good? Yeah, so if we came over there, I would have gone there as well. So really, because HBO is always about their own producer on time. Yes. You know, they want to have, we don't want anybody telling us what to do. Exactly. The problem with that is in mixed martial arts, there's a very small pool of people who have a deep understanding of the entire stages. And I try hard not to use the word unique. It's massively overused in American society, sports media, to death. It means only one like this on the whole planet. But you were unique in those days because you had the full knowledge you have seen. You also knew some stuff about things. So
regarding
I think you were not just unusual, but unique. Well, all I was doing was just following my interests. I've always been a huge
podcast that is part of the
from the
amazing
time I was a child. And you remember what your first fight was? The
has
first
really
fight I
changed
watched,
my
my
life in
parents
such a
watched it.
fantastic way.
It was
And
crazy
I'm
because
really
my
grateful
parents were
to
hippies.
OLA for asking me to spend a little
They
bit of
were
time
really
talking about this
interested
because I think
in
it's
these
just
revenge.
transformational and it is just so much fun.
Just
Let me start with the basics here. What is
Leon and beat
Alba?
Muhammad
So
Ali.
if
Because
you're
Muhammad
not
Ali
one of the
was,
tens
he
of
was a
thousands
cultural
of people who
icon
have already
as much as he was a
subscribed,
sports
downloaded
figure.
Alba, why not? Because
Multiply
it's
that
free
by
and it is
to
amazing.
get
And
where
we're
he was.
exposed
He was
to our
very, very
wealth of wisdom
his
and fascinating
opposition to
information
Vietnam
that is related specifically to this topic. Alba is an app that features a tremendous number of speakers who are not only provide the translation of the document on a sheet of class devoted, but a tremendous amount of other ancillary information, like going deeper into the later commentators on the document, and my small part, Jewish history in document. The whole idea is the brainchild of this man, Rabbi Rothschild, who approached me about 2 years ago now and had a really audacious idea. He said, hey, what if we were to have a Jewish history class on every single class in 2,711 short video classes that explain something historical on every page of the content. Phenomenal. I thought it was so over the top amazing, and I really had a lot of doubts about whether it could be done. But the more I thought about it, the more I was taken with the idea. And now we're like a year and a half into this project, and it's going great. Thank God. So, why would I think that this is not such a great idea? Well, first of all, this is a call. The call is not a system. It is actually a blog that's certainly unique, I think, in your literature, that features thousands of lines grappling with the most essential questions of human existence, and it's primarily devoted to understanding how Jews can get closer to God in their daily activities. I'm not going to try and define the content here in this video, but you should understand that it's not intended to teach history unless history is subordinate to the larger goal of getting
United States military heroes.
and so there's
I
lots of
grew up with a
amazing
basement
historical information
filled to
in
the
the
gills with
but it is not
memorabilia
presented
from
in
their
so
tours of
massive
duty as
important.
B-20,
It
B-17,
probably
B-24,
far
and
broader in
B-29
scope,
pilots
and in
in
many ways far
World
deeper
War
in
II.
focus
So there was
than
extra list
recounting
of
of
patriotic
chronological events,
material
things like that.
all
But at
over
the same
my
time, the
household.
content was written
And when
over the
he
course
said
of several
what he said
centuries in a
about
particular
Vietnam,
place, in
about
a particular
Vietnam,
political environment,
that
social environment, economic
moved the
environment,
meter for me.
and a lot of that
I
material
understood.
is
And eventually
definitely relevant
my
to
mother
the
said,
actual text that
you'll
you're
go
studying.
Canada
And in many ways, as
before
I'm
I'll
going to show
ever
you
allow
in this
you
brief
to
video, it's
accede
really
to being
impossible to
drafted
understand
into
the
the
Maya
Army
properly
and going to
without having at
Vietnam
least some
because her
grounding
thought
in
was
historical
it was a
background.
pointless
And the
war.
final
Yeah, she
reason
was
why
right.
I was so hesitant
Yeah,
to
she was
move
right.
forward with this
Yeah,
first
it
was I
took
was
3
thinking,
years of this
am I the guy to
That's the
do
reason I
this?
always point
I
to
mean,
the
sure, I really am
was
interested in Talmud.
That's
I've
just
studied
magic.
Talmud for many years, and I am a
Totally right.
historian.
That was his
But
number one
this is
performance.
like
And he
in
was
a period that
never
I've
100% the same
gone
after that. But he
myself,
still had
and
his
I only
mind
some of
cast
the
and
language
trained
is
for 3
required
years.
to
That's
do
part
it
of the
more
problem.
properly.
Of course,
But
at 30
you know,
years old,
Rabbi Shred has a very
age,
different way,
it's
and
just a
I
different
ended up
world.
going along with it,
You don't
especially
train
because
for
my
3
boss, Rabbi
years.
Yaakov,
Not as much
tried to go
knowledge of
along with it
nutrition,
too.
not as much
Okay,
knowledge of
I'm
training
all in.
techniques.
And now I'm so
The
excited that
old-fashioned
I
stuff in Deer
one
Lake,
thing that
Pennsylvania,
definitely does make me qualified to do this
not
is
the
that
same
I was
as
always
a
fascinated
hyperbaric
with
chamber,
farming
et cetera, et cetera.
I remember once
Yeah, just
when I was
they
in
just
yeshiva, I was scolded by my Rebbe.
us too, because
This
he
is
became
an adult
values in
yeshiva, I
different
won't go into that.
It was much
I
more
was
easy
scolded
to
by
get.
my Rebbe because I was
Became
asking too many kind of like
provide us
tangential
change
questions.
more,
And
information behind was always there. That's 100% correct. And as a fan of boxing, it drives me crazy. Because you imagine what we could have seen in those 3 years if Ali had never been robbed, never took his title away, and allowed him to fight all those guys like Joe Frazier, George Foreman, all those guys with keeping the same skills that he had when he was younger. But, and I think you're 100% correct, Joe. But as he did, in a perverse way, a part of his mystique of the fact that he was able to come back from those 3.5 years old, the fact that he was able to rise to the top again, the fact that he was able to beat Foreman the way he did and beat Frazier in the third fight in a kind of fight you would never have imagined to be in. All these things combined to create a unique mystique of the phenomenon, both for sure. And then also the tragedy
how big they were, and you don't
all
really understand the context of that very unusual Gemara in the first
just
pair.
seeing him
Here's
the
an
end of his
example of
life
how
was so
they
horrible. You know, and
influenced
we all
Alba
know
Palace,
that was trauma induced.
which was a palace in the city of
It was just sad
which
to
is
see.
right
We
across
haven't
the
seen
river
that yet
from
in
the
MMA, right?
If
Boy,
you live with the
you're
Bosa,
seeing some damage. You're seeing some guys that are really
era
struggling.
when the sun was written.
You know, they're not as public
there,
as we've not
you
seen
would have been able to
George St.
just
Pierre or
walk
something
to
like
the
that.
edge of
George is one of the very unique former champions who has all of his wins as faculty. He's retired as champion, very healthy. Roy Jones is a good example. You know, famously, after Gerard was hurt back to that fight, he was really concerned because Gerald McClellan was the guy that a lot of people thought was a giant threat.
Another
For a
example,
long period of time when Roy and I were working together,
of how
he was providing
understanding
helpful
the
financial
historical
support
reality
to
is so essential.
McClellan's sisters
We'll call it one of the
were
most
caring for
important
Gerald
figures
and, you know, keeping them alive
also
on a daily basis.
who went through a
Illinois,
very
Ohio,
formative
someplace
period
like that.
in his
But,
youth where
you
he
know,
was
Roy
forced to be a
loved
gladiator, that he
all
actually
other
had to
fighters,
fight
and
for
he
his
did what
life
he could
in
to
the
help
Roman
his club.
gladiatorial
You
games.
know that
As you can see in
that
the
loss that
some
McClellan
art
had,
of
that
gladiators
subsequent
fighting
issues and
against
stroke
wild
and
animals,
aneurysm,
or the entertainment
all
of
that
the
stuff
many
really
spectators with them.
disturbed Roy.
Here's another
Made
example
him
of an
think,
ancient
you know,
mosaic
about
that shows
getting out
Roman
early.
gladiators on the left,
100%.
especially in the bottom.
Because Roy was not to get
Fighter,
done.
heavily
So
armed, and
Roy
the other
was
on the right
great.
is likely
Okay.
a slave
And
who's thrown in
Roy
as
very
attempting to fight him with a spear.
assertively fought
The
in a
top
style
frame
that would
shows
limit
after the battle
when he
when
didn't want to hurt his
Colenso, the
kids.
slave,
And
had
what
forward
a guy,
his
like, who
dagger,
else
thread
in
it,
recent
but
memory
you
does
see
heavyweight
drill
boxing
with a
in
line
this weight
stretched
class
out to it,
boxing?
which
Ali
indicates
is the
that
unique
after
physical
the
specimen in heavyweight
surrender,
boxing.
now,
Roy
it's hard to
is the
imagine
unique
these
physical
kinds of
specimen
traumatic
in weight class
experiences
boxing. You know,
not having
and
a tremendous
showing some of the acts that
very
were
lucky,
which is exactly right. Whatever he wanted to do, he put his mind to it. He could do that.
how
You
he
know,
would feel on a particular
and
situation.
a part of the
So there are many,
ongoing
many
cliche
examples
was
where
you can play any sport.
tomorrow.
You know, he could be great in football, basketball, baseball, etc., etc. And of course, he
Far
did
more
go
common
through
are
the theatrics of playing a basketball game on the same day that he fought a fight, which was so crazy. It was insane. It was so great, but that was his talent was insane. But it was also like just showing people he was kind of playing with his food. He's like, I'm going to play a basketball game and then go and easily win a fight.
This was actually a silver
It's interesting you use the phrase playing with his food. And I like that. Roy liked to play with his food. And to a certain level, sometimes you do things because you can. And what he could do. So, maybe his speed was so preposterous. He would forego the jab to lead the left hooks, which is so crazy. When he stood against the ropes in Miami against Kelly, he had put both hands behind his back and made Kelly miss the incredible horse backhand and knock him out. Yeah, that's Roy Jones' style was incredible. How in the many guys hands they find when he didn't get hit for the entire round. The only round in combat history where someone never got hit. You know, it was crazy. And I was with Roy at the International Boxing Hall of Fame induction ceremony a few weeks ago. We were talking about exactly that. You know, talking about Pacienza. I said, is he the guy that you shut out for a round? He said, and I just did it just because I wanted to. This episode's brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Digital wheat coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is cold, fresh, and roasted right here in the USA. No bitter aftertaste.
that
No
the
BS.
Romans
They've got
had
it all.
imposed their
Bean,
control
crown,
over Israel.
K-cups,
Very difficult
ready
to
to drink.
understand, and this
Even
was
killer birds
in
and
the
doesn't suck.
70s,
Every order supports
and
veterans
put in
and first
context the
responders.
political
So your
environment.
caffeine fix
Also,
actually
what about
does
that
some good.
passage in the Gemara when Shmuel has to flee Nahar? What is that all
Use the
about?
code
It
Rogan.
doesn't say why he had to flee, but
Black Rifle
the
Coffee,
studied history
America's
indicates
coffee.
that
Yeah,
not only this individual, except for Moses, had invaded some neighboring Elmira, he was in a map that shows you where Elmira was and how Raw just to the east of it, and he invaded this region temporarily, forcing the Yeshiva to reestablish itself further down the Euphrates River. All of these
unfortunately,
are
though,
really important to
his
see the
mistake
intersection
was
of
going up to
political and
heavyweight and
historical
trying
events
to go
with
down
events that are actually recorded in the Gemara itself. And by the way, since we're in that region,
because he
have
was
a look at this
when he was 200
amazing
pounds at
bas
heavyweight,
relief
he
that
was
shows
200
Shakir the first,
muscular,
who was a very
fast
important bas
pounds.
relief. He
It was
was
not
very
like
close
fat to
relationship with
lose,
the assembly.
and so
And
to
here he is
starve himself to get down to
receiving the
175,
submission of
he
the
was
Roman
diminished.
Emperor Valerian.
You saw that in
Shakir the
fight.
first
I'm not
was
going to
outside
that
as known as a great king
That's
in Babylonian
100%
history, and
correct.
also
He lamented it afterward because he understood how he got penalized.
so here's another one.
That way.
You know, in Sachin, lots of discussion of the Seba, of the elect. Well, we understand that in Hellenistic Israel, the common custom of eating upper class men in particular was to go for a room called Antioch, which was literally a dining room, but the actual translation is like men's room, because it was Greek circle, men and women ate separately. I don't think that this is necessarily the case in Jewish society, but anyway, you go to the Antioch, and you would have a situation like this. This is called a Virginia. So literally a three-meeting is an arrangement where wealthy free men would get together over a meal, a little table in the middle there that would be removed and brought back. That's exactly the way in which the Seder played. You move to the 9% straight left hand against the back, and there would be waiting time while you moved to the left in the usual sense. So you can understand the bar quite often. I like to ask this picture. What was the historical reality? That's what I really love doing. Finally, there's like lots of obviously entertaining insights that you can in fact understand as well perfectly well without going to stop. So, for example, discussions of the championship and how people vary over here. Rabbi will have a bunch of manuscripts that were discovered at Great Shah and in Italy as well. And the amazing drawings of the Jews' face on their scripts. Or, for example, since right now we're holding with Hanukkah, I spent a lot of time looking at Hanukkah and a lot of the calls about that, and I know that the book of Maccabees just describes the heroic death of Elazar, the brother of the Maccabee, who died when he tried to kill a war elephant that was carrying some soldiers that he thought that they even Antiochus the king himself courageously dove under the elephant and stabbed it from below, but unfortunately the elephant fell on him and crushed him. Now this was incidentally a fascinating thing for many Christian artists in the Middle Ages. Jews were not that familiar with this story because the book of Maccabees was excluded from the Tanakh for discussions beyond our story here. But the Christian artists making illuminated manuscripts of this 12th, 13th, 14th century had never seen an elephant. So the depiction of this really important scene in the book of Maccabees is often shown with an artist trying to figure out what an elephant might look like. Unless you see one example where you imagine some kind of tiger. You said they had a long nose, right? So okay, it was a really long nose tiger. Yeah, right. You couldn't imagine this in any other way except a horse with a very long nose. And this one was I've got to say something that's meaningful, but I want it to be about him. I love this. And I thought about what he had said to Jewish history. That what came out spontaneously was it happened. It happened. It's really me talking to George, saying to him, okay, I get it. You told me it was going to happen. It happened. Well, do you remember when George came back? He was 300 pounds. And I'm just telling you, and he was in his late 30s, I believe. Was he 34, 35, something like that? When he made his comeback, he hadn't fought in 10 years. Everyone dismissed him. He was very overweight, and he started the book of nice people, right? Tell people about this. If you could use online resources,
I'm sure you
maybe
know a
I'll
lot
have
of
a
people like this, Joe. You want to see George do something? Tell him he can't do it. Challenge his will, because he's a self-constructed person. You're talking about a guy who, as a teenager, 17 or 18 years old, says to himself, I want to get out of the Fifth Ward of Houston. I don't want this life as a gangster or a laborer or whatever I'm going to get by living in the Fifth Ward of Houston. I want something else. So he goes to the Job Corps in Hayward, California, and enrolls in the Job Corps. And that's where he learned to box. That's what set him up a year and a half later to win his Olympic gold medal in Mexico City. And then go on to his storied professional boxing career. But, he was, in his own mind, proving he could do something that other people didn't think he could do, even at that point. He told me that when he first got to Hayward, he befriended one of the other people in the Job Corps. Was a white kid. And he said, they're talking about things that they like. And the guy talks about Bob Dylan, how much he likes Bob Dylan. So George got first 2 or 3 Bob Dylan albums and listened, wanted to hear what this is all about, and absorbed the lyrics and paid attention. When George told me this story, I said, George, you, Bob Dylan, how am I supposed to process all this? And he began quoting the lyrics for me. Okay. From Blowing in the Wind, from Don't Think Twice, It's All Right, considering early Dylan songs, yes. He knew about Hurricane. So, he's just an amazing person. So broad-based, and that was part of what burned in him, was that everybody, myself included, gave Ali credit for all that. George wanted, in his own way, for people to see, hey, I'm not that different than that. And one thing he said to me was, you can't win the heavyweight championship without being smart. Okay, a stupid person couldn't do this. So he respected Moore's intelligence, but he also understood something that I don't understand. He'll come and stand in front of me late in the fight and let me knock him out.
It's your first time watching my videos.
Oh yeah, go to YouTube. If you haven't seen it, it's uncanny. It really is. I think a lot of people forgot how dangerous he was. He was one of the great legends, no question. He was a southpaw punching belt. This is true in UFC as it is in boxing, but you don't see southpaw punchers very often. Southpaws are technical. They box. They take advantage of their foot skills and their hand speed, and they beat you with boxing skills. You're not often going to run into a southpaw that's going to knock you out. But we've already talked about Tarver.
It's not exactly the first Jew, and it's not exactly in France either. The reality is, we don't know who the first Jew in France was. Probably not the person that I'm going to talk about today, but this is the first recorded Jew in France. This is the first Jew that shows up in the historical record as appearing in France. And he's actually quite a famous individual. Not necessarily someone you want to take moment to mother, but nevertheless a fascinating political leader. And of course, the first Jew in France probably would have been a Chabad Shalit anyway. I didn't get used to it. But nevertheless, this is our first recorded Jewish individual that we have in this region. Also, it's not actually France. This is well before the term France would actually come into any kind of commerce. This is, we're talking about a period when Rome dominated the area, and it was known probably best as Roman Gaul. Okay, let's get straight to the material. So, the written documentation that we have on the Jewish communities in France, the Rhone River Valley, really extends from the 4th century on. That's when we start to really see much about them. The church is already much more established. The church has some difficult relations with the Jews, so we have a lot more of the written record as a result of this. But it is quite likely that there were some kind of Jewish communities in France around the turn of the year zero, the turn of the first millennium. We know that was further west in the Mediterranean stands to reason that there would be Jews closer to the homeland of Israel and also closer to Rome, which had a major for the demographic of
Scream my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day. My pleasure. I found out about you.
The Jewish population of Rome is significantly increased by Jewish slaves who are exported there. And we likely have Jewish communities dotting the Mediterranean basin, engaging in various types of trade as they escape the political turmoil that happened in Israel. The character that we're going to look at today, however, predates that destruction of the temple in year 70 and actually made his way to France in the very first decade of the first millennium. We're talking about Archelaus, who was one of the sons of Herod the Great. He was actually sort of a quasi-king of Israel under the Romans. He actually did hold the title of ethnarch, and we know a fair bit about him from two main sources, the most important of which is the great historian Josephus. I say great, but in reality is a very problematic character as well. And Josephus was a Galilean Jew who originally fought on the side of the Jews in the revolt against Rome, but ultimately decided to switch sides. He ended up becoming the court historian under Vespasian and Titus, and he recorded in very significant historical works describing that first Roman-Jewish war, title of one of his most important works, and later a massive book called Jewish Antiquities. And both of these sources tell us something about Herod Archelaus. We also have some interesting information about Archelaus from the Christian scriptures. He's described in the book of Matthew, and not in a complimentary way. We also have some archaeological evidence as coins that were produced at this time and so on. But let's go straight to his biography, and then we'll understand how he ended up in France. So he was born in the year 23 before the Common Era. He was the son of Herod the Great, who had married, among his many wives, Malnate the Samaritan. He ended up coming to power when his father Herod died in year 4 before the Common Era, and his father's fourth and final will actually named him king of Judea and Samaria. Really impressive thing, but he was really quite close to get. However, this kingship, because at this point the region of Israel was under Roman domination, it required ratification by the Roman emperor. So Archelaus, immediately after his father's death, prepared to depart for Rome, where he would receive official sanction of his divorce. But it happened that the immediate period after the death of Herod the Great was one of great tumult. Herod had brutally put down a major uprising, or I should say a significant uprising, when Herod had placed a Roman eagle at the gates to the temple. It was considered a very offensive thing to put a state emperor, and it's also a graven image of a living creature right on the site of the temple of Jerusalem. And so this Roman eagle was forcibly torn down by two scholars. Herod was quite upset by this, and he put those two scholars to death, along with about 40 of their students. That's where the passage in Matthew is connected. Joseph is afraid of heading up to Jerusalem because of the connection of Herod's activity at that time, and that's why
I have new tour dates to tell you about. I'll be in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're coming back over there. We're going to do it at the Solar Theater downtown. March 29th and 30th. That's Easter weekend. Initially, it's early with the pre-sale code Rat King starting this Wednesday, January 17th at 10 a.m. local time. General on sale begins Friday, January 19th at 10 a.m. local time. We also have tickets remaining in Charlottesville, State College, Amherst, Brisbane, Sydney, Australia, and Atlanta, Georgia. Get all your tickets at neomod.com/GOUR. We are in Austin, Texas today over at Rothschild'S Studios, and we are happy to be here and really happy to let you know about today's guest. He's one of the brightest young comedians in the world.
There's also some questions about how he was actually observing the Shiva and Shloshim and so on, morning rituals for his father. They felt that he wasn't doing it appropriately, a lack of piety. And so Archelaus attempts to try and
I have new tour dates to tell you about. I'll be in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're coming back over there. We're going to do it at the Sanger Theater downtown. March 29th and 30th. That's Easter weekend. Get your tickets early with the pre-sale code RADKING starting this Wednesday, January 17th at 10 a.m. local time. General on sale begins Friday, January 19th at 10 a.m. local time. We also have tickets remaining in Charlottesville, State College, Amherst, Brisbane, Sydney, in Australia, and Atlanta, Georgia. Get all your tickets at theorod.com. We are down here in Austin, Texas today over at Rothschild'S Studios, and we are happy to be here and really happy to let you know about today's guest. He's one of the brightest young comedians in the world. He is just down. This is a long down, just ivory flamingo area, and he is just so humorous. And you know, from Bad Shane's Secret podcast and his latest special, Beautiful Dogs, on Netflix, I'm grateful to get to spend time today with my friend, Mr. Shane Gillis.
And he also marries his brother's widow, and this was therefore not a reverent marriage, it was actually forbidden. But he hoped to simply ignore all of these
How weird when people start saying you're a legend, you're like, I just ate a Wendy's burger in the family restaurant by myself. Like,
the emperor hears all this complaints of Rome, and
that's always weird.
which was also a mistake.
Because that's why we started having people are like, dude, this guy's a king, right?
He confiscates his property, and he banishes him too.
A lot of doctors, stuff like that, off-road Elvis, people call you that.
Not necessarily the Vegas character, but anyway, he ends up
like the best dyke in the world. That's like the
and at the time, we have some amazing archaeological evidence of property Roman civilization there, such as this phenomenal, they're right,
not all of it. Like one of those really crazy, like the ones that are like, you know, they want you to know they could have been a minute they wanted to, but they
we don't
choose.
know much about the Jewish community. We don't know if there was any community there. After all, Archelaus was sent there.
Good to see you, man. Shane, bro, nice to see you, dude. You too, man. Thanks for hanging out, and yeah, and I'm so glad that I got to do Matt and Shane's secret podcast, bro. Dude, that was awesome. Like, Matt's amazing.
On the Rhone River, it would have had significant commercial implications. As a result, some Jews certainly would have been certainly
I'm not that great. I'm good.
trickle of evidence. And all of them.
I think if I was able to bring things up, then I can, you know, I can do something, you know.
His video series, and of
Then
course,
I get, the sort of the wheels start to fly.
I'm actually very similar to my guy. This is one of them because sometimes I'll just, not many funny responses. Just,
You know what the funny is so funny because you have like, there's just somebody to talk to. Like sometimes I do it by myself. I'm like, fuck, I wish there was somebody else here. You know?
doing it by yourself is crazy.
Right.
It's so crazy. I cannot get imagine.
hello.
sometimes it's just tough because you're only if you have a bad attitude, it's just you. You know.
I can't imagine if I felt bad.
As I mentioned there,
You're like, yeah, I feel bad, but then you want to be able to be like, hey, I feel like shut up.
Every episode.
it's not either France either, because
Really, it makes you feel like every time you show up, you're like, oh, I'm over. You start to notice a pattern.
nevertheless, even though there's a lot of authority in what the first few of France, specifically, we know a little bit about
One time we were drinking with my buddy, and he got another Uber, right? And he just didn't get it. Like, he had like heavy legs, because his mom kind of had heavy legs, but you wore tight pants, you kind of couldn't tell maybe if you were over there. Like, she kind of really stocky legs. But he was bringing his second leg into the Uber, and his sandal fell off, right? So then we had this place from his scoots up. Yeah, but he was just like, he just seemed so much drunker than he was. You know, yeah. He was on one piece of footwear and something like, oh, that guy was
allows for trade.
That's insane. I feel like losing the glasses. Yeah, your kids are like, nah. Yeah, your kids are like, we're not. We're gonna order pizza. Forever.
Here's a simplified map associated with
what was this one that was right in left? It was did you see that thing with the mayor? You see the thing with the mayor of New York? It's this is it right here. You see this? So Eric Adams, he teaches. What's he saying? They're teaching kids how to. They're teaching parents how to search your kids' room to find drugs. You see this?
according to the legend, the emperor of Asia here's an image of a dead Catholic. These Roman sections are quite a few of these. Celebrate the victory over the left, the Celtic on the right.
It seems like the story before Castlevania started. Like on a video game.
The message is very clear. You know, after years of very frustrating, tenacious resistance from the Jewish rebels, the so the legend goes that Vespasian took a large number of the captives from the First Roman War, loaded them up on 3 boats. It was the captain who moved the riders and pulled the boats out to sea to the Mediterranean. But fortunately for the Jews, because of divine assistance, they were guided to 3 places in the south of France. One is Bordeaux, one is Lyon, and one is Antwerp. On a literal level, this is highly or legendary. Primarily because of the extreme economic value that on the one hand, Rome was certainly not hesitant to bring in the thousands of captives from this great Italy.
Good morning, Mr. Curtis. How are you? Hello. You ready? You ready to take on the day? All right, go hit it hard.
that just came out. It looks like it's 20 years ago.
Check your son's invisible in case he maybe died in a shotgun shell. Or just behind that autograph picture of Katy Perry. Oh, what's that? That's a Gatling gun and some RC. You think it's just your child's retainer case, but open it up, it's bad. It's an indentured servant. Like PSA check your index for my mom. I don't care. I was touching myself. If anybody wants to she's like, why did you do that? Got you and I was kind of sitting on the bed. It was almost like in the 1800s. Like a guy who was like a chef, or traveling in the woods and taking off his suit and he's off on the and she's like, what are you doing? Get out. And so then she closed the door right away. Like 2 seconds. I continued. She got back in. I see defensive bombing. Vultures do. I don't know about when they land. Defensive vomiting is good.
Oh, I got to pop it down to get to down. What does that mean? Well, I just have to tell them that I want to tell you. Oh. You're done with the catch of colors. They gotta get to work. One more, right? That's all. Oh, Lord. Really?
Like you didn't even have a door to take this big. Your car can't just make like a sound and then go. Police officer. What are you doing? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause I don't think I had that. I did. Yeah, I do got that. I got that. And I got that. I got that. Yeah, I got that. I do. I got that. And I got that. I'm gonna contact all day and they can go right.
To make sure that they are that's the only way you're going to get the
They get the template meat. I was telling you, I got template meat to get them to where it's at. Then when she when they get her get through her shit. Can I talk? I need to talk before and then have. But if it's on purpose, they can get you. Right.
happen to be your podcast, somebody like to.
Oh, Tiffany. Tiffany. I'm sorry for acting like that.
Especially
You don't like it.
You
You don't need it, but stop it. You don't want to just say
like fantasy sports like NBA, NFL,
something. You're packing to get ready to go.
other sports. That's right, with prize picks and choosing teams to choose individual players. That's what I like about it. It's novel and a unique approach. Each player has a set projection, and you either choose more or less than that set projection. For example, you might choose the Kitty Cat as the George Kittle and more than 70 receiving yards. Or you might choose Lamar Jackson and less than 2.5 touchdowns. Prize picks is at least you do that. If you are smart and you know what your players are going to perform on one night, then prize picks that's the thing for you. Download the app and use the and the prize picks. Might be great on sandwiches. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or seancing or something from your crazy.
You know more to call you as a
just
kid.
want to do some very big sales or whatever. We're talking about our sponsor.
So I think that's tell poetic that you gotta meet with her and let her know. You gotta write it out or whatever this
Hello.
is.
Every now and then,
Trying to
come upon some bit of Jewish history that blows my mind. And this is one of those chapters. It is a chapter of the so-called Nasi of Narbonne. And it refers to the historical legacy of a Jewish
if you don't have time to
here
turn
in
it out.
medieval France. Now, it's been argued about for decades by historians, especially after the 1972 publication of Arthur Zuckerman's amazing thesis, which was published by Columbia University Press. It's hard to believe this story, but you gotta go through it, and I'll tell you all about it. You can make up your own mind. So first of all, where is Narbonne anyway? So let's have a quick look here at this map. Here's where Narbonne is, right on the coast, basically, of the Mediterranean in the south of France, in a region known as Provence. Here's a closer look at it. And in fact, this is this map. On the left is an arrow pointing Narbonne. On the right, there's an arrow for the Lièvre River. That's where the Kosher River conclusions are going to be exploring Jewish history this November, God willing. So this is still within the same region. To Jewish history, it's known as the home of the the stages of Provence, because there is a tremendous flourishing of Jewish scholarly and creative activity in this region that I before, which may have a lot to do with the actual story of the of the Narbonne. So, in order to understand the context of this story, we have to go back and see this map. The Visigoths controlled a significant portion of the Iberian Peninsula and extended themselves northward into Gaulish France, and they would control this territory for many centuries. That changed, however, in the 8th century, as we shall see. But before that, we should note that there were Jews living in the Visigothic Empire right from the very beginning. We actually have Jews in the Iberian Peninsula from the 1st century. There's some fascinating epigraphic evidence of Jews living there, gravestones, things like that. They basically did fairly well in the Visigothic period. The Visigoths actually followed a much more tolerant form of Christianity called Arian Christianity, like Arian with an I as opposed to with a Y. And it differed from the dominant forms of Christianity at the time, largely in their more human approach to the status of the founder of Christianity. This changed, however, significantly with the conversion of King Rechared to Catholicism. Here's an amazing painting diagram that shows the conversion of Zechariah. You can zoom in, look at his face there. Wow, he looks like really motivated there. And unfortunately, with the conversion of Zechariah in the year 589, that meant that the Visigoths suddenly discovered anti-Semitism. And it was a way of kind of communicating their bona fides to the Catholic world at large by persecuting the Jews, unfortunately. And it instituted a 122-year reign of terror on the Jews. It was absolutely incredible, unusually intrusive persecution that you wouldn't see for hundreds of years, except in the Iberian Peninsula. Things like, Jews had to report in when they traveled, and there were all kinds of horrible punishments, like amputations and scalpings, things like that. It was a horrible period of time for Jews. That ended in the year 711, which is, of course, celebrated by the local corner stores. No, just kidding. That was just my strange sense of humor. When the Muslims conquered the peninsula from the south and actually penetrated with some degree of success into southern France, the region where we're speaking of. Coming in of the Muslims actually shifted the position of the Jews in a very positive way, because the Iberian Peninsula really involved a triangular market. Christians, Jews, and Muslims had to coexist within this region, and Jews were able to resist this kind of triangular relationship in many ways much more successfully than they could in the primary relationship they had with Christians alone at the time of Jewish minority in Christian-dominated Europe, or as a Muslim-dominated minority in North Africa and the Middle East. But that's going to take a big deal from everyone. Now, John was wise that these Jews moved until to the end with these Spanish, and that's what takes us to the story of Maria, the first Nazi of Narbonne, as the story goes. Now, as you know, Narbonne is within France, contemporary France, that term is an acronym for the period we're talking about, and France is, of course, a Christian nation. That is extremely relevant to our situation, because the Visigoths lost to the Muslims, and then the Muslims were able to take over some of that southern French territory. The French, Franks, as it were, wanted to, and other people wanted to reclaim that territory, and as a result, the Jewish influence was quite significant. Under Pepin de Brest, here's a picture of him. His name means Pepin the Short. He actually, according to the legend, made a deal with the Jews living in Narbonne that if they supported them against the Muslims, they would in return receive significant benefits, which is essentially pretty much the same kind of deal that the Muslims had with the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula, and this worked for the Jews' advantage. So, as the story goes, the Jews established a self-government, a self-rule within French territory, I'm using that term anachronistically, that ultimately was led by a Nassi. So let's see, what exactly is a Nassi? The term Nassi is classic in the word. You see it particularly in the Mishnah. There are some extremely important figures called a Nassi. It's usually translated as prince. For example, the Prince Yehuda HaNassi, who is the editor of the 3rd century amazing book of Jewish law called the Mishnah, which in turn forms the core of the Talmud. The Nassi was kind of like a quasi-political, quasi-religious role, but even after the Romans had destroyed the temple in Jerusalem and removed the Jewish self-government there, they nevertheless allowed the Nassi to have some authority over the Jews living within Israeli territory, or the Roman territory at that time. Outside of Israel, you also have descendants of the same family. They're all tracing their lineage back to King David, who were recognized as the rulers of Jerusalem. In Babylon, where this map is depicting, the Jew figure called in Aramaic Galusa, which means the head of the exile, and in English that's usually rendered as exilar, right, the head of the exile. And this person was a descendant of King David and had authority, sometimes in tandem, sometimes in cooperation, sometimes in conflict, with the great Talmudic academies of Chofetz and Sura. From time to time, the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, and the exilarchs did not get along, and there were conflicts over, in particular, succession crises. Now, according to the story that we're dealing with, one Natronai ben Habibi was an exiled exilarch from the 8th century from the region. He made his way across the Mediterranean and he found himself in Narbonne. There he took the name Machir ben Yehuda Zakkai, but the Jews of Narbonne, as the story goes, recognized him as being a bona fide exilarch, and if he was an exilarch in Babylon, he should also be an exilarch here in Narbonne. And that's the legend of how we came to be. Now, once just being called an exilarch by the Jewish population doesn't mean anything, but once Hakadah Short came in and said, listen, shore up our defenses against the Muslims who took over from the Visigoths, and Machir ben Yehuda, with his presumably natural leadership qualities, was able to insert himself into that conflict between the French and the Spanish Muslims, then in fact that's how we have the exilarchate, or the Nasiyut in Hebrew, in Narbonne. Now, this apparently lasted for some 400 years. Amazing. Why don't we know much more about it? The primary fact is because the vast majority of the sources that we have that refer to the Nasiyut are quite late in nature. Two of the most significant are Benjamin of Tudela, who was a noted traveler of the 12th century. You can see this map here that shows his remarkable journey around the Mediterranean basin. We're not sure whether he actually traveled to all these places or perhaps he just reported from some of these places, but he was one of these amazing medieval travelers who left behind an account of his travels, including his stay in Narbonne, which is very close in Tudela. Also of the 12th century, Abraham ibn Daoud was a great historian who wrote the Seder HaKabbalah, which is not what it sounds, it's actually a historical book, and they both refer to the existence of an exilarchate in Narbonne. That's fantastic. The problem is, it's like 500 years after the fact, and there are a lot of gaps between a couple of scattered references in the early period until we have these accounts 500 years later. And so most historians have totally dismissed the story as legendary, but nevertheless, it has some fascinating repercussions. You have to read Professor Zuckerman's book to really get the full story. So that's it for a very quick overview of this amazing little tidbit of Jewish history. It's not at all impossible that in fact there was
Miss Aquarius, how are you?
But we will have to do
How are you?
research to really understand properly.
I'm just
I hope
chilling.
that some of you will be able to do some of this research with me live as we explore Jewish history along the Rhone Valley this November. But that's about it for today.
Yes.
I hope you enjoyed this short video.
Rabbi?
Yes.
Rabbi?
Can you not hear me? Good morning. How are you? Are you ready to take on the day?
We're going to continue now with our discussion.
All right. I'll be here for you tonight. God willing, we'll play, okay? Sweet. Have a sweet day. Take care. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
In the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chachmei Provincia are associated with the golden age of Homo Salzuri, which is really in the high Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things happening in Europe at this time, and in Provence we see an explosion of a very interesting type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broken, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe, and this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chachmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get all of these really intense converts who are focused on the traditional study of the text, suddenly exposed to a massive new world of learning within the Jewish sphere in a way that they never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, My talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Twersky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was rather famous in that he was both the Talmud Rabbi from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about himself, is called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by H.H. Mensasson and S. Etchinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we've talked a lot about this in the previous 3 minutes, but let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France. That is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The Mediterranean route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the overland route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second E in Provence, that's the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing. With Cocheruba loses, here's a map where you can see exactly where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to actually seeing some of these sites in person. I hope some of you will be able to join in. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Krause, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled from Portugal in the late 15th century. He's got some amazing photographs. I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating these people who are known either as Chachmei Provence, right, the wise ones of Provence, or Chachmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, a very important Talmudic commentary, or the Zikmei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. What happened here? Dr. Twersky points out that if you look at the socioeconomic period that the Jews lived in Provence, there are two main phenomena. First, I love this quote, the graph of the social-political destiny of Provence Jewry may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this socio-economic political decline, you also have a remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region, particularly among intellectuals. A couple of examples will suffice. The great Meiri from Provence, a very important Talmudic commentator, he wrote a great book on repentance, on Teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian. That is not normally appearing in the introductions to medieval works of Jews of this time. Secondly, Dr. Twersky points out a fascinating kind of example where two Talmudists heard that there was a certain manuscript in the home of a particular Christian, and they went to the home. They lived in that home for 2 days, living on bread and water, totally kosher, in order to be able to copy the manuscript. These are kinds of interesting examples of the sort of collegiality of scholars that was present in Provence, and you did not necessarily find that in a lot of places in the region. I'd like to have a quick look at some of these great photographs, by the way. Here's a shot from the medieval Jewish street in Arles, which is one of those places that is designed to be very difficult for Americans to pronounce, right? And I'm a Canadian, and French is one of my first languages, but that's a hard one to pronounce even for me. There, you can see this is the medieval Jewish street. Almost all of the outward Jewish signs of the street are gone, but it's the same street, same layout. You get a little bit of a feel for it. Here's another photograph that gives you a sense of the dedication, the famous dedication, sometimes notorious, that the Provençal Jews had their particular costumes. This is an interior of a synagogue at Avignon, obviously not medieval in origin, but you can see in the center left there is the raised pulpit for the rabbi. So when he gives these drushes, he can actually physically rise up some 6 feet above the congregation, which was a very common sort of synagogue architecture motif in the region at the time. And here's one more photograph. Look at this gorgeous medieval mikvah from Kalbinba. This is, I don't know if they're still using it today. That railing doesn't look so good to me. And the water, it's really clear, but it has a kind of a greenish hue that reminds me of when I used to take care of my own pool in Florida. That was not such a success. But it's amazing to imagine the music. This is the actual mikvah that so many of the Chachamei Provence and their wives would have used for ritual immersion. Wow, I can't wait to see it in person. Anyways, let's go back to our discussion here. So you have these two things. You have a socio-political economic decline. The Jewish status is reducing significantly. Unlike in medieval Spain and parts of Northern Europe, there really doesn't develop in Provence.
Look who it is.
Jew, like a Stadtland, someone who is an intercessor.
Hey, you live in Pimp? Yeah, you want to lose? Yeah, you want to lose? It was lovely. Are you ready to lose?
I want to. Let me plug in my iPad.
They should have tables that are like God resistant or whatever. Like whatever happened to.
Do you see this man on the TV thing? Professor Henry Abramson, do you see him? You know he's Canadian. He grew up in like super northern Canada, where it had like one Jew. You ready for your invitation, Pimp? You know what we're playing. Marcel Berman. Yo, dog, are you ready?
I'm in the game right now.
Are you putting in cheat codes?
Yep.
All right.
They know I have a new strategy.
What's that?
Oh, it's called sweeping the dance floor.
All right, well, get your broom, son. You think that's good?
I want to see one of us sweep the whole dance floor.
Same here. A perfect game where you served or you broke, and then the other guy just has no chance of doing anything.
Yeah. What was that? I gave you this game on a silver platter, and you're too focused on Henry there to focus on the game.
Are you excited for the Shab show?
The what?
It's called the Shab show. Brendan Schaub.
No. If that's what you like to listen to, then yes.
No, it's not on yet.
Are you sure?
Word dog.
Double. Daily double. So now I can't really sync the fucking red one. If I can. Could be over right here, folks.
Easily over.
Sealed it. Oh, I still have to get one more. 120 is no good. 160 or I like 210. Let's do 210.
We already have a 120 that's ready to go. So there's nothing you can do.
Alright, well, I'll just win that much faster.
You watch. I'm gonna destroy you.
Look at this.
S-
Every time
Sweep it.
I'm speed running it.
Yeah, because you have a pad. That makes it so much easier.
I missed more shots in this game than you, I think.
Incorrect.
Pretty sure it's correct. Sometimes you're just pigeonholed in this one. Rabbi, my friend is moving to like this this island outside of Honduras, and it's like a nice island, but his plan is to start a hot dog stand, and he was like, we're brainstorming names for the hot dog stand. So is that Miss Aquarius?
No, it's Audi.
Oh no, it's Teresa. What's her name? Audie. Yeah. Yo, Audie, what's happening?
So how are you doing today?
Are you doing me or Rabbi?
Oh, I'm well. How are you? What? Excellent. Great to hear. How did you? Wow, that was fast.
You let me sing the red one.
Yes, I did. All right, you want 210?
Yeah. And what is your alliteration name for a hot dog stand?
Well, no, it probably would be better if it's a pun. Remember, pun's better. Pun's the best, followed by rhyme, followed by alliteration.
Oh.
And sexual pun might be the biggest.
Imagine sweeping the floor in a 210. Now this is risky, but I'm gonna go.
Huge mistake. This is. Look at all these in a row.
Imagine getting a quad in this game.
That'd be wild.
We've never seen 3. Oh, no way.
I wouldn't be too worried if I were you. Fuck.
Why would you go for the red ones?
Don't question my genius. One does not dissect Gossamer.
No!
Now, is it going to be like normal? There we go.
Oh, no. I don't think I'm going to get lucky twice. But we'll see. If the genius Rabbi will move.
Are you serious?
Oh. I can barely move my thing. This is. Okay. You might be in trouble now here.
I think so.
No!
Are you proud of that shot?
No, that probably cost me the game. Definitely cost me the game right there. Oh! Oh, now you are in a world of trouble. It's 210 though, so maybe there's some hope. No! I think you're going to come back and win this one. There are just too many 3 points. These are all easy shots. There's like, the rest of these are all easy shots.
No, they're not.
They're all insanely easy.
No, they're not.
To tie it right here.
There's no.
There is you tying the score in the game. Sam, no! I screwed the pooch on that one. Okay.
Double.
Now these are not easy. Oh, Newfie. You did a Newfie shot. For the win.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. Dude, I came back and won, and you had the red.
I know that I did not play that well, but you played pretty well.
Classic pool 120, 160, 210.
Classic, like no teams, like white versus black player on it.
Are you proud of
There
that
you
shot?
go.
Are you proud of
I
that
like the
shot?
color black. It makes me feel powerful.
All right. Are you proud of that shot, Riser? Riser, you proud of that
How
shot?
dare you call me Zoo?
I corrected myself.
Oh no.
Look at you. Well, I just called you that because you're playing like him. Dude, I don't really have a good shot.
There's time third practically in the hole. There you go. Oh, lucky.
This is going to be dirty.
I don't want to knock my stupid thing in the thing in. What would a newfie do here, Rabbi? You want to see what a newfie would do here?
Yeah, I do. They wouldn't do that. Look how sick that shot was.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I need you to get your shitty ball out of the way. Or disc, whatever. Look at this shot.
Wow. You're not going to make this one. Nope.
What up, GB?
Oh.
A game against my friend. Yo, I'll be in the Telegram, but I had to like clear my cache on my computer, and that caused me to log out of my Telegram, and now Telegram will not allow me to log back in. It says please try again after some time, so that's why I haven't been in there. But no worries, I'll be back there as soon as I can. Thank you. Dude, this sucks.
Yeah, it's funny because the queen doesn't even matter in this one.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why the queen's a thing.
Oh my god. That was not supposed to happen, but at least one of yours is very difficult. Let's see.
How do I even get this one?
Is it
Newbie.
actually possible?
You've got a really difficult one as well.
I think it is possible, but you kind of took away my angle of attention. Oh wait, no, I can get it.
You're done. You're done.
I'm
You're gonna
getting
put.
it right
You're
now.
gonna put mine in.
Fuck.
My friend. Do you know what the?
No,
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Same kid. Oh.
Wow, that's like 3 games in a row. 7 games in a row.
It's like 1 game.
2 games. I won the
maybe
210. I won the
I'm pretty sure
210.
it's 2 in a row.
I won the 210. I won classic. What do you want next, big dog?
You can pick any one of them. Any from game, you'll lose. I guarantee it.
No way. Great shot, dude.
Yep. I actually figured out how to do it. So going first is actually an advantage.
Do you think it's an advantage now?
Oh, I know how to do it. So it is. Sweeping it. I'm sweeping it. Oh, I'm 30 away. No! I was so close. I almost got to 120. Oh, it was so close. And now you get to like literally. Alright, it's an advantage going second. Look at these easy shots.
Why do you think it's an advantage going second?
Look, there's nothing on the board.
That's 3 games in a row, son.
Yeah, I gave you that one.
What do you want next, baby?
You pick. Any one of them, you'll lose. I guarantee it.
I just beat you.
I wasn't trying much. I'll actually try it. See, if it were you, you'd just shoot it into like the thing and be like, oh. So the disadvantage going first. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, you basically swept the floor, but it didn't count because you didn't start. Wow, rookie mistake. Your stupid white one is blocking it. Oh, there you go, there you go, there you go. Oh, too quick. That was too easy.
Let me go first.
Oh, you're stealing my tactic. Yep. It didn't work though. Yeah, you can get the red one in.
No.
Oh no. That's not good.
You're done. You're done.
No good. We're good?
Play me in basketball.
We're good. Oh.
Stop.
Oh, you're done.
Stop.
You're done. What? Yo, what is this? What is this?
Cheat codes, baby.
Why is it not the same rules every time?
Cheat
You
codes.
get your puck in, you're supposed to not have an advantage.
Cheat codes, baby. Fuck.
Colossal mistake.
Yeah, but you can't make this. No way.
Want to bet big time?
Yeah, I do want to bet. I bet that
2 in a row, bud.
I beat you 3 in a row. I beat you 3 in a row.
I beat you 8 in a row.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Get there. Are you serious? Why is it that your bullshit ones go in?
No, you still, because you're stealing my strategy. It doesn't work like that.
Dude, this is garbage. Garbage.
Are you going to ask me if I'm proud of the shot?
I'm not even paying attention at this point. Alright, you have a tough shot now. That one's easy. Let's see what you can do now.
Oh, fuck.
Are you ready for this?
Wow, nice one. How did you do that?
Skill for the win.
in a row.
Well, now you know how it feels.
I'm going 8 in a row. This is like
You didn't
not
win.
even
You didn't
halfway
win
up.
8 in a row. Quit saying that.
I did earlier. I was
No
counting
one,
out.
no one remembers that. Are you serious?
Oh,
Are you fucking serious?
that is
Are you serious?
how that didn't go in. That is one of the most rigged shots we've ever seen.
Word, dog.
It probably detects that you're cheating, so it's like can't allow that.
If you miss here, it would be huge.
You never miss.
This game sucks. Play me in table soccer. Dude, right now, can you count to 40?
What do you mean that counts to 40
Because I just got 40.
in my head? Oh. Alright. You got some easy shots here. See if you can do the run to 120. You gotta make it like 210 next time. 120 is too short. Oh, gotta make it. He's gonna make it. Nice streak.
I didn't even need the red one.
Yeah.
All right, 120,
Good.
160, 210, classic, pool.
210. Or what the hell is classic?
That's what we play. That's like the when it's black and white.
Both of them are that?
Classic is black versus white. Pool is black versus white with
Oh,
no queen.
no queen.
Oh, good job. Psych. That was terrible.
I wanted to give you a head start because I know you're gonna need it. You've got like one shot here and then my turn. Oh, I see a shot. I see a shot. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, right. Oh, no.
Dog. Are you ready for this? I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career.
Alright, let's see it get the bury the queen.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
That was easy.
Easy peasy,
Oh, you
lemon
still haven't won
squeezy.
yet. Still not out of the woods yet.
Where's a good shot?
Oh, now it's going to be a little challenging. Let's see what the new feed can do here. I actually know the best shot to do here. Oh,
How newfie was that?
that was that was ridiculous.
How do you like me so far?
That was you deserve that one. That was an incredible football.
Thank you.
I hope Carom's an Olympic sport and that we're actually training for the Olympics without knowing it.
Okay. Classic pool 120, 160, 210.
You decide. Just know, yeah, whatever.
I beat you
You choose 120. What the hell? Why do you like the small one?
because I want to get good at it. I'm not as good as I'd like to be.
Well, you're playing against a pretty good opponent.
Ooh,
I don't know.
yeah, I don't
Right.
either.
Zoot's comedy career.
I dedicate
We're all the same person.
I dedicate things to Zoot's comedy career. Are you proud of that shot?
It was okay.
Quit with that.
This is a tough shot.
Why do you think that was a tough shot?
Now this is a very tough shot. I don't even think it's possible. Oh, I can win it right here.
Well, then let's see it.
No! Are you shitting? I almost swept the freaking dance floor. Why do you think we're all the same person?
I don't know if I actually wear the same thing and just copied, just saw it different ways. It could be. Mhm. I'm the best though. I'm the best girl. Mhm. Don't tell anybody that. It's not a competition. Shh.
I'm the best Quran player, so I relate to being the best.
You can't even say it correctly. It's Karam.
No one.
Actually, he's correct, Rabbi, and only the best player would know how to say it properly.
I asked AI, and AI said it's Karam.
Rabbi,
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
You pronounce apartheid apartheid, so whatever you think is just wrong.
I pronounce it the way that it will be pronounced in the future.
Hell yeah.
I will unite people over it. Just like I will unite people over my gameplay. Where do I hit? Are you proud of this shot?
I'll be proud of this shot if I get it in. I can still lose, which is low. I'm tired of whooping your ass in a 120. I want to do 210, or at least 160.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna sit there and jerk yourself off raw?
Yeah, I wasn't done celebrating my last victory. So.
That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen in this game. Get there. Get there.
Oh, thank you.
You have like 1,000 different shots.
I actually. I don't know. Oh my lord.
Not a good shot, dude.
That's
That's not a good shot at all.
Shot.
Do you know why that's not a good shot?
It's okay. I'm not
Dog.
a perfect player.
Dog.
That's okay.
Dog.
I just wanted to give you some hope and then come back for the comeback because I know you're gonna screw it up like that and then boom. Easy. Yeah.
Dog. I have such a big lead on you. I'm just letting you get points.
Nah, I'd be pretty nervous if I were you.
I'm not nervous at all, baby. Look at this hand.
Oh, I'd be pretty nervous if I were you.
Why would I be nervous?
But
You're gonna miss. You're gonna miss. Obviously, you're gonna miss. Easy miss.
oh, ready for this?
You're
Ready
gonna
for the
miss.
dragon attack?
You're gonna miss.
You know what the dragon attack
You're
is?
gonna miss.
No!
Dog.
Oh, that was very close. Close to me. I could have beat you there. I just didn't want to. Do a bank shot. Okay. Or do that.
Short.
Oh, come on.
Newfie.
Do you want to finish so it has to be a bank shot to win?
Sure.
You can bank the puck or you can bank the disc or both. It's like the trick shot pool.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Oh, there we go.
Go baby, go baby, go baby, go baby.
Do a higher number. You didn't do a higher number. Oh, go, 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 go. Oh.
You want to hear a prediction, Riser?
Yes.
I think Kim Kardashian is going to be the next Oprah.
We'll have a talk show that people like.
Yep.
You think she's gonna give away as much stuff though?
Perhaps more.
She has a lot of her own brands.
Exactly.
It might work really well for them if they like did like a view type of shit.
I don't think she wants that. She wants to be the number one player. Are you fucking serious?
Oh no. Go.
No way,
Get-
no
get
way, no
there.
way, no way.
Go. No, 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 no. Bad mistake. Very bad. One of the worst chokes possibly in history. Andy, maybe. They have X. They have Z. Oh,
What are you gonna do now, son?
ready for the dragon attack?
Let's see it.
No! Are you kidding me? That comes down to that black disc right there. Oh.
This game sucks.
And then it's like 4 in a row.
No, it's not 4 in a row.
Look how much, yo, look how, do you see the wins? They're not being 120. When we started today, it was like, you were at like 28 wins, and I was at like 7, and now we're like almost tied. That's how much of a winner I am.
Doug, I'm gonna start playing. I wanted you to get some confidence.
Butter me up.
Yep.
Go sweep the dance floor right now. I want you to get a bunch in, and then you're gonna mess one up, and then going to destroy you. That's how it works. You're actually helping me out right now. Oh, that's not good. Going for the red one. Oh.
To sweep the table.
Bursting. Oh my. Oh no, the block was in the way. No. Alright, this is not good. Oh. Another miss. Okay. Get out of there. Get out of there. Let me hit you again. Yo, it reset me to 0? What? Oh my lord. Why would you not go for the other one?
I was getting fancy. Now this is a tough little set of shots. No way. No way. There's no way. No way. Like I said.
It might have worked. It could have possibly worked in theory.
Dog, you're done.
I didn't have much of an option.
You see
Yeah,
this?
stop doing the 120. You're 210. Sink 'em. Why are you so afraid to just...
I'm not afraid. I want to give you the opportunity. Oh, you don't want the opportunity to win?
Yeah, go for it.
I put that in the perfect spot.
Sweeping the floor right here. No!
Big dog.
I was doing pretty well there.
Big dog.
Oh, you might be in trouble. They're pretty funky right now. All you can do is just hope. No. That was something else.
Get there.
No. No. No.
That's a miss.
I should adjust everything.
Are you fucking serious?
They call me Robin Hood.
Because you wear tights?
Yeah, because I'm tight. Um,
Get it.
no, 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 no. Yeah.
This game sucks.
Oh, you're done. You're done.
STFU, dog.
You're done.
STFU.
Go. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Show it to me. Not that.
Ding, ding. 37 wins, 33. I'm going to surpass you.
I'm gonna stop playing at 30 when you're at 36.
It's fine. Tomorrow I will come back some more.
Maybe I'll stop
I
playing
love you,
forever.
Rabbi. I'm obsessed with you.
Well, thank you.
Wait 1 second. I'm not done talking. Okay, now I'm done.
Sounds good. Oh, you suck.
No.
That was terrible.
I just want to give you a little room here to wiggle. Show me some wiggles. Why did it go to me?
Because I hit one of yours in.
Oh, we're playing this one.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't even realize that.
Well, is it my job to ensure that you're educated?
I mean, I thought we were just playing the other one, but
I think I'm in a bit of a gray area, actually, Rabbi.
It says on there how you're supposed to play. He should know by now if he's so good. Dude, you don't give me a single good shot.
I see like tons of good shots.
You expect me to break up all of the board so that you can quote unquote clean it.
Oh no. I think this one's harder.
It's definitely harder.
Especially when you take shots like that.
Baby, I'm not too worried right now. Are you proud of that shot?
I think Zoot would be proud of that shot.
You think that was a good shot?
7 out of 10. Have you played this game against Zoot?
Yeah.
So if Audie joins, we can have a 4th-person version of it.
Oh, come on. Like, well, don't we need Zoot?
That's what I was saying. Zoot, Audie,
Right.
me, you, that's 4. Oh, what? You think it's possible to get this?
Yeah,
How?
I could do it. It's a pretty easy shot from my understanding.
Alright. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Don't mess this up. Oh, the famous joke. The pressure gets to him.
I'm not worried at all.
So
You have such a hard second shot.
My next shot
It is so hard. I'm not worried at all. Nah, that's not the shot. That's a miss.
I should have blocked it or something. You have it very. Oh, is that even allowed? Nope. Oh, are you worried now? Do you know what the dragon attack is?
STFU, dog.
Yeah, 34. That's 4 in a row.
Let's play something else.
On that level of archery.
Basketball.
Dude, no one plays basketball.
Yeah. Ask LeBron James.
This is the worst game. This is worse than darts, worse than Mancala. I'm flicking it straight up in the thing. Why does it go sideways? You're gonna get 11 points here. Miss. Time's running out. Oh my god. Oh my lord. What the? It goes sideways so easily.
Good job getting 2.
Thanks. I missed. I'm close. Wrong.
It's more than
This
you.
one's actually hard.
It's more than you've
like
got.
impossible.
Big dog, it's more than you've got. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's not a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's
What?
a miss. Another miss. Another miss. I don't even have to go. You recognize this, right?
Let's see what you got, big guy.
That's one make. Two makes. Three makes. Four with a swish. Five. Literati time. You ready?
I did better. No, we're not doing that.
Oh yeah,
That
we
takes
are.
way too long.
Oh yeah, we are.
That takes way too long.
All right. Well, what do you want to do?
Archery.
Okay.
All right. They have Connect 4.
Zoot loves that game.
Zoot loves that game. You play Connect 4.
Word, dog.
Isn't it easy to like stop it?
It's harder than you think.
Can they be on diagonals or no?
Yeah, you can do diagonals. Dude, that was not good.
Thanks.
Why was I so much better at the beginning?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. That was perfectly in the perfect spot.
That's a 9. That's a 9.
How is that low? Oh, there, Robin Hood. I need 10 to tie. There we go. Easy win. Look at these numbers. Do you see the amount of 9s I got? I have 2 9s in every round. Look at that score. Holy cow.
You have an invitation.
Alright. Yeah. Are you gonna not go first because it's a disadvantage or something? Fuck.
Dude, you had 4 in a row. If you would have put it right where I put mine.
What do you mean? No?
Diagonally.
Oh, yeah. So you blocked it. Thanks? Why would you do that?
Because I'm sexy.
I won. I'm flawless.
Oh, you're getting too much of a fucking...
Let's go again. Let's go again before
Dog. Lion Kings. You don't even know what Lion Kings are. What?
I don't know what that.
I just bought something.
Oh, what the hell? Why?
Because I'm a Lion King, baby. Rawr.
That looks terrible. That's distracting.
I'm a Lion King, baby. Thanks for the win.
One time, my aunt, she gave me a large stuffed lion, and he was about 3.5 feet.
Wow, that's a big...
I know, but the thing is, I don't have him anymore. He was so cool.
Yo, take off that lion sticker. That's bullshit.
I bought it, dog. It proves I'm
No, take it
undefeated.
off.
I'm undefeated as a lion. Undefeated.
Take it off. Take it off.
Basic.
Yeah, you can't. There's no cheating in this.
How is that cheating?
Unfair advantage.
It's a distraction.
I think so.
Yeah, I can't keep my life on track because I'm distracted. That's what's going on.
There you go.
Okay.
Why are you laughing, big man? Why are you laughing, big man? Why you...
Because you kind of you like to force someone into a box so that they like can't
Why are you laughing?
go somewhere. It's funny.
What's funny?
I mean, I'm gonna win this game, but it's just funny. Maybe not. I might be forced into a box here.
You don't want me to be the lions. And I'm the Lion King.
Yeah, that's cheating.
I'm the Lion King.
Let's see who has to go. Is it gonna be me or you? Oh, it's gonna be you. Yes. Yes. Are you like, no?
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh my god. Nice work. Nice work. I don't think you're trying. See, you're going first, and you take the middle one every time.
All I hear is excuses from you. I embrace solutions, not excuses.
No one does that.
Thanks, man.
What?
I thought you said, oh, it's really easy.
No way. No way. I haven't played this before, so.
Hoo hoo
And you
hoo.
literally go first and take. You have a first mover advantage. That's actually a huge advantage. So. God damn it.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Oh, nice. Nice one. Forgot about the diagonal there. Oh. You're as good at this game as I am in Sharam. Darren.
Are you gonna go?
Oh, I get to go.
Big dog.
No.
Big dog. Big dog. Can you hear me?
What?
Do you know what the
Yeah.
dragon attack is?
Can't really. What? How?
I just beat your
That
ass.
was good.
I just beat your ass.
That's like 4 in a row right now.
Baby, I'm sick as fuck. What do you want me to do?
You know what the dragon attack is? Alright, that's enough of that.
One more. Are you done?
I'm sending you an invite. You join?
I will in a moment. All right. Let's see what kind of invitation you sent me. Checkers? I'm not good at checkers.
Neither am I. Oh, how do you still go first when I...
Because I'm sexy as fuck. Why can't I go with the thing? Oh. You're fucked right now, son. You're fucked.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, yeah. Can't move backwards.
Wait,
Go.
where'd you move?
I hopped over your dude.
Where?
It's the pieces on the board. That's why there's like a little pucks.
Oh, now I see. Now I see.
It's your move.
All right. You're fucked. You're fucked.
It's not letting me move.
Yeah, because you have to jump my guy.
Can I not move the back?
You have to jump my guy.
I mean, I have to jump the guy.
Those are the rules of checkers, dog.
What does that mean?
You have a white guy that's touching my red guy. You need to jump him. Or it.
Oh, I have to?
Yeah, dog. Don't you know how it works? That's checkers.
I didn't think you had to jump.
In what world don't you have to jump?
Why would it be forced?
It just is, son.
There's got to be an AI strategy to this.
There is. This game has been solved.
Do you know how to solve it?
With AI?
No, just. Oh no. Oh, you're done. Who the fuck solves checkers? What did it take minutes? Oh, if you get to the other side, you like win or something?
It's known as King Me, dog. Haven't you ever fucking played checkers?
What the fuck happens when you king me? I haven't played this in like so long. You get a double checker or some shit?
Now this one can go backwards.
Oh, what the fuck? Wait, can you hop over my king? Rabbi, can you hop over someone's king or no?
No. Oh, like that? Yeah, you can do that. It's known as not
Yeah,
hopping
just-
over. It's known as jumping. Hold on, can we go back?
No, it's fine.
I would give you that back because that's not fair.
How the fuck did he win? So what happens at the end? It's like a bunch of kings just like hopping backwards, trying to
Word,
jump on each other.
word, dog.
That's a good move.
Oh, you're good. You can go up to the bed. Oh, I'm still blocking him.
You have to jump that guy. And then I'm going to jump you.
Shit.
GG. That's my first win in checkers.
Yes.
All right. I need a palate cleanser. Hold on, we can't do that. Let's do just 2v2, mano a mano, 5 holes, and let's keep it sexy.
Look how good a shot that is.
That is not the same thing.
Are you going, Riser?
Yep.
Or are you gonna suck dick?
I love watermelon.
Watermelon rules, dog.
Who does it?
Riser, are you proud of that shot?
It's a 4 out of 10.
Look how sick this shot is. That's not a good shot. Look how good
I was
that shot is.
distracted by a couple fun.
Dog, when we're playing mano a mano and you're just getting your ass kicked, it's pretty unreal. I mean, that was terrible. That was like a bad carom shot.
I was AFK.
Dog, look how good this shot is. Do you recognize how sick I am? Dog. I bet this shot
One of
sucks.
the easiest holes, and I still destroy you.
They're not the easiest holes. Some of them had water. At least one of them. And look how sick I am. Get your ball up here. Get your ball up here. Get your ball up here.
So if you didn't make it in 2, you're done.
You're not making this shot. Everybody knows you missed that shot. Peace, baby.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Definitely
I don't really know how
gonna
that helped
play
me.
the
I don't really know how that helped me. In fact, it hurt me pretty badly.
Vengeance.
Baby, look how sick that shot was. Look how sick that shot is.
Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Are you proud of that?
Oh, bad miss.
That was
Almost tied
bullshit.
it up. I'm actually gonna concentrate now. So now this is the water bump hole.
You're gonna water bump me? You are not water bumping me.
It's the water bump.
You
hole.
can't water bump me.
And water bump whoever I please.
You're not water bumping me.
Water bump.
Are you serious? Water bump.
You're not. No, you missed it. You don't have the skills, unfortunately, to water bump.
STFU, dog. Get in the water. Water bump.
Well, don't freaking water bump me, dog. Oh,
How does everyone feel about water balloons? This is very important.
Dude, shut the fuck
Thank
up.
you.
Riser.
Thank you.
Riser. STFU, dog.
Wait, what did you say, Audie? How does everyone feel about water? What?
How do you feel about water balloons?
Oh, I'm very pro water balloon.
Did
They're
you
tight.
stop loving them, or do you still love them?
Always will. It's just hard to tie a knot.
No, it isn't.
Like when your hands are all wet? Yeah, it is.
No, I think probably you just don't have the right fingers for it.
I have big hands, so probably not. Are you gonna go, Riser?
Having an actual, I can't go. It's not even my turn.
Okay, yeah, it is, dog. Are you serious?
Going straight in the hole. Go. Block his ball. Put me in the hole again so I can win. I gave you the lead, and now you've fallen.
Trick shot.
Wow. Who won that game? Oh, the Riser.
Riser sucks. Riser. You have to use an underscore in your name.
Never played this game.
Alright, well how about you learn?
You have a husband?
Did you say does
You
Riser have a
Riser
husband?
have a husband?
Oh, Riser.
What?
What did you say, Audie?
Do you have a wife, Riser?
No.
I mean, or a husband.
No. I'm only 28.
You're younger than Zoot?
So you don't have feelings for other humans?
I just am not married. I did not say this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You didn't say that. You just mentioned your age.
Riser, why do you suck so much dick at skee ball?
Dog, I didn't even realize, I didn't even see the 100 there. And you're just looking small at the 100, YOLOing it.
I mean, do you need me to teach you how to play skee ball in addition to checkers and Connect 4? I mean, I figured you learned all this stuff in like kindergarten, dog.
You have like this crazy paid for rainbow ball.
Well, Rabbi, I think like earlier too, you're like talking about the directions are there, but I didn't hear you say that you read them to him.
I don't have to. It says what kind of game we're playing. Like, it says right next to his name. He should just look right next to his name, and it says.
Yeah, hold on, you're getting really angry.
No, I'm not. I'm fine. I'm saying that, like, do I have to tell him that, like, hey, Riser, it's round 3 of 3, and you have 9 balls left, and there's 100 and 100 and a 50 and a 40 and a 30 and a 20 and a 10? Like, I shouldn't have to read him everything on the page.
Maybe he only knows shapes and math.
He's smart.
That's probably why he didn't want to play literati.
Riser, that could be. Riser, are you going to go? Riser, that sucks. Riser.
Body is starting to fade right now.
All I know is that you are sucking major league cock at skee ball. You didn't even get half my score, son.
Yeah, I've never played it. I don't know the fucking correct method for flicking 100 each time.
All right. Well, maybe you could learn.
You win. Congrats.
Oh, I
now,
destroyed you.
Beat me at a wrong or whatever it's called.
You love that game.
Then I'll be impressed.
All right, I guess I have to read it to him. It's classic, dog.
Oh, here we go. Let me guess, you fixed the 120. Oh no, you went for the hard one. Okay.
No, I just said it's classic.
All right.
So even
That's
when
cool.
I do tell him what it is,
that.
he sometimes doesn't
I
know.
respect that.
A classic hot dog?
No, we have to come up with. Oh, you suck. We have to come up with a name for your friend's hot dog shack.
Oh, you actually remembered that I said that?
Somehow.
Classic dog.
Why doesn't he call it the best hot dog in the world?
Why don't you call it fat dog? Yeah.
Right now, the name is Bun in the Sun.
That's cute.
Or Buns in the Sun.
Buns and Sun? That sucks.
It's also, it's on an island.
Buns and Sun sucks. Bun in the Sun.
In the Sun.
That name sucks. That name sucks. Bun in the Sun is cute.
Well,
Bun in the Sun is cute. Buns in the Sun sucks.
Okay. I mean,
you know what a better name is? Best hot dog in the world.
Cyclops. Number 1 dog.
that's not a pun, though.
Best dog.
Needs to be a pun.
Beach dog.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's the one. And if you don't use it, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, he's not the one who's opening up this place, so it's up to his friend.
Put it on.
Dude, what am I supposed to do?
Start playing telephone.
What am I supposed to do, Riser?
A boy cry wolf. I don't know.
Look at this shot. Riser, Riser, Riser. You know that. You know that would have been amazing.
I mean, it was a good attempt.
It was fucking phenomenal.
Could have been better if it went in.
Dog.
All right.
Your shit sucks.
You change the settings or something.
How about deep throat dog?
How about hollow hot dog and the hot dogs?
Oh yeah, I forgot. No, that's it, dog. That's it. No, that's it. That'll save lives.
No, it's not about fucking saving lives. It's about getting customers. And Beach Dog is cute.
It is.
For fuck, so quit fucking with it. When fucking good, it's good.
How about-
You need to think about nothing else.
How about the wiener stack or the wiener snack?
Why did you ask for help if you're gonna not even let your brain absorb this fucking beauty?
Yeah,
Beach,
what was yours?
beach dog is
Dog.
cute.
I'm not repeating it again.
I just, it's not your fault. I have a really bad memory.
She said beach dog.
Yeah, no, I know it's dog. But, oh, what the fuck?
What was that? What did you just do?
Got distracted.
Fuck.
Wow. No, that was a terrible shot.
Riser, watch how sick this shot is.
Wow, you actually missed that?
On purpose.
I don't think so.
Oh, for sure.
If it was in the Caribbean, then I could be called the Caribbeaner.
That's cute. Why doesn't he call it the best hot dog in the world?
That one might be a little
That's a good name.
like a website name, maybe.
That's why. Because it's a terrible name.
It's maybe the best name of anything ever.
I don't think anyone would agree with that. But
Riser,
just make one of your shots.
yeah,
really
do it.
hard.
Do it.
That's the only.
You don't have the balls. You don't have the discs.
I'm just trying to think of where the fuck.
Dog, it's easy for me to win this game. You're
I
fucked.
know that's what I'm saying.
You're
You
fucked.
need to move one of
You're
yours
fucked.
so it's harder.
Big dog, you are fucked.
Shit, in like 4 seconds.
3, 2. What did you just
Oh,
do?
that just helps.
Look how sick that shot was.
You have the shell emoji in front of your name? How the fuck do you get that?
How did I do?
That's not allowed.
Where did I get that?
You don't see it on your screen, like right above where your timer thing is. There's the
No,
emoji thing that you use.
I don't see it.
The shell emoji.
I don't see it.
Uh,
All I know is that you are fucked. There's no way you hit this shot. And you didn't even help yourself. I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career.
wow, you're on fire. Nice shot.
Dog. It was strategic.
The dog.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. I just drained it, son. From downtown.
I'm actually teased that he didn't
I am too.
go.
I am too.
on time.
All right, we're gonna play table soccer, no limit. Passes are 3. Tactical, goals to win 5. And I'm gonna teach you what the dragon attack is.
Sounds good, big hot dog. As long as they got Team Argentina, I'm good.
No one cares about that. People do care about when I play Zoot and I take Australia just to piss them off. Are you proud of that shot? Move your fucking guy.
I don't know. We'll see what the result ends up being. Why did you make it a limit of 3 passes? Who the hell would play like that?
Because then that's how they play when you play ranked. And so I just want to get used to that. And plus, if you do unlimited, you can just pass it all the way and never end.
I guess. Oh, now you're really in trouble if you don't get this in the back of the net.
Oh no.
Oh, come on.
Dude. What do I do?
That's really bad.
What
I'm
a
not
great
gonna
shot.
let you do this. If I miss this, then I deserve to lose.
Karam. Give me the ball. Look how sick this shot is.
Losers go first. Oh, you're breaking up my structure. That's a smart strategy.
Yeah, because I'm sexy. Go. Why do you take so long?
Thinking I'm newfie. My giant brain is trying to think of all the possibilities.
Look at this pass. And watch this shot. Do you know what the dragon attack is, son?
Oh, what? How?
Oy vey.
Okay, what is the dragon? Is it just a thing?
I'm glad that you asked, Audie. The dragon attack. So here it is. When Zoot and I began playing this, you can pick any country you want that they have, and there wasn't really any country that was attractive to me. So I took Wales because they have a dragon on their flag. And I started playing with Zoot, and every time I'm about to score, just to just to piss him off, I say, "Are you ready for the dragon attack?" And he says, "Yeah, go do it. Fuck you." And then I score, and it's become this thing that whenever there's like an easy goal, you ask the person, "Are you ready for the dragon attack?" And they're like, "Yeah, go ahead. Fuck you." And then they score. And the reason why it's called the dragon attack is because Wales has a dragon on their flag. Though it is not the flag that I want to use. I want to use Bhutan's flag, but they aren't in this game. But Bhutan also has a dragon on their flag. I find it interesting that both these countries have a dragon on their flag, and dragons like don't exist.
Anymore. The fuck? What's a pterodactyl? Oh, it's not dragon. Close enough.
Made it 5 goals to win. Yeah. So you're getting.
I am getting wrecked. Because your defense just got a bunch of sons back there. Dude.
Come on.
I want you to score again. You deserve it.
Thanks, big dog.
You're welcome,
Not after
Tim.
that shot.
Are you ready for this? Dude, look at your defense.
Amazing.
Dude, your defense is still tight as fuck.
Oh, here we go. Or no, 4-0. How are you? Are you proud of your performance this far?
I am not. Go, Riser. Are you proud of that shot?
I am. I'm never gonna hit the ball.
No, this game is over.
How good of a shot it was.
This game is over. You could just win right here. You should have.
Stick to my thing.
This is a stupid move. Open goal, son.
Wow.
You like that move?
Oh, what a pass. Oh no, my goal.
Shot on goal. Oh
Oh,
no.
nice. Scored on your own net. 5-0. My first win. 5-0.
Let's play bounce.
My brain can't handle that game. I'll do Karam though.
No, fuck around.
More archery.
Bounce. Just one game of bounce.
Did you do a hard one?
No, that sucked. That was terrible.
At least I won the hard one.
I like this one where you just like ride it all the way up. This one's fun. I don't like this DNA one. It's hard.
Easy, dog. I'm doing a flawless run right now.
Fuck.
Oh, I changed.
Did you win?
I'm getting too good at this game. I'm almost done. Easy. Look. Not even close. You do the hard one. Let's do the hard one.
You won?
You have 10 seconds.
You want to do the hard
That
one?
was incredibly.
Hard
Yeah,
one
we'll do the hard
sucks.
one.
Hard one sucks. Hard one
I
is.
know how to do it. I'm really good at it. Oh no.
Fuck. I like this one where you ride it like an Uber. Oh, dude, I just did the hardest one.
Oh no.
Dog. I'm starting to dominate. Dude, I can't make it through this part.
It's not giving me a good color.
I know. Are you pink?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible. Dude, I don't know if it's possible.
Oh, I just did it. Are you still stuck?
Yeah, at that one spot. Are you done? Fuck. Are you done? No way. You made it through this thing? Are you done? Are you done or I'm gonna quit? I don't think you're done. I think you're sucking dick. How did I pass you up? Dude, you're lucky. You're lucky that this one is so hard. Oh, I won. What are your thoughts? Why did I do so much better than you did? Yo, dog.
My iPad died. I would have won.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. Play me in Chrome. Better not be a bounce invite. The soundtrack of Bounce is so annoying.
Why don't you just
No, we're
turn
not
it off?
doing-
Why don't you turn it off?
We're not doing another Bounce.
Fine, we'll do disco. Psych, we're gonna do
Sure.
Mancala. Mancala.
Mancala.
You're up, dog.
Oh, it actually let me go first? Or is that just an info? Oh, I get to go first. Isn't that nice? I just destroyed you. Oh, fuck. That was a bad move.
Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Are you gonna go?
I'm trying to see why you fucked up. But you're not. Oh, you just have a lot of beads. Oh, no. Oh, I get all these beads. Let's go. What? I won? Yeah. I'm 2-0 in this game. I'm dominating. Are you gonna go?
Maybe. You fucked up. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
I'm gonna go. Are you gonna go?
Are you gonna go?
Because I'm going. I'm actually going.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, you're taking forever, dog. Are you gonna hurry up?
Are you gonna go? You're done.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Fuck you, dude.
Look at this.
You fucked up. You fucked up.
No, you fucked up.
My friend, you fucked up.
No, you fucked up. Look at this.
Fuck.
Just destroyed you.
You fucked up.
No.
You fucked up.
No.
How's it feel to barely lose?
Alright, run it back. I don't know the strategy to this.
You'll learn it when you're an expert like I am. Are you gonna go?
I already won.
You're up, pimp. Thanks for the free seeds.
It's all part of the strategy.
Free turn, pimp.
Oh no!
Are you gonna go? Cause you're fucked here. I'm taking all your shit.
Alright, I need to. I think I know how to play now.
Oh, you do? Well, it's certainly not by losing all your shit like that. Oh shit.
Oh. You got wrecked, son. Dragon attack. How did that feel?
STFU. You like this
How did
game?
that feel?
Hey, how about you go?
The embarrassing.
How about you go? How about you go?
Played and you put down that level of performance? That is wild. Someone will certainly not be representing the United States in the Olympics of Macau.
We wouldn't want to play this game. Our country's too great for that shit.
You're what?
Our country is too great to want to play that game.
That's racist. No.
It's not racist at all.
Sounds pretty racist.
It just means this game sucks.
No, it doesn't.
But America is not that great.
Well, it was when I was a kid.
You know, they were selfish and great against the
Oh, look at that win, son. Look at that win. Look how many I'm going to get. 40. I beat you 40 to 8.
That was bad. Alright, run it back.
Have you ever played Blocko?
No one's ever heard of that game. No one cares about that game.
Why did you steal my phrases?
I did not steal your phrases.
I came up with no one cares about that. No one thinks that's cool. Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I thought it was kind of. I thought it was nice.
There you go. Free turn,
I
pimp.
feel like that's probably what you want.
Riser, you gonna go or you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Whose side are you on,
No one knows.
buddy?
No one knows.
Yo, why don't I get to capture my own thoughts?
It doesn't work that way.
That pains me so terribly to hear that. I'm on my own side.
Look how sick this shot is, Riser.
Who's on my side? That's the fucking question. Don't question
You just
me.
fucked up. I'm just fucked up.
Why did I just fuck up?
That was. How do you have so many free turns in a row?
Cause I
Bullshit.
plan well. You're done, son. You're done. You better just.
That
Yeah, it was.
was awful.
It was awful.
There's no coming back from that. Um,
Riser, you gonna
no,
go?
I can't do that. I'm afraid. Afraid I can't do that.
So you're not gay? You're still getting to know me.
I don't.
It's okay.
He's not
I
gay,
just
but
don't
he sure is
understand why
sucking a
you're-
lot of
I just
dick in
don't
this
understand
game.
why you're asking. Weird.
He is not gay, but he sure is sucking a lot of dick in this game.
He's not gay. Well, we've cleared that up. Thank you. I won't say anything else suggesting likewise.
Well, I mean, I know how you could think he is because he's sucking dick in this game.
No, actually, that's not why.
Okay, I mean, it could just see how some people would. Riser, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? You're fucked.
What the hell?
You got it, baby.
I've been robbed.
How'd you like that move?
I've been robbed.
You're up.
I've been robbed. Are you
Gotcha.
fucking serious?
Yeah, I am fucking serious.
Fuck you.
Calm down, son. Calm down, son.
Fuck you. I don't even know why you and they're insisting on that. Give me some eggs, bro. Give me some eggs.
Doug, you got smoked.
Pretty sure I'm winning right now.
You're not.
What do you think?
This game is over. Thanks for the win.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hitting random.
You know exactly what you're doing, son.
Well, let me know when you're ready to play.
How about you go?
And you can start talking.
You're done.
You're done.
Fuck. You're done. You're done. Thanks for the win.
Tell me what your strategy is.
To win,
No, actually tell me.
all I do. Okay, here's what it is. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind. I can never get enough. And every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up, and they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. Because all I do is win, win, win. And if you're feeling me, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Stay down.
That is my strategy, dog. Do you want to hear it again?
Yeah.
Here's my strategy. It goes like this. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind. I can never get enough. And every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up, and they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. Because all I do is win, win, win. I just won again.
This is the
I
this
just
is the most painfully boring game.
You love it. And I got more than 40. 42,
That's why
son.
he's here for so long.
You ready for it again?
trying, dog. It's not gonna work. Host advantage.
Dude, you just started. You're up. Psych. Excelente. Will do. God willing. You're fucked. Big time fucked. Big time fucked.
Wow.
Dude, you could have fucked me so badly.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you, but you could have.
No, that would never happen.
Man, you are getting fucked.
This stupidest fucking move.
You love it.
No, it actually sucks. It sucks more wiener than the hot dogs.
Maybe you should have your friend call it that. The suck more dick than a hot dog stand. It's 27-13.
Yeah, you don't even have 40 points. You suck.
You're done. Thanks for the win.
I like tripled my score from last game.
You were my 50th win. For the rest of my life, I'll remember that Riser was my 50th Mancala win. You're up, big dog. Host advantage.
Yep.
Are you going to go or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Are you going to go or are you just going to jerk
I'm
yourself
going.
off raw? Ooh, you could have fucked me. Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
No, fuck off. How are you still going?
Because I'm sexy.
Fuck off. I was closer.
Why aren't you good at this?
No, I'm getting better.
Are you? You started off winning your first two games.
Nothing is what. Are you gonna go?
Maybe.
Are you gonna go, or are you gonna jerk yourself off? Oh.
You're up, big dog. Free turn.
Well, I know I'm up.
Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked. What happened?
I accidentally resigned. Sorry, new game. No more bullshit. Host advantage.
You're fucked.
But
14-3, son. Twenty to 4.
you must be counting something. Counting the numbers and knowing what fucking numbers.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Oh, come on. No.
Game over, son.
I will fucking watch a strategy video on this, and I will come back. Right. Where's my invite?
You have it.
Hurry up.
You're up.
There's people waiting. Dude.
It's still your turn. F you, dude. Good move.
Your turn. Hurry up.
You're up, pimp.
Point to the gun.
You're up, pimp.
Oh.
You're up, pimp.
What?
Yeah, you saw that. Oh, dude, you're winning. $17 to $20, $18 to $20.
Oh, you lost. Yo, how does that feel? You lost.
It was lovely.
You lost.
What up, pimp?
How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Too. Me too. Where are you from, bro?
United States. How about you?
Ah, you need to say from Spain.
Oh, very cool. I'm playing a game with my friend. How'd you find out about me?
In a clip of Jake, bro. You use bots or what?
How'd you find? Oh, you find out about me from Kick?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I use
When I
bots.
play, you know.
100%. That's great.
You use both, something.
Yeah.
It's no problem, no problem. But it's or no, no.
Yes, I do.
How much cost? How much?
It's free.
Free bots?
Free bots.
Where? Possible.
No, it's not. You want me to teach you how to make one?
Okay.
Download something called Macro Recorder. So Google Macro Recorder,
Okay.
and I'll walk you through how to do it.
Okay. And how much PC you got, bro?
Free.
Or laptop?
Oh, desktop or laptop. Desktop or laptop, either or.
Wow. What is your job, bro? Is much money?
I'm a certified project management professional by trade.
Professional what?
Project manager.
What is that? In Spain, I don't know.
Manage projects.
Yeah. Ah, okay, okay. I know, I know.
Very well. So download Macro Recorder. You're up, pimp. You know, for as big a game as you talk, you've lost a lot.
Hey, did you play Karam?
You like Karam?
Yeah. Oh, that guy left. Sweep, 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 sweep. No. shot.
All right, you ready to play basketball?
No. You're 10. 210. No, it's 120 shit. No one plays 120.
Everybody plays 120.
Where did this game originate from?
I think the Middle East.
You don't know what you're thinking.
I don't think anybody knows. Get there, baby. See, I don't need to do your bullshit tactics.
You mean your bullshit.
Dog. I
I
don't,
copied from you. So you admit that it's bullshit and you don't like it when
dog. Are you done?
you hear that? Scream, everyone.
Are you done?
Everyone picture hears
Are
that.
you done?
The problem is the stream can't see your terrible Quran performance.
Yeah, they can. They can watch it off the reflection of my glasses.
Alright, and AI will expand that in the future.
1000%, son.
Is there a limit to upscaling?
No.
Like, is there photos that are shitty enough where it's just impossible to upscale?
Nope.
So you take like two cubes, you can just upscale that?
Yep.
That low of a resolution?
Word, dog.
I don't think that's true.
Oh.
Easy. I can't believe that's the one I went for.
Look how sick that shot was.
Beauty. Oh, wow. Gonna get those two? Get both of them.
purposefully.
Why?
I don't want you to feel bad when I beat you.
I don't feel bad. For some reason, you're just really good at choking when it's crunch time.
Miss.
Straight in. Are you getting scared? Oh, are you ready for the Newfie finisher?
Yeah.
The greatest comeback.
You're fucked, dude. I have no fear.
Oh,
Thanks for the win, baby. Champion. That's 40 wins. I'm good for now. Play
you're
me
not good.
play me in basketball.
Okay.
You're
Well,
up, pimp.
what if I just slap you?
You're up, pimp. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's two misses. One swish. That was good. Two. Two swishes. Three swishes.
Dog, the sensitivity on this thing's fucking stupid.
That's what she said. That's what he said, B.
Like, why aren't you shooting ones off to the side? Like,
Because I don't suck dick.
I'm actually.
That's a make. That's two makes. Three makes. Wow. Swish? Dude, that was really good. 8 points.
Yeah, that one was pretty decent. Why is the backboard like made of cardboard? Oh, wow. Oh, he's pulling a Lance Armstrong here.
What's a Lance Armstrong?
The one netted finish.
That's a miss. 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 You got 0
What
points.
the fuck? That was bullshit.
I dedicate this round to Zoot's comedy career. I dedicate this round to Zoot's comedy career. I dedicate this round
I don't care
to
if you're
Zoot's
dedicating the round to
comedy career. Look how good I am. Whoa, the fucking light just changed.
5 whole points.
You have 0 wins.
Starts.
You got it. You've got it.
It has to be the 100 checker like pro finish.
Why? Because you know I suck at that. 101 pro double out.
Yeah, pro double out.
Dog, I'm gonna dominate you. You're up. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss.
I was used to looking at basketball. One.
That's a miss. Miss. Miss.
I am a little rusty. Yo, what the fuck happened to this thing?
Are you fucking serious? Miss.
How good is Dude at this game?
He's very good. Get that too.
Oh, we're both on the 2. Let's see it. Let's see it. No.
You
Oh,
missed.
the third one.
You ready for this?
What? I hit the thing. I hit the red.
Yeah, but you had already hit it too.
Oh my lord. It's such bullshit. Oh my god. Oh, I can't shoot it high. I'm so totally. How do you get busted bringing a 1? Yo, when are you gonna win?
Dude, I don't like the pro double out.
Wow. This could take a while.
No, I'll end it right here.
Oh.
You're done, son. You're done.
I didn't get. Why didn't I get to go?
You got to go first. Home field advantage. Home home field advantage. Home field advantage. That was good.
Is this a pro double out or not?
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't done bowling.
Dude, I'll destroy you in bowling. I play bowling every night with Miss Aquarius. You're done in bowling.
No, I'm good at bowling.
You are gonna suck in comparison to me.
I fucking hit the 10. What the fuck?
You're done. Bowling time.
Yeah, we dark sucks.
How do you like my ball?
Cheating.
Are you gonna go?
Are you gonna put spin on it? Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah, douche. What a shot. Whoa.
You like that?
That was amazing.
How do you like that?
That was fucking amazing, dude. I've never seen anybody make it like that.
That was my first ever shot. Oh, bullshit. That was no way. No. I thought you were good at this game.
I'm about to tie you, son.
Yo, what? Oh, no.
Dog, you're done. You got a split, and I had a strike on my last shot. You're done. I don't even have to go. You just got destroyed. You got destroyed.
Incorrect.
You know you can put spin on the ball.
How?
You move your finger like a C. I'll play you like that. You have to put spin on the ball. That wasn't it.
I'm trying out the little spin trick. No, it doesn't work.
Yes, it does. I'll show you. I'm not good at it.
Yeah, nice. Nice spin. Amazing spin there. Works really well.
Dog, I'll still beat you.
Gutter. Look at him go. Knock that over. Come on. No.
I'm gonna come back.
You're gonna need a 20 here.
Oh, I'm fucked.
Let's go, my first win.
No, it's your third.
Bullshit.
Oh,
Bullshit. Fuck. Bullshit. More bullshit.
I'll play one last game of carom, and then my arms hurt. Tough split. You gonna go?
My bad. I didn't realize. Strike. Oh.
Are you serious? I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career.
Alright, triple strike here. Let's go. Yep. Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, man. Whatever. Game. Oh, look who's stealing my strategy.
It's classic, dog.
Go.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank myself. Look at this shot.
Amazing.
Are you gonna go?
Oh, come on.
Are you gonna go?
I'm going though.
That was unimpressive.
I just heard. Oh, I forgot the queen doesn't matter in this one. Just there, Crystal. Are you proud of that shot right there? You want to see a newfie IQ shot? Right
Yeah, I do.
Like, pay attention. When have you seen the backward shot?
What was so newfie about that?
I banked it backwards and got one in.
You know that I'm
Never
white?
seen that. No one has ever done that before. But I'm just a trailblazer in the Game of Thrones.
Why don't you move
Nothing
these fucking
special.
discs?
I'll move my discs out of the way shortly. Hang
Okay.
on 1 second there, bud.
I'm ready.
Easy shot. Oh, cool. No.
Wow.
We're tied at 69. Oh, 79.
Look at this shot. Oh,
Beauty.
that was sick. Unimpressive. That hurt you.
No. Have we seen it 2 in a row? Fuck in the corner. Fuck in the corner. Let's see it, son. Let's see it, son. Game on the line. Game on
I
the
put
line.
one in for you.
Loves it. Except your stupid thing.
No way.
Oh.
No.
Bingo. Oh, this is bullshit. Let's see it. The choke master up at the plate. No way. No. 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 Except now red things. Okay. No. No. Okay. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Dog, how did you miss that? Do you know what the dragon attack is? Do you know what the dragon attack is? Got it. Yes. All right. Dude, come tonight and let's do it all over again.
Alright.
Good games, man. You're really getting good at carom. I know it's
I
Karam.
wish I could say the same.
Dog, I don't need to be. I'm good at everything else. Peace, baby. Oh, man.
Alright.
Thank you for the high praise.
Peace out. Peace out, Newfie.
Thank you for the high praise.
Alright, later, Newfie.
Thank you for the high praise. Look at this little baby. You are so good. You're so good. You're such a baby. It's just a perfect doggy. Just a perfect being of Hashem. Orthodox Jews, why don't we have dogs? Look at this baby. He doesn't hurt anybody. Can you see him? Can you see him? He's so perfect. Perfect. Oh, I could sheep with him forever. Just a little living gift from Hashem. Look at this baby. Look at this baby. What a sweetie. What a sweetie. Just an absolute dolly. You're my little baby bear. I wish you were mine. I would love you even more than I do. I love you, little baby bear. You're the sweetest little baby. The sweetest little baby. Oh, no way, Malcolm Jamal Warner. What happened? I love Malcolm Jamal Warner. No way. How did he die? Oh, that's so sad. He was great. Oh, look at this little baby. Look at this little baby. Excuse me. Excuse me, little baby. Oh, that's a big boy. You're such a little baby. Maybe move this down a little bit. No, no, no. Come back here, little. Come back here, little. Here we go. Here we go. Mm. Good boy.
Here, you know.
Yeah.
I remember being back once I was in the library where children or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess she didn't want to touch her breast or whatever. I didn't know what was going on.
Back's good.
She said, you didn't feel on my back.
Back's real good.
She never real bad.
I'm gonna be a Pac-Man guy eventually.
Nice.
Love the lady's back.
It's one big flat on tip.
It's all the back nerds.
Yeah, when you get that flat, it's small
Fat, put your hand there.
Oh,
Shit.
if you touch all the small of her back, your body hurts. She felt warmer there. Like, oh. You know, it's like she was baking cookies in her butt or something.
Yeah.
How warmer there, you know what I'm talking about? Whoa, what am I doing down here? For the first time, a girl let me touch the small of her back, and it's hair on it, right? Because her dad was really tall. You know, I was like, I don't care how much I had this girl.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Had this bitch I'm in love.
Girls, sometimes girls have really hairy butts.
Really?
Yeah. I think naturally girls sometimes have. I think they have to work on it.
I don't
Some
know.
of them get like a man's ass.
I don't think these are getting tricked. You're getting tricked by some of that ass.
Search girl, hairy ass girl.
Yeah, bring something up. you so much you can't be with her because of it. You have to straight up tell her about it. Why is she getting all ratchet all of a sudden? She's like, you gotta straight up tell her about it. Period. One of your hairy asshole stories about my family. Here's the actual quote. But I think my girlfriend is beautiful and she does a great job of manicuring her lady bits. The problem is that her asshole, they wrote it like that, is very hairy. It's kind of a turn off when I'm down there. A few wouldn't bother me, but this is a lot more than a few. How did you all start taking care of your nether regions? Did you read about it in a magazine or you just do it naturally? How should I approach this topic with a girl without getting her upset?
I get those magazines laying around. Just taking that hairy ass shit. Hairy Butley.
Look at this.
I don't know if I would mind a little hair like on the hips, probably. I just think the actual cheeks, if there were hair on them.
What a sweetie bear.
Look at man's. Look at Italian man's ass.
Like a fucking Jewish sideburn down there, huh?
Jewish tunnels. You see them coming out of tunnels.
Bring that up, dude.
Jews and his brothers, they get some happy on it. This might be the worst one I got. I swear to God, I'm not being anti-Semitic. Dude, Jewish dude coming out of a sword grade New York.
Oh, yeah.
There's a video of that. It's
New York synagogue erupted in a chaos on Monday night. Let's play a bit of it. All right.
that is tough to address. I know we're moving on to Jews and tunnels, but
Well, let's finish it out there. Let's finish out
Certainly did not serve them well in this particular situation. But at the same time, there's amazing grassroots connections, particularly among knowledge workers, among priests, rabbis, scholars of all stripes. The focus of the Jews, however, in the 10th century, up to the 10th century in Provence, was overwhelmingly exclusively on Talmud. So much so that when Shmuel ibn Tibbon, we'll discuss him in a moment, arrived in Provence from Spain, he was blown away that he could not find an appropriate tutor for his son in secular subjects. And he actually had to import a tutor to the region in order to teach him basic science and math and so on. That shows how kind of isolated the Jews of Provence were, focused exclusively on their Talmud. There were some very important figures who were creative in this period. Moshe Hadarshan, for example, was extremely influential. But until the arrival of a few key individuals, it was basically focused entirely on the Talmud without any interest in what's going on outside that world. That changes very dramatically, however, with the arrival of two Spaniards in particular. One of them is the great Abraham ibn Ezra, who has a fascinating story. I talked about it in another video, that he was an impoverished intellectual worker, and he was driven out of Spain, like his colleague Abraham Garcia, who also arrived in the middle of the 12th century. They were driven out of Spain by the Almohad invasion, which was a time when Spain temporarily became much more radicalized in its Islamic belief. This is actually the same movement, related to the Almohades as well, that drove Maimonides' family out of Spain at the same time. And Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Garcia came to this region. They said, what is going on? I mean, we love this community. Everyone's so friendly, and there's lots of grocery stores. But, don't you guys know anything about science? Or even Hebrew grammar? What about algebra? And don't even ask me about philosophy. You guys don't know any of this stuff. So they started speaking about the tremendous wisdom that was, second nature to Spanish Jewry, and the Jews of Provence were blown away. And it took them 2 centuries to fully integrate all of the things that Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Garcia brought to the region. The next stage in the development was, once they had heard about what was going on in Spain in particular, also in regions like Baghdad, Santiago, and they said, well, we just have to read this stuff. Where do we get it? Well, you have to learn Arabic. Oh my God, learn Arabic. And I said, okay, look, we can get some translators. And what ended up happening is 2 rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Tibbon family and the Kimchi family. They came to the region of Provence experts. Tell me that, and actually, one of the translations of Proverbs of Rabbi was actually translated orally, the first chapter, and he said, and Shalom said, "Oh my gosh, that's it. I need the whole thing as soon as possible." So people like Yehuda Ibn Tiran and Yosef Hinckley began translating some amounts of material. Their sons go on. Shmuel Ibn Tiran continues translating. Rabbi Hinckley, unlike his father, begins to branch out much more into biblical commentary. This is, of course, the famous Rabbi that we have on the Mikra Gedolot edition of the Torah. The kind of books that they translated were basically the classic philosophical and ethical works of Jews written in the Arabic language. The Rabbi Rothschild'S, which is an amazing classic. Maimonides is guide for the perplexed. Oh my gosh. Yehuda Halevi's Kuzari, a fascinating, very different and really approach to philosophy. Sagar Gaon's book of beliefs and opinions and the great poetry of Ibn Kabiro. I mean, this is essentially, maybe not so much Ibn Kabiro, but the Rabbi Rothschild, the Rambam, the Yehuda Halevi, this is all like the advanced thought curriculum of yeshivas to the present day. You can go to any great yeshiva in the world and you find copies of these books. Many of them in editions first translated into laws by these sages that are still in use and studied widely today. Let us focus specifically on Maimonides, the one that Maimonides, of course, the great who has such a phenomenal impact on medieval Jewish thought. I've spoken about him on several other videos, and I would love you to go watch those because there's just so much to say about the Rambam. But there are two specific books that are incredibly important to the Rambam. The first is his massive Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a restatement of all Jewish law from the Torah right through to the end of the Talmud, that basically in a straightforward, simple, easy to access version of medieval Hebrew, Maimonides lays out the complexity of Jewish practice, and it's very easy to look up chapter and verse and find out what you're supposed to do on any given day. It was subject to a tremendous amount of controversy for lots of reasons, but in our particular case, the most important person to consider is, without doubt, the Rabbi. Rabbi Abraham Ibn Daud of Koshir, who was one of the many commentators in the Torah from the Mishnah Torah, and he argues vociferously with the Rambam and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a typical 21st century Jewish marriage. Sorry, I said that. But, he's like so sharp with the Rambam, so critical, that when he was silent, people assume that he must be in agreement with him, so he never liked anything else. And what's beautiful about Jewish thought today is that the Rambam's commentary is always printed on the same page as the Rambam's original thought as well. So you can read Rambam, and you can also read the Rambam, which is relevant to this as well is the guide to the perplexed, which receives a lot of attention here. Provence, and in fact, the Rambam corresponded, Maimonides corresponded with the sages of Provence in some of the most difficult aspects of the guide. He was language to the guide, and of course, in the 13th century, it was learned in Paris. Motivated by Jews who disagreed with a lot of the Rambam's philosophical leanings, but nevertheless, you do get a sense of how important Provence was to the Rambam. In fact, his career in Europe was largely launched through Provence because of the sages who studied his books so assiduously. After this 13th century period of tremendous activity, primarily acting as a culture broker, then the company Provence begins to move into a creative state. This is how it's done. First, because France passes early from the receptive to the creative state. And when we say creative, what this means is not necessarily like the composition of new books that have the same kind of standing as what they Sagar Gaon, the beliefs and opinions, or Maimonides' Guide to the Correct. But what was very important is they were essentially absorbing this Arabic language material, transmitting it, and brokering it so that it could be understood by a very different audience of Jews in Europe. This is extremely valuable endeavor. And I think if you step back and pause for a second, this is essentially what organizations like Art School are doing today, and Feldheim, and they do all kinds of organizations that are sort of taking this tremendous wisdom, realizing that, for example, the Anglo public, the Anglo-Jewish public needs to have some kind of mediation, and they are translating and they are processing and they're producing videos and all kinds of things like that to make this wisdom accessible to hundreds of thousands of Jews around the world. And that's essentially what the level of creativity that's happening in Provence at this time. There are some major exceptions. There are a few like incredibly bright stars who are genuinely creative in their own right. Perhaps the most famous is Lady Ben Gershon, also known as Gersonides or the Ralbag. It's a very unique view on so many ideas in Jewish thought. But that's basically a quick roundup of who were the Chachmei Provence, what they did, what their contribution to Jewish thought was. It ends rather abruptly in the 14th century with some dramatic French expulsions and other decrees, but we're going to have to get to that story in another video. For the time being, I hope you found this useful. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I hope you found it interesting. Hello, I'm here with Rothschild'S in Provence, exploring the Romans. I went up to do quickly a couple of locations they were in our outlook. And it is essentially you have to think very consciously and even then develop by the two self-centered great examples of architecture, particularly a lot of huge central representation across the highlight of the houses, just amazing.
This is the most precious gift from Hashem in the world. You're perfect. You're perfect, little baby.
I'm so Brazilian barbershop. They keep that. It's so kidding. I get what's Brazilian.
Never say with like a
He's just a perfect little baby. You're just the perfectest little baby. You're perfect. You're perfect. You're just the perfectest little baby.
As they were being expelled from many other locations in France, they were able to seek refuge.
You're the perfectest gift from Hashem. You're just a perfect baby. You're a baby there. You're just perfectest baby bear. Perfectest baby bear in the world.
Gila Sandera. Today, say a word about your path on COVID.
Perfect little baby.
Remarkable 14th century synagogue. Built in 1367.
You're just a perfect little baby.
I'm going to break this video up.
You're just a perfect baby.
The synagogue is located in Jewish Karriere, or Jewish Street, and I call it a ghetto, particularly where later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, it was 2,000 people, something like 15% of the
Perfect
town.
little baby. Oh, look at that big boy. Look at that big boy. You're just a perfect little baby. Perfect little gift of Hashem. You're just so perfectly baby. Perfect little baby. You don't make any noise. You're just perfect.
They would be walking
Perfect.
directly under the shade of
You're perfect.
resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and
You're perfect.
so finished climbing the steps to go to there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world does not get perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world. This is just one indication of the observation.
Whoa, big boy. Big boy. You're perfect.
The oldest synagogue in France, second oldest.
Yeah, because it's like that you can champion these trans fighters, you can let them embrace and share what it's like, because otherwise you're just kind of hodgepodge in a minute, you know? And there's a lot of dudes, if they really want to go play ball, they're going to have to go play ball.
Carbon
You can't just, step over the woman's side, you know? And be fucking bringing your hair butter over there to the fucking
You're perfect.
You gotta actually, like, if they had a trans division, I feel like I would pay $4 extra a month to see the trans ballot. Or, you know, I feel like it would be on
the first is the original, the second is the 18th century part, which is the result of a major renovation that began in the 1740s. The architect had proposed something much higher than that. The bishop was rather unhappy down by the guys but there was something remarkable and charming in this miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove. Stand up there so it's scale. Another interesting feature of this 18th century style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The women's section, originally Originally, it was in the basement, and then later it was on the ground floor behind some red curtains. Also on the second floor, a single row of seats, presumably for very important women. The synagogue administration was so welcoming to us here in Cotton Drive. We were coming from a significant group of kosher river cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the aisle to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters are faded, no longer could be used for public reading. But they had behind the aisle a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torahs, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. Incredible.
Solomon, say something for the camera. Previously, involving 1771,
Truly remarkable and almost heroic intervention by locals. The treasures of the synagogue were hidden away during the Nazi period. They included this beautiful Hanukkah menorah, which unfortunately did lose the shamash. But what the Kaddish synagogue is best known for is its 14th century mikvah in the basement, which is absolutely fantastic. I want to talk about that in the next video. Thank you for watching.
Well, dude, that's what they said. You know, they had that article we talked about before. This says the nonprofit consumer group said on Thursday that 84 out of 85 supermarket foods and fast foods in recent testing contain plasticizers known as.
The basement of the Kaddish synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would have gathered for services, which they would listen to through a vent in the roof. According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy in Hebrew.
this mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
The mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which you'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
Genetic disorders, all kinds of stuff. Like Bobby Kennedy talked about.
okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Kaddish synagogue is the dirty mikvah, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's red from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the decks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, it was descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood and solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light entered into the space.
Like what if we just said, hey, we want to sell you this water, and we promise you're we promise.
The Kaddish synagogue also featured two items, one for weekday use and one for Passover matzah.
You deserve to have autism-free water.
For the most moving member of the Kaddish synagogue are the discoveries associated with the new excavations, and these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
China. Wouldn't want those guys.
Yeah.
We need, you know what I mean?
Well, definitely. Yeah, I think a lot of business now run by like people that some people say could have some autism. You know, there's a lot of speculation that Jeff Bezos has
Zuckerberg, Bezos,
Zuckerberg, Moss, yep, certainly seems like he has
It's amazing to wake up every morning
Dennis Allen that goes to the Saints.
This was the Adventures of Man's Head, one of the most fantastic books in life.
Oh, you think that's just a small stack of ham? No, look under there. There's a gram of methamphetamine. Every time I picture is a fucking
First established in the late 14th century, the Jews had been here for about 150 years when they were developed poor families, of course. When they returned to actually petition for the right to rebuild their synagogue. The conditions that were laid down was that it could not be any larger than the first synagogue. And it's quite possible this is the actual location of that first synagogue earlier in the century. Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Non, super.
Je veux
Cette synagogue, oui, la prière de France, elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur les lieux, nous avons la synagogue qui est plus dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis. Je mérite vraiment cette chaleur. Enfin, c'est pas voilà, c'est ce que Can you say it? Okay. C'est une organisation du document. Vraiment incroyable. Non, c'est la première fois. Alors, on pense que c'est la guéguise de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres, les manuscrits wow, 50 ans après les Gutenberg.
This was 15 years ago. It's Eggman will tase you if you want. The cops are going to tase people in the bar. Because there's just not a lot of like nightlife. So, 15 years later,
One of
shows up, we're sitting around
architectural features
with a
of
couple
the
of officers and one of guys, with a couple of off-duty
ball
police.
of wax that sits above the southern entrance to the cathedral. And it seems to be a source of a lot of controversy among art historians, many of whom have used a specific Jewish connection to this unusual decorative feature. The door is known as the portrait, the Jewish door. Several different theories as to why it is so named. One argument is that when Jews were forced to be converted, they were required, since they were not yet baptized, to enter through the side door rather than the front door. This seems to me rather unlikely because forced conversions of this nature were highly exceptional in the period, and the upper levels of the clergy frowned on them. There was a significant number of rebukes going down to lower clergy throughout Provence when such incidents would occur. Another possibility is that Jews who decided to convert of their own accord, for whatever reason, perhaps spiritually motivated, perhaps economically or socially motivated, or fearful of persecution, they would have entered through this door. Well, that's possible, but also not especially convincing because the does not have any explicit Jewish connotation. A third possibility is that the artist was making a commentary on the Black Death. That's possible. The cathedral was built it's really important what goes on the outside of churches and monumental architecture like this, because when you have illiterate peasants coming in that have farms this cathedral, which gives the church an opportunity to explain very complex theological ideas, such as the relationship between Christianity and Judaism, to an otherwise illiterate population. The other feature that's really unusual about the practice brought by the Mass, which is something you don't see in other examples throughout France, is that the cross is not situated at the top of the doors, but rather at the bottom. Now, normally the oracles, especially the cross of prophets, is a symbol of sovereignty, a symbol of power. It's often shown in the hands of the king or the emperor, and this spear represents the entire universe, and that, it's under God's sway. That's what the cross is supposed to signify. But why would the cross be inverted at the bottom? What's unusual? And maybe what the artist was trying to say was that, there are all these who feed off the material world, and it's diabolical. That would be appropriate for the 14th century when there's a lot of charges of Jews being in connection with the devil and witches and things like that. But it's not explicit at all. So I'm left with the question as to what exactly this piece of church architecture actually signifies. The thing is, was it named the Jewish door because of the ball of glass, or was the ball of glass so interpreted because the door was named the Jewish door? Which one came first? At any rate, I believe it was an open question here, but it is a fascinating aspect of the history of the church in Kazakhstan and the Jews who lived there.
We'll see that in America anymore. They had some monks by us, and we lived right by a park, and they stole a bunch of high school music equipment, I guess. So all night they'd be in the park, I guess, some sheet music.
It must have been an amazing experience from 3 a.m. and you hear somebody on a flute just playing. It's like, love the way you Papal Palace, the city walls of Avignon, the walls are actually very well preserved. Avignon has a beautiful sense of scale and a lot of really gorgeous architecture, but it's dominated by the most amazing, somewhat eclectic design of the Papal Palace, which dates from the 14th century then, or a little bit less than a century. The popes made their home here in Avignon rather than in Rome. Ironically, the papacy in Avignon signaled taking refuge for Jews as they were being expelled very harshly from other parts of the region. So many Jews actually found shelter for theological and other reasons within the walls of this holy city. Our group from Kosher River Cruises made our way through the narrow streets of the city to Gas Jerusalem, which is the central square of the old Jewish Karriere. On the corner of the square is located a modest, rather Romanesque exterior which houses the Avignon synagogue. And the narrow corridor into the synagogue is the location of those synagogues.
The Talmudic tractate of Sukkah, at the beginning they're discussing that there's a city somewhere called Rothschild'S, where there are two high hills, and they're discussing whether the shape renders the Sukkah possible or not. So I think they actually, the Jewish community of Avignon has brought the Sukkah from Rothschild'S and places.
Wow, that's great. As we enter Glory Avignon Synagogue, which is still part of Iraq, we first going through a spontaneous rendition of the passage of the Shabbat liturgy. This 19th century synagogue is a beautiful testament ongoing to its presence in Avignon.
No, I think, look, that'd be a tough one to get in. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of security. Oh, that's a good point. So it's good first round, you know what I mean? No, that's important, actually. I say we see the dispatch the unit. See how they do. Yeah. Then we test to see that's like the final boss to see how we can do it against some crack security and guys with the gun. Oh, yeah, you know. Yeah. place where people where it all topples over, you know. Because all it takes is really, I thought about this. All it takes is like a couple of people, like at a police stations. All it takes is a couple of people to be like, hey, I'm not going to follow the rules. And once they, and then other people are also going to discuss, and then it's just nobody's. Because we're going to get there, you know. I feel like kind of people just kind of are like, if nobody's going to follow the rules, then why everybody's kind of getting there? Maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe just make it exciting for the conversation. I don't know.
If people are not following rules, I don't know if that's going to start going.
But at a certain point, if enough people say, okay, I'm not going to drive within the lines, right? I'm not going to follow the speed limit. It's almost just like that. Like every now and then, like that
has an immediate consequences for whoever's doing it. They're going to crash. Usually. You know?
But if enough people are like, well, fuck it, I'm not waiting because there's an emergency, they're not going to wait. No matter what, I'm just going to go do what I want. But it's just that attitude, I'm just going to do it. And then
Other
it's,
countries do that.
yeah.
Going to the traffic jams and shit there, like in India. You ever watch that?
Oh, they just, yeah.
And they're doing it.
You just wonder what's going to happen, you know? What else are we talking about? I feel like
What's going on with you?
What's going on with me, man? Not too much, dude. What's going on? Thinking about touring and just how to do it, you know? That's been something. I was thinking about, I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about that a lot. Like, do I want to go spend, like, some people do a big tour, you know? And I like, and they go to the big cities and stuff like that, but I would almost rather do like a 3-year tour and go as I want.
It's kind of what I'm looking at.
And just make it as you want to do it. It just feels like more manageable to me. And, so that, I think, I've been thinking about that. Also, I've been thinking about getting like a halfway house or something like that. Yeah, pretty cool. And then,
those are officers. That's our officer training school.
Yeah, dude, definitely. So, I mean, honestly, that's something I've been thinking a lot about. What else on a personal side? Not much, dude. I'm supposed to be like ayahuasca.
Really?
Yeah. Jeez.
In a couple days, where are you going? South America? Where are you going?
No, it's just right off. It's right off. It's right off the interstate.
Ayahuasca.
I didn't smell it. Yeah, it was Popeye. I can't remember. It was just 600 yards.
Oh, it's gonna be so nice.
Well, twice a day I get to do the face or whatever.
High shit smell, man.
Oh no, it's not. You're not like it's not a fun high.
I've heard it.
It's like God is crawling it out of your wiener. It's like it's just a lot. It feels like a lot. It feels like you're just like in therapy, like to like. You know, the same somebody who's playing basketball, in the house. You know, kind of weird, maybe like the floor feels like God. This feels like you're playing like basketball, like on the first one. Like you're just like, it feels like, I don't know, it's just intense. Yeah.
Did you feel like it went well when you got done?
Yeah, it's just crazy, yeah. It's like God shows up and you run this. But it feels really real. It's not like you're fucked up, like, hey, you know, you see that, you know.
It's definitely a fucking psychological influence. Not that it's the same as ayahuasca. I did reach the fucking, like, I'm not here anymore. I'm seeing, I'm just fully seeing things.
Yeah.
I came out of it, I was like, I'm gonna be better.
Perfect baby.
Yeah.
So
that's the thing I think I wanted to see. I just wanted to wear on it for like a year and a half since I did it. So, I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about that. I don't know. Sometimes I think about maybe moving or getting also living somewhere else. I think it's fun to spend time down here. Austin is cool.
You can do stand-up.
It's a beautiful city.
It's just like saying it's a fun city.
Yeah, there's a lot of neat stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of neat stuff. So that's pretty cool.
trying to get new interesting guests on. We're trying to get a carnival. We're trying to get a party. Going out. What do you think? I've heard a lot about this. What do Gypsy Rose do? She killed her boyfriend and killed her mother.
Yeah, it's not funny. I'm talking to myself. That's laugh. Yeah, she hit her boyfriend, killed her mom. Her mom made him pretend that she was like challenging something with charity.
The mom had blowjobs by proxy, so it was a bit triggered and thinking she was sick and had all these ailments.
Yeah, there's like a TV series about it, dude, and a lot of information about it. But she's also from Louisiana, so I was like, oh, pretty interesting to talk with her and just see like what her life was like. But I think she did another podcast, and something that's supposed to happen, and then it'll just happen.
That's the mom, and she just kept making up. She
made her pretend she was in a wheelchair and dressed up like a clown and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's what they, and her boyfriend, I think, she was like, they made love, so
he's still in jail. This guy's still in jail.
yeah, that guy should be in. He looks like he's grown. So yeah, anyway, that's her. We're trying to get a carnival for her. What problem did we run into?
The issue we're running into with carnies is that a lot of the carnival industry is
But still, I know all those
so much.
And then they got a little yeah, but that is what the problem with carnival people is the carnival's going fucking animal, man. They don't have any animals. First of all, it's a lot of virtual shit. Like, you can't get it fucking anyway. You have it in Miami or and it's very, I guess, more Disney-ized. You can't find any good motherfucker, Like, I remember there was a guy, Thomas, who used to live on the fair that we went to. So you went the day early morning, before you could do a ride, but you could basically practice. You would disappear, you would do fucking missing, you would get wiped up, she would get wiped up by this carnival. Anything but you could go practice. And I got home once I was getting off of a ride, and I guess I grabbed two rails at the same time and completed a circuit. And so I put it, I was just, and this one guy I remember was get on out of here. And he called me in when he put my foot in my back. Thank God. He saved me. Thank God, dude. So, yeah, you should be saying, why are you like to do this? Oh, well, it's surprising. That's how I have my love. He was fixing it. He's on labor before. He's big. Yeah, he was fixing it. He was laying on the wire. I guess that was tax mode. And while he was fixing it, he just stopped. He was huge. No one was like, stop. Everyone was like, no, dude, stop. Yeah, that's one of the worst things that happens when people get electrocuted. People like sees a lot of like doing all that will say stuff like that, like shake my hand. This ain't a time to laugh, Rodney. I don't want to scream. Unless you're a big women in your house. They are alarms. Like alarms. Yeah. They scream. Second someone. Anything that's it. Something to scream. Yeah. That's a great man, it was like, hey, what the fuck's going on? We're not screaming. They're like a fight. Taking a lot of eyes. It's unfortunate. And you guys being down your girl scream all the time. Just whoever's beating you up is terrorizing your whole family unit. Like, it's all of a sudden I could hear her go sit in the car. And would you go tase the fucking thing and start yelling just like Mickey did at that shit?
Actually, at that point, that feels like that's, you can say all words.
Different. Yeah, I think having your girls taser ready is kind of like shit.
Women screaming bothers me during basketball games. They scream. Football games, they get excited and scream so loud.
It's ridiculous. My buddy told me to watch his son play football, right? And there's just random women behind us, okay? One of them has a megaphone that doesn't fucking, it just makes him sound like Stephen Hawking. So it's just so like, it's like a $90 megaphone. It's like, fucking kidding me. And she just yelling and just, I'm all yelling at the ref, dude, you know?
Yeah, yelling at the refs, that's what it was. Because that guy's fun.
Oh, man, yeah.
So,
that guy was so control the community, though.
yeah, he's like, I got arrested this morning, so football. Yeah, there's some there. Fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, that was awesome. Get your eyes out your ass. Somebody will yell at that.
Oh, yeah, you fucking ass. These guys have like running their cars out there in the middle of football game.
For $12 an hour, the guy has to be fucking almost died. He doesn't get good. Just because he fucking was torn with his and
It's all fucking out there. Like, got drunk, all these guys.
Yeah, some people used to call it that. Some people still do call it that. Is there an actual Little Prison Football League or not? Let's bring that up. Well, you know what always gets me every year is that video of the blonde guy playing football or something.
It's fucking fun, child. It's so funny.
It's not funny. It's not fun. I'm not laughing at it. It's not funny because the guy's fine. It's funny because
it just goes exactly how you think it's going to go.
Yeah, and the reporter, yeah, this is what's funny about it, is the reporter who makes it fucking ridiculous. Because they're like, hey, this makes perfect sense and safety for this guy. And then they watch the play and pretend like it's fucking insane.
Little people versus giant people. This is soccer. I don't see any to America at all. Giants.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited about our upcoming exploration of Provence, France, with culture introductions. So this video is part of my advanced research for that trip. I'd like to speak specifically about an amazing time in Provence in the 12th century, where there was a huge conflagration of ideas collecting in Provence that really created an amazing culture that makes this part of the world so special for Jewish history. So let's unpack it. First of all, have a look at the various influences on the region of Provence. Here you can see in this map, it is towards the south of France. We'll be cruising southward from Lyon down the Rhone River to the Mediterranean. It's absolutely beautiful rolling hills, things like that. And Jewishly, what is several different populations. First of all, there is the tremendous influence of Spanish Jews, especially those that come from out on the southern part, where you have all of these ideas regarding how Judaism fits in a larger world, relationship to Islam, relationship to Christianity. They're all cooking among the tremendously creative scholars of the golden age of Spanish Jewry, and they're reaching up over the Pyrenees Mountains and making a huge influence on the Jews living in Provence. The second major area of influence on Provence is, of course, the Jews of France, more specifically northern France, where means additions. It refers to the commentary that's typically printed on the outside of Talmudic pages that is very, very different from what Rashi brought to the page. Rashi is especially known for his very pithy, clarifying comments that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on, whether it's the Torah or whether it's Talmud. And he'll also incorporate the teachings of the oral Torah into his commentaries. Tosafot is something totally different. These are basically a large school of scholars gathering around his grandchildren, like the Rothschild'S, for example, and Rabbi in particular, where they will look at a page of the Talmud and say, wait a second, how can it say this over here when way over in another part of the Talmud is something totally different, apparently contradictory? And they will work with the entire source of Talmudic literature, absolute amount of information, and they will analyze it and critique it, ask questions of it, provide answers, and question those answers. It's a much more analytical school than Rashi. And they're approaching the Talmud in a very different way, but of course they're having an influence on Provence to the south. It is important to note that Provence is quite distinct from what we would call northern France today, for a whole host of reasons. They even speak a different language, a different version of French, and they maintain, as we shall see, very strong regional identities, both the local non-Jewish population and the Jews living in Provence. The third influence, which is what I'd like to look at today, and this is all happening in the late 12th century in particular, is from all the way out in Egypt, where you have the great eagle, no one less than the great Maimonides himself. And he's writing, first of all, in Hebrew. His Mishnah Torah begins to make its way to Provence, and that has a huge effect. But later, his Judeo-Arabic writings are mediated through the Spanish Jews living in Provence in a very, very important way, as we shall see. So let's turn now, though, however, to the internal rivalries between the French Jews and the Provençal Jews. And where I see this most beautifully illustrated is the work of Professor Rabbi, who just recently published this very nice book, His Land, Jewish Life and Legal Culture in late medieval Provence. I found it really quite stimulating. And the kind of examples he brings to bear, relying on the research of people like Professor Joseph Schatzmiller and others, is, for example, exemplified in one specific case where he describes a synagogue in Provence, and we actually have a date on it, where it happens to fall within the 10 days of repentance when this particular incident occurred. That means it's between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and apparently long after midnight, Jews are gathered in a Provençal synagogue, and they're saying these special prayers for that penitential season, which we call. And in walks a French Jew, right? Not a Provençal Jew, but a Jew from France. And he says, I have to bury someone. I need some help with this difficult task. And he's apparently got his shovels and pickaxes and things with him as he walks into the synagogue late at night. And then when he walks into the synagogue, that's when all chaos erupts, because he sees that the person leading the prayers of that holy evening is the text lists a boy. It's very unlikely that it would be someone under the age of 13, but it probably means a young man, someone who is probably unmarried and clean-shaven or without a beard. And apparently this French Jew gets really upset, and he says, what is going on in this synagogue? Don't we all follow the custom of my ancestors in France proper, and says that these special prayers may only be led by an adult male with a full beard? You know, that these prayers have tremendous gravitas and seriousness. And how can you choose someone to lead your prayers who is so young and inexperienced? And apparently the father of the son confronts this man and says, wait, what is it? You're in your business. This is our synagogue here in Provence, and we follow our own customs. And it actually descended into a battle of fists, that they actually fought each other. And in fact, it involved to some degree the use of the shovels and various tools that the grave digger had brought with him. And this ended up in criminal court, non-Jewish criminal court, where we have the entire crime state. So I think this one little episode kind of illustrates the tremendous degree of the rivalry got the rivalry between the French Jews in the north and the Provençal Jews in the south, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs. This is where we should talk about Maimonides entering into it. So Moses Maimonides was a person of no small consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition and actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to Provence during his lifetime was a book called the Mishnah Torah, literally the repetition of the Torah, in which he consolidates all of rabbinic writings into one completely refashioned legal code that goes through the entirety of how Jews should conduct themselves in this world. And it's a massive work, and we've spoken in many other lectures about why it is so special and so unique. It was received with great enthusiasm by the Jews of Provence, and they were so excited about this that, well, we've got to read more of this man's writings. And they turned to the Ibn Tibet family, who were originally from Spain and were fluent in Arabic and, of course, Judeo-Arabic, which is basically a version of Arabic written in Hebrew characters with a significant amount of Hebrew and Aramaic influences. And the Ibn Tibets churned out book after book, translated the great classics of the Judeo-Arabic tradition, which is partially a Spanish tradition and partially a North African tradition, working on books like the Povos of Lavavos, the Duties of the Heart by Rabbi, and then, of course, the great Oren the Bukin, the great Guide for the Perplexed of Maimonides. Now, this got Maimonides into a lot more trouble because once it was rendered into Hebrew, specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which is way more challenging in many ways than the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed, and they were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case, but to the south of Provence, even his greatest critics, such as the individual who is buried here, the Raavad, Rabbi Abraham ben David, there are actually several Raavads. This is known as Raavad II. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah Torah, which is sometimes small corrections and sometimes very harsh criticisms, but nevertheless embracing the idea of Maimonides' works. This is actually a modern gravestone at the site of his burial, along with his son, Rabbi Isaac Rabbi, that's Rabbi Yitzchak Saki Rapor, the great military full of light, but that is the euphemism for life, who was one of the great Kabbalists of the region. So in its entirety, Provence, unlike France to the north, with the influence of the Coastal in particular, was very tolerant of many different ideas, including Maimonides' challenging philosophical ideas, largely because they had already been introduced to this kind of thought through the influence of the Spanish thinkers, and especially the family of translators known as the Ibn-Tibets. Okay, wow, so amazing. I can't wait to go back to the Provence and have a look at that amazing territory and see where these brilliant Jews live. I hope you'll be able to join us on Culture Riverboat Cruises, and if not, God willing, we'll provide videos of the experiences we have there. Thank you very much for watching.
So excited. Wow. Have you made a show ever? Have you done any outdoor festivals?
I did watch that progression.
Yeah. Some of those look amazing, like some of those really amazing. Do you like doing the outdoor? We did one in Edmonton. It's tough. It was fun. It's just different.
Yeah. I'm not only ever done it over and over. So I went out and I would do like a long set by the yard. I had no idea.
Did you feel like it was fun? Like, this how
I
you
was doing like 15, 20 minutes, so I was like, all right, let's just clock in and get this done. Sometimes it was good, sometimes I felt like I sucked. You can't tell, because it was like a minor league baseball field. You know, laps. Yeah. And it was, the sun was up. You can see everyone.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I gotta say, I just think Jewish history is so fascinating. I don't know why people don't study it more than they do, but I'm so glad to have you here because I have some really interesting things to share with you today. Specifically, it seems that there were 3 Jews serving as soldiers of Rome in the first century before the Common Era, living in the region of ancient Gaul, which would be today basically Germany or on the border of France. And this was in the first century before the Common Era. I mean, oh my gosh, it's so fascinating. Let me tell you about this. So first of all, we have this on the basis of 3 gravestones. The first one is shown here. This is Monimus, the son of Yerombal. We'll talk about what that means shortly. The second is this beautiful grave marker. It looks like it may have come out of the same, school of artists or something. Scabeus, the son of Darrow. And then finally, we have one where we don't have any image and we only have the inscription, but of Caius, son of Hanalus. So I'm going to tell you more details about these 3 specific gravestones and what they mean. But first, let's just do a little bit of back history because history is written by historians, right? And it's really important that we give credit to some of these scholars who have done fantastic work. I first came across this when I was doing research a while ago for a graduate course I hope to be teaching in Budapest with the Ashkenazi a little later this year. And it's in the work of Asher Frischman. Asher Frischman wrote this amazing book, Ashkenazi Rishonim, the early Ashkenazi Jews. The English translation of the subtitle is Since Their Settlement in Northwest Europe to the First Crusade, published in 2008. It's really something that should be translated. It's absolutely fantastic. At any rate, in the early chapters, Frischman explores some of the early legend of European settlement. One of the most fascinating ones is one that appears in Ibn Dawud in the 12th century, that the Roman emperor, according to some versions, it was Vespasian, according to others, it was Titus, but these would be both in the second half of the first century in the context of the destruction of Jerusalem in the First Roman Jewish War. According to the legend, the emperor sent off 3 ships full of Jews with no captain on the ship and with the rudder removed, meaning just cast adrift into the Mediterranean. Wouldn't have made a difference if you have a ship full of Jews. Even if you have a captain and you have a rudder, it's not going to change things because after all, every Jew on the ship is going to be a captain too. But at any rate, according to the legend, where did they land? They made their way all the way across the Mediterranean, just under the Italy and Sicily, and they landed in the south of France in 3 specific locations. In Arles in the south, Bordeaux to the west, and Lyon to the north. Now, what these 3 sites have in common, besides really beautiful places, is that they are places where we're all going to visit with culture riverboat cruises, of course. But most historians feel like there's really not much to this legend. We do have definitely a source in Josephus that says Jews were in this region in the first century, but I'll tell you about that in a second. What's important for us is it appears that these 3 gravestones that we're going to look at are from an entirely different trip of Jews that is not at all legendary, going all the way from Jerusalem all the way up to Mainz or Mayence in French, in the earliest corner of Ashkenaz, just north of Stuttgart and the Frankfurt. Let's get into the story a little deeper. Now, we know a lot about this century. Jewish populations from Josephus. He's an incredibly important historian. This is the classic illustration of Josephus. You see this particular image in all kinds of representations. Of course, we have no idea what Josephus actually looked like. At one point, there was a sculpture discovered, and a lot of historians got very excited because they thought this was exactly Josephus. But in reality, we were just kind of like fooled by the large nose. It turns out not to be about Josephus at all, and we don't know what he looks like. But I did come across this image on a beautiful website of the Low Country Digital Library, and that refers to the Low Country region of South Carolina. There's some amazing things there, including several reproductions of images of Josephus. Not only this one, but here is like the studious Josephus. You can see what's really quite different from the earlier one. And here's one of my favorites, the learned and warlike Jew Josephus, which you see his whole talk history here, Rabbi. At any rate, let's go back to the story. Josephus records the fact that we know there was a Jew in the south of France in the first century, the king Archelaus. He was the son of Herod, and he was renowned for his incompetence. And he was ultimately exiled by the Romans from Judea to Vienna, not Vienna, but Vienna, which is in the south of France. Now, I know you might be thinking, exile in the south of France doesn't sound too bad, but you have to realize that in the early first century, it was like impossible to fit any Asian kosher steakhouse in France. So it must have thought that made sense. Josephus tells us about that one Jew there, but he also tells us about the Itureans. And here's where Rabbi Dr. Sally Levy comes in. Here's a photograph of him serving as a field chaplain in the German army in World War I. He had a well-regarded career not only as a soldier, but also as a rabbi and a historian. The years are 1883 to 1941. He was the last rabbi of mine in the pre-Holocaust period. The sad part of the story is that even though he had a brilliant career of caring for his community in mines, he went to America in 1938 to raise funds for his community and things like that. And when things got so much worse in the Nazi period, he actually returned to mines to care for them. He was there until the spring of 1941, until it became very clear that it was very dangerous for him to remain. He made the decision, and now he's 58 years old. He made the decision he was going to emigrate. He tried to make appointments with the Gestapo to get special permission to leave. And while he was waiting for that, he died of a heart attack in Berlin. He was buried in the cemetery that was the site of so much of his research. Let's go now directly to his research. So he published this article in this great journal. He gave really the feel of the Weimar Republic era. It translates as the newsletter for the history of Jews in Germany. And the font, as you can see, is very bold and aggressive in the sense of, yeah, we belong in Germany as well. And his article was on this remarkable early finds, first century before the Common Era, of Jews living in Germany. Who were they? So first of all, they were Itureans. You can see from this map here that Iturea is located to the northeast of what would be the contemporary political boundaries of the state of Israel today. It would be sort of eastern Syria and Lebanon region. This area was conquered by the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans or the Hashmonaim, and the people there, as we saw earlier in Idumea, they were forcibly converted to Judaism. This is a very dark period in some ways in Jewish history. It's really the only time that this happened. It was under the Hashmonaim, and the Jews had lots of reasons to later regret that. No doubt the hesitancy to accept converts stems from this period. The Romans took control of the region in the year 63 before the Common Era, and they made good use of these Itureans afterwards as soldiers in their army. So the gravestones, although they don't have specific dates on them, they can be dated to sometime after that, probably under Julius Caesar or Claudius, perhaps Augustus. So these three gravestones were from three Jewish soldiers serving as part of the Iturean contingent. These are the maybe second, third, fourth generations of these first converts of fourth converts from Iturea, but definitely they had been circumcised and they adopted Judaism, at least if we are to take Josephus at his word. Now, let's go back to the stones themselves and try to understand what can we provide from them. First of all, they don't look especially Jewish. I mean, it's really bizarre to see Jewish gravestones with actual 3D sculptures on them. That's such a non-Jewish thing, especially in the ancient period. Jews were overwhelmingly anti-Christ. There's no indication to suggest that they went to a Jewish grave worker or a gravestone maker to put these together. And this could have been, just what they would do for any gravestones at the time. Probably for wealthier, more important people, because these look like pretty significant works of art. But there's no Jewish symbols in them. There's no Hebrew in it. It's actually iron and Latin. The only one that mentions a family member is the third one that doesn't have an image on it. This was erected by a brother. Now, by the way, we should also mention that we're not absolutely sure that these are totally Jewish, but there's pretty strong indications that they were. But even if we decide that we're talking about three Jews, there's no indication that there's continuity between these three Jews and some kind of nascent Jewish community that would later last hundreds of years later. We do have one reference in the 4th century in the Theodosian growth that strongly indicates that there were Jews living in Cologne. But otherwise, you have to wait another 500 years to start to appear. So no continuity necessarily between these early pieces of evidence and the much larger groups of data sets that we have from the So what can we say about the text? Let me read the first one. It says, Onimus, Bali, Miles, Sohorses, that's number one. Oram, and Anoram, and that's number 12, which is 50. Defendiorum, XPI, right? Which translates as Onimus, the son of Yerombal, the soldier of the first Iturean cohort. He was 50 years old, and it appears that he served for 16 years as a soldier, if I'm translating this correctly, left here. There's nothing Jewish here at all, right? The second one is very similar. His name is Zebeus, the son of Ero, and he was only 24 years old, and it appears that his service was 8 years. And the third one is Caius, the son of Hanelus, who was also 50 years old and served for 19 years. And this is the one that was directed by his brother, Joshua. Okay, so how do we identify these stones as belonging to Jews? So what Rabbi Dr. Levy points out is that first of all, the Iturea, the fact that they are coming from Iturea, at the very least, they are people who come from the region that we know has been made Jewish 3-4 generations earlier. Secondly, when you look at the name, you see that it has some distinct features. So, for example, the name Onimus in the first one, Josephus, we see that name is used as a Latin version of Yerombal is a little weirder because this appears to definitely a Semitic name. The Baal ending is used by Semites. But the thing is, it's not a nice Jewish name. It's like naming your child after inappropriate villains. In the Bible, it's kind of like naming your child today Adolf, for example. By the way, there are lots of people named Adolf. Very fine Jews who were probably back in but at any rate, it's just a Semitic name. So, Menachem, if it is really the form of Menachem, that's really Jewish. Yerombal, a little weirder, but possible. Second name, Zebeus, could easily be the biblical name Kiva, which is definitely do that, for example, in the book of Kings. And his father was Ero, which could be Er, or Eri, also very Semitic. Could be. This last one, however, is the strongest. Caius, not clear exactly where that comes from, but his father was Hanel, definitely Hanel, Hananya, totally Jewish name. Hanael is a clearly theophoric. The last syllable there is widely used by Jews as a name for God, very much indicative of Jewish name. So that's basically where we are with understanding these Hebrew stones. We know they came from a very Jewish place. We know they have some Jewish names in there. The gravestones themselves don't look like they really care that much about Jewish customs, so we might assume that they're fairly distant from Jewish mores, or it could be that the people who set up those tombstones were unaware of Jewish customs, and they simply did what they thought was right for apparently very respected colleagues and brothers on. Like I said, I think Jewish history is just so fascinating. I can't wait to get this week to start exploring again and looking for examples of Jewish history in the wild, so to speak. If you're able to join us on Social River Cruises, that is great. If not, I look forward to seeing you. I have got an absolutely amazing story to tell you. It's something I've been fascinated with for a long time, but only recently was I able to find sources that give me much more detail about it. Basically, the story is about an individual named Bodo who lived in the 9th century, a very educated person who amazingly dropped off the map and reappeared as a Jew, taking the name Eliezer. And he was involved in some fascinating collections, which is very unusual for the time, and it actually had much larger repercussions than I had originally thought when I first came across the story. The reason I got so deeply involved in the story of Bodo, which is not a small episode actually, it's a very large, significant story there, is because I was doing my research and preparation for the Ocean Riverboat cruise down the Long River later this year, and I was looking at the life of Agabon, who was a bishop in Israel, and he had a lot of things to say about Jews, not especially complimentary, and his life intersects with Bodo in a couple of interesting ways. But here's the basic story. Bodo was born around the year 814 to an aristocratic family in Germany. He was referred to as an Alemann, which is related to the word Alemann, which is Germany. He received a superior education. He was sent to a monastery as a young boy where he was literacy in the religious text, and then because his scholarship was really special, he was sent to the high office of the imperial court. There he was essentially ruled for no things he might have been bishop or even archbishop someday. But then at one point, in 838, when he was about 4 or 5 years old, he asked for permission to make a pilgrimage to Rome, and then he disappeared and reappeared in Spain under a new name, Eliezer, as a Jew, and had a huge controversy erupted on him after that. So there's a lot that this says, not only about his individual life, but his life really exposed some cultural and religious fissures within this early European faith, and it gives me an opportunity to study a very important counter-narrative about the major trends of historiography in the period. There are basically 6 principal doctrines, or cognitive doctrines, which are contemporary, meaning during Bodo's lifetime or shortly thereafter, and we're going to look at them. I'm very grateful for the work of Frank Reese, who wrote this remarkable book, The Journey of Deacon Bodo from the Rhine to the Guadalquivir, Apostasy of Converted Judaism in Early Modern Europe. It came out in 2019, builds on the research of a lot of other really great researchers like Bernard who in France, who wrote extensively about Bodo and correspondence. And that's what I'm going to rely on very heavily in Dr. Reese's work for this presentation. Okay, so let's try to understand this. First of all, the most important and most extensive single account of what happened is a single paragraph that was authored by Ismar, the Archbishop of Rheims, under Charles around the year 876. And this is in the context of a much larger document called the Annals of Saint Germain, which is essentially kind of like chronology going through a portion of the activity here. Now here's the paragraph. I'm just going to read it straight to the response. Meanwhile, something very distressing happened. Something bewailed by all the children of the Catholic Church. Rumors spread the news, and the emperor found out that the deacon Bodo, an Alemann by birth and deeply imbued from his earliest childhood in the Christian religion, with the scholarship of the clergy, with sacred and secular learning, a man who only the previous year, that would have been 836, had requested permission from the emperor and empress to go on pilgrimage to Rome, and had been granted his permission and had been loaded with gifts. This man, seduced by the envy of the human race, had abandoned Christianity and converted to Judaism. Thus he was circumcised, let his hair grow, and his beard grow, and adopted, or rather usurped, the name of Eliezer. This is what I think in Yiddish you might call sort of a shanda party value. So in translation, that actually means a shame for the non-Jews. It's something that's terrible that makes you look bad and actually non-Jews. But in this case, if you can make a little fun on the preposition for or Yiddish, it's a shanda for the goyim, for the non-Jews, which are kind of living their life. These points out the classic things just looking at this one paragraph. Note the surprise of that here's a guy, Rodo, with such a superior education, and despite that incredible education, he then sort of speak off the rails, off the path. So why did this happen? So it's a possibility. One of the big things that scholars of that era, Christian scholars of that era, were especially interested in is something called the Hebraic Alphabet, the true Hebrew. They were working especially with the Vulgate, the translation of several hundred years old of the Tanakh into Latin, the Bible into Latin. And you know that every time you translate something, there's always going to be distortion. It's inevitable because languages are not equal. It's possible to convey the same sensibility exactly in another language. So they're always questioning, well, here we have a question. What does this really mean? And the word answer, we've got to go back to the Hebraic Alphabet, the actual syntax. Very, very deep version of the literacy in Hebrew. Is it possible that perhaps Bodo was among those who started engaging? And in this context, I was reminded of something I listened to yesterday on the 1840 podcast. Really important podcast. Dr. Rabbi, they're interviewing Dr. Noam White, who is a colleague of mine who's responsible for the Open Door Media project on Unpacked, where disclosure, I often work with our guests on some of their podcasts, the history of that, and very curious as well. So I'm a big fan of both Dr. Weissman and Dr. Anyway, Dr. Weissman was talking about something in his youth. I don't remember the specifics of it, but basically he was in college speaking with a young Christian, and they're discussing their comparative religion, and it got down to an argument. So Dr. Weissman essentially said, "Show me your Bible, and I'll show you mine." And so his Christian interlocutor brought out and said, "Oh, we're not being James churches, and this revised version of the Bible, and it's something like this, right?" Dr. Weissman said, "Now let me show you my Bible," and so you have this which is the standard go-to edition of the Bible today, which lists only a few lines of the actual Hebrew text. Surrounding it are so many layers of commentary and interpretation and support that reflects the conversation of looking at the Bible over the centuries. Returning to our story of Bodo, is it possible, as their readers suggest, perhaps, that Bodo got involved in this dialectic against there are a lot of really good questions in the just looking at it on a kind of like a single level of single lens to understand the text. It's not necessarily a good unfortunately, we don't know a lot about why exactly it's converted. Part of the reason for this is because many of the doctrines that we have we're going to get to that a little more in a second. But for the time being, let's just add one more point that Dr. Lee made. It's clear on the inclusion of this particular passage in the Annals of St. Bernard was that it had a much larger impact than merely the story of one that goes off the ground. Jewish. Herring, or maybe it was the Asian food. Because the annals of Bernard essentially deal with state level, continent level things. And his argument is that Bodo is kind of like this sort of pathetic fallacy of just look at how our society is falling apart. And exactly it was. Two states were made at this time. There was a big succession crisis under Charles the Bald. Divided up the empire among several sons, and eventually it was fractured as a result. Bodo's crisis, this resulted in his also reflected in the very state of Charles the Bald. So let's look at the plans. Now, the other thing that happened once it becomes Jewish is he apparently doesn't just disappear. He's quite active in exchanging ideas with other nations. In particular, one Alvaro of Cordova was apparently correspondence which has been preserved in codex form. We know for sure that it is a correspondence with Plato because initially that's how he is addressed. Later on, however, Alvaro simply refers to him as the transgressor. Now, there are 7 letters in which from the Islamic translated and studied. 4 of them from Alvaro and 3 are from Al-Azhar, but they are preserved by Alvaro and his followers. Some of the folios of those letters, as they were recorded in a codex, have been removed, perhaps by a later pious archivist who found that material was unfortunately, sections where Bodo describes his motivation for conversion are lost. Those are perhaps the most fascinating of the Christianity, however, became an image that some of the later copyists, perhaps out of religious zeal, just obscured several sections of the folios that are still intact, but nevertheless, we can reconstruct some of his motivation from the way in which Alvaro's response to provide arguments. Those arguments must respond to the religion. The 3 basic issues that they argued about in the course of correspondence was, number 1, who is the Messiah? Is the founder of Christianity, or somebody else? Is Christianity already walked the face of the earth, or is it someone who has not? Second, who is the true history bearer of the good? Fascinating exchange between Alvaro, this is the reason why some say he must have been Jews, because I am by nature and race of the Jews, and I have been raised to be Christian. So perhaps if he's not, it seems like he's taken at his word as he was part of Christianity. Whereas Bodo, to become Eliezer, is not racially, ethnically, so on Jewish, it's religious situation, which numbers the two, they have an argument. The third section is Christianity a fulfillment of Judaism or something totally different? Absolutely fascinating. It's so unusual to see someone pushing back against the dominant faith. The Jews are China more than this point, and so aggressively defending their ideas in a situation where it's actually quite dangerous for them, quite amazing. Now this brings us back to the Rhone River, because here we have some testimony about Bodo from one Amolo, who was a disciple of the Chicago Rabbi. And Amolo ascribed some rather nasty behavior to Bodo Eliezer. He has no other corroboration to this is actually what the case. But he argued that Bodo Eliezer had somehow argued with the elite to persecute Christians in Muslim Spain. And in fact, there was, a few years afterwards, a notable rise of Christians who apparently sort of self-immolated, trying to get the Muslims to make them into martyrs. I know it sounds bizarre, but just have a look on the web on something called the Kosovo martyr. It's 40 Muslim monks who, openly violated Sharia in Muslim Spain and were beheaded as a result between the years 850 and 859. So Apollo, who was certainly no friend of the Jews, just like his teacher Agobard and a lot of Muslims today about the Greeks, Apollo may have simply blamed this on Bodo Eliezer, but we simply don't know the sources of this time. Okay, I hope you found this look at one light as revealed by medieval sources witnessing. If you are able to join us on this cruise in the road, we're going to explore so much more of this kind of material and actually walk the streets where people like Bodo and otherwise actually walk. If not, I really look forward to sharing videos with you of our trips and experiences and thank you very much for
Sean Strickland, somebody else, top 3 meets them, and the conversation can start, even though he's the four of his last 6. But you get a big win, and you're right back in it. You're right back in it. But you're not beating the moment by decision and give a shot at all. It's not happening. Because I love for you to see the fly out to Chicago.
I came across this absolutely fascinating. I was researching for our upcoming cruise around the Long River, and this is just so amazing. Let's start with the question. Where did the institution of the stopping box develop? Now, what is a stopping box? Many of you are familiar with this item here. You can see a sample of the stopping box. This is a small element of the Jewish ritual of Havdalah, making a separation, which separates the end of the Sabbath on Saturday night from the rest of the week. And part of that ritual is that you actually have to smell some spices. But at any rate, how do you keep the spices in a beautiful way? So it's very common. We have one of these. This is not ours, but they come from very famous. This where there's kind of like a tower design with a flag on the top. And you put cloves or cinnamon or something in front. You get one there and you close it up. And during the ritual, you take a blessing and you smell the spices. So where did this idea of creating So I was reading about the research of Mordecai Marcus, who first wrote on this in 1960, and then he expanded in 1981. He said essentially this is something that's derived from Christian ritual, Christian religious art. Now that's kind of bizarre. Where did he get this idea? So first of all, where did Narcus get this strange idea that something so intimate, so home-based in Jewish ritual would actually have this basis in kind of material culture from Christian tradition? So let's have a look at this. First of all, have a look at this image here, which is basically a couple of examples of 16th century spice boxes, right, where you use for this ritual. And they're very similar in many ways, very beautiful, silver work to the ones that we use today. Although, these are obviously works of art, whereas my mind lives today, or someone wants something. But where these come from, it's something that the church calls a Christian reliquary, in a kind of a special box to hold some kind of Christian holy object, like a splinter from the true cross, or sometimes a knuckle bone of a saint. Here's a couple of examples on the right of the 14th century that has that kind of little icon in the center of it. Here's one, and just to the left of it, you see one from the year 1298 that looks like a tower shape. Inside there would be a relic. On the left, you see something much more familiar, a censer, E-N-S-E-R, which is used for sometimes smoking. That would be goes back and forth as part of church procession. So these two devices, the reliquaries and the incense censer, come together to form the song. Okay, how do we see this? That's the magic thing, right? As the artist trying to picture the clock is all if you look at 16th century Frankfurt, the term used to describe a Jewish spice box for Havdalah was a Jewish Christian reliquary box, which is like really bizarre. So the real major question for us is how did this influence come about? I mean, why did you start imitating Christian norms in Jewish ritual? That's now kind of bizarre. So the reason why I came across this was because there's a great book by one of my former teachers, Professor Joseph Schaffner. I had the great privilege of working with as a teaching assistant when he was an instructor at the University of Philadelphia. He's been at Duke University for a long time as a professor emeritus. But anyway, he made his reputation primarily through really fantastic primary source research in the region of the Rhone River, at beyond other places in Vermont, where he got into the weeds, looking at legal archival records, especially ledgers of economic transactions, to see what exactly were Jews doing as money lenders. We'll talk about this a bit later, so specific detail. But the specific area of money lending that's especially important to us now is that they frequently serve as low-level money lenders. Sometimes they take very, very small margins, so much so that it's often not even worth it to go to a notary to have the entire pledge written down, but very small details. In other words, Professor Chapman was looking to find all these records. Basically, what would happen is people would need to borrow money. It's very hard or very expensive to go to Christian money lenders who are themselves Christian defiant of canon law and so they would go to the Jew to borrow some money. Quite often, by the way, Jewish women were involved in this. This is a kind of job that was quite egalitarian. They would typically bring some kind of item believed as collateral against the law. And this arrangement would be written down by a Jewish scribe and would be registered with the state in one form or another. Then, whatever they left behind would be using to things, but we frequently have things like clothing and very detailed records that Professor Chapman was able to unearth, like how many coats and what color, men's or women's, where they were made, what they were made, all these kinds of things in exchange for cash up front. And then they would have a certain period of time in which they could redeem this money. This is exactly the use of what we would call today pawnbroking. So we're talking about the pawnbroker jobs. Jews were very much involved in this kind of economic activity. And what's fascinating is that pretty much every level of society engaged in money lending, even though it was definitely excoriated by the church. And higher levels of society, but low levels of society as well. Have a look at this book cover, which is from his most recent work, Cultural Exchange, Jews, Christians, and Art in the Medieval Marketplace. And he puts on the cover this really fascinating image, which comes from a 13th century manuscript from Babylonia called The Feudal Customs of Aragon. In this image, you see there are three Jews on the right. They look kind of certainly sort of indicates that the artist may have had some sort of bias against them. The one on the top, they're all wearing the unison, like the three-corner hat that is distinctive produced this time. The one at the top was kind of like aggressive. The one in the middle seems to be doing something with a large gold cup, chalice, perhaps. And then to the right is apparently a slide who is recording something going on. And on the left, you see there is a clergyman with the red cloak around his head, and then some kind of assistant clergyman who is holding a big bag of money and also doing something with that chalice. And by the way, the Jew in the middle appears to be either taking money or pushing money to the patron. So the reason why I've kind of made this in a previous way is because the first major reading of this image was by Father Robert Ignatius Burns, California scholar who in 1966 suggested that what's happening here is that the Jews are selling a chalice to the church, and that the Christian assistant is offering money to the Jew, and the Jew is handing the chalice, and this is a kind of a weird way to hand it, sideways like that to the Christian figure. Professor Schatzmiller, however, says, no. You're reading the image incorrectly. What's happening here is that the church is pawning the chalice. What the Jew in the middle is examining it for its good in the process of giving money to the Christian, and the Jew on the bottom right is actually making an archival notation of what's going on here, how much was left specifically the chalice, how much was given to Satan, and so on, so that the pawn could be redeemed later on. And so why is this relevant? What does this have to do with fight boxes anyways? So what Schatzmiller argues really fascinating is that the economics of money lending, specifically pawnbroking, brought Jews into contact with all kinds of artwork, even Christian religious artwork, and having these things in their homes and workplaces Jewish moneylender in Erfurt, Germany, and then never came back to get it. Perhaps he died in the middle of the Black Death. This forward dates from the 14th century. And as you can see, some of the work here are absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely dominant wedding, which is masterful. And also another great example is to illustrate this kind of weird relationship between the money lenders and the clientele. A series of frescoes was discovered in a home on Bruna Gasta in the city of Zurich. And in that home, you can see here, these frescoes are remarkably well preserved. They include a whole wall full of the coat of arms of various important families in the region that are clearly using dates to the house to who lived in it in the early 14th century, and it was an important money lender. This fresco appears to be some kind of like both a decoration and at the same time advertising for clients to say, look at all these remarkable houses that we do business with. And under many of these coats of arms, you see little Hebrew language inscriptions that specifically suggest that the owner of the home was like guiding the artist as to what should appear in this particular place. He was guiding the thankfully preserved as well. So that's an example of how the economic activity of money industry was very used in context with a lot of fine art, and it's interesting to see how would that have an impact on Jewish architecture. So where we see this more than anywhere else is in the realm of illuminated manuscript. Illuminated essentially means decorated. There's so many beautiful examples of illuminated manuscripts where wealthy families would have, like, let's say, a Haggadah or a volume of the Bible or something like that, and they would hire artists to provide illustrations. Now, scholars have determined that in the vast majority of these illuminated manuscripts, the artwork was actually performed by Christian artists, particularly in the High Middle Ages. We can see this in a couple of interesting places. For example, if you look at this Michael Maxor, which is held in Oxford from the 13th century, this is a typical kind of like first word of a section that has an illuminated illustration of the decorator. When you look at it a little more carefully, you see that actually the illustration is included upside down. The artist had obviously no idea what Hebrew writing looked like, and the artist actually filled in the gaps left over by the Hebrew scribe on upside down. So this is just one of many examples of the kind of antics that happen when you have Christian artists working on Jewish manuscripts. And there's also some kind of like really surprising elements. So, for example, have a look at this illustration from a 13th century manuscript of the Mishnah Torah, which was richly illustrated, and it has this really, inappropriate, from Jewish sensibilities, image of an archer on the right, firing an arrow, and at the left, it strikes another person in a rather suspect position. It's really hard to imagine printing a copy of Maimonides' Torah today or to do an illustration like this. And that begs another question, like how involved were the Jewish patrons in the creation of this art? You would think, and this is a major part of Professor Chen's work, you would think that the clients who are paying for this art to be done would disapprove of this kind of image. And there's some interesting discussions of how things may have been edited one way or another. Have a look, for example, at another illustration from this manuscript. This is actually something which is some kind of bizarre. It appears to be sort of like written on pathogen vomit that deals with the giving of his Torah. I'm recording this video, by the way, just a few days before the holiday of Shavuot, which is close to memory. And it appears that this particular image you have Moses on the left, receiving the Ten Commandments, and then you have this strange kind of like, it looks sort of like an ice cream cone or some kind of chimney cake kind of illustration. And there's a whole bunch of people on the inside of this. Apparently, is the artist's attempt to render a them like a barrel and says, you know, if you accept the Torah, fine, and if not, this is very dramatic. Anyway, it seems like this is something like that, like the Jews are somehow like inside Mount Sinai. But Evelyn Cohen, an art historian, looked very carefully at this particular image, and she exposed it to ultraviolet light and looked at it from the other side of the lantern, and she pointed out that actually it was very different than the original. There's a couple of pieces left over. If you look right to the center of the two tablets that Moses is receiving, there's actually the figures of an arm that has been obscured by the drawing of the mountain painting. So if you look at the original, and she was able to identify it with the ultraviolet light, this is actually a very Christian picture of a physical representation of God giving the Torah to Moses. And that would not lie by doing this and portray God. It's true. There are some really rare examples of just the hand of God being apparent with the logos elsewhere. But it's very, very certainly very rare for the High Middle Ages. So apparently the Christian artist, maybe the one responsible for the fun shop earlier, included what he by the way, the illustration probably done in northern France in the late 13th century. The artist must have thought, hey, okay, I'm going to show the way I think of God giving the Torah to Moses, and the Jewish owner of the manuscript said, oh my gosh, no, you can't do that. I'm going to show this to my rabbi. So they drew over it that Mount Sinai that the Jews chopped a hole. But the original was fucking Tyson Fury, really fast stuff, all that. So this brings us back to the site of so the end of the matter is really fascinating period in Jewish history where in many ways when you look at the last vision of Jewish history where there's so much anti-Semitism, this kind of interesting cross-fertilization of artistic ideas. We haven't spoken about the Jewish and Christian, but also what and discussed in this book as well. But it speaks to a different level of coexistence between Jews and Christian clergy and how that's expressed in medieval art. I could so long and find it so fascinating, but I really got to stop this video now. Thank you very much.
But he should get finished in 30 seconds. Keep it on. Tyson Fury. I'm worried about how big the size difference is because Jake's getting a lot bigger. Joshua's a whole lot bigger. Joshua's so big. He's fucking massive, dude. And talented and technical. All the power in the world and he's one of the very best. He's not washed. No, he just wrote Francis like Arizona. What do you think he's gonna fight? Francis Ngannou or Jake Paul? Francis Ngannou.
So delighted to very happy with the next book to really go through.
And that's how it should go. That's how it should go.
Was on the run.
Between you and the other. Me too. Watching while we break it down.
I'd like to talk a little bit
I'm not
about
saying I'm not. I'm just saying this is how it should fight and how it should go. There's any other ways that we're so fucking out. Because we're professional.
So first of all, let's identify where our breeze,
visualizing how we train. Minefield and toxins using blend of hemp, THC, CBD, feature mushroom controls to create social healing, euphoric effects without the traditional downsides of alcohol. No, these aren't like your typical pills. Downsides of beers and alcohol. Each one within 10 minutes. The effect will last about an hour, hour and a half. I can see you cocktail. It's good enough for your mom and driving also snap. They're going to get wild. So we're able to deter 2 to 10 pound breezes and we're able to encourage people to be really experienced the future of drinking head on. Try not drink breeze.
efficacy. Products are intended for doing plus. Okay, so John Jones is back in the news. The worst things. Ever since the White House thing happened, John Jones talked about some SBC with Dirty Mac. Sure, yeah, I'm not here. Yes, Daylight's like, I ignore fucking putting me in the car. He's like, I can't risk a fucking fight of that caliber. John knows what wild boy, I can't risk that. Yeah, I told him, John, and if John's gone, he's going to come back as if I've had the White House days. He ain't coming back. And I think Dana White and the UFC brass, they have part of my job. And the people protected. Same thing with Colin Line. We're good. And last week I was talking about the White House card, Colin fighting champ, John Jones went out there. Fuck all that. That was way off. Because they're both too unreliable. Because it's, being here for me, made my career. In 2025, the other ones making it close to like too like too much baggage and things like that. Whereas John Jones just said, no, I'm taking what's response. Where the guys made like that, guys, just went out and stuff you're doing this post thing, sure, eventually, here's an interview with John Jones at the White House, gave me something to remind me why they can be on patriots and all that. I can be a great purpose, sort of like all those fans, see my heart, they see it already, they got me representing the country on the historic stage. I can see that. For me, it's never been just about the moment, Jason 57 is something timeless, something bigger than the moment. So for now, I keep grabbing stay patient, stay faithful, yeah, maybe he gets his shit together, there's no hiccups, and Dana's like, alright, seems like you're doing good. Right now, I'm on the Dana. I would say that, especially the order to all the way across the river. Yeah, I just don't see why that would want. It's a fancy car, fancy. This is Wordsworth's sport with John Jones. So, John, Daniel Ranks on the broadcast was the picture and you're asking questions for the team fans and comments. He's answering this question, so just look at this way. That's my question. You could find your enemy anywhere or a random place. Where would it be? And who would the person that you would throw hands with sight unseen? I kind of want the ability to kill him. I like to do that. They go hit me through the ear and then do anything. We know. I can take this record where you might want your living room. Right with a bond, if you were to find this, that's pretty much it. John Jones did just dramatically. Yes. Well, the comment last night, just thinking about that. This DC saying was that you had once twice in the pretty much I mean, you can see the mansion in his head. Actually, that's what defense hates. It's the asshole. This is why Joe Jones, feel like the most painful thing that happened in 45 emotional damage. No, Joe, most painful thing is him kicking his kid.
that real estate, cemeteries, school, they have this all came to a horrible end. Here's our fun fact about the greatest color alive. That is correctly install it as really good. One of the great qualities of it Rabbi know that very poetic. Looking at the nature of this community and talking about their practice. Fascinating. What I'm showing you right now is actually from 1705 that very of the original features. One of the comments talked about the practice of the use of flowers. Translated is very flowery. Properly, but it says here that in honor of Michael Down, they built and the important way to gather experts in various cases, and they compare weight round factors beautiful as the rainbow, and they make the tradition show a fine flower made with Chinese cotton. So what's one of the colonial what is it? Now, for the holiday of the Maccabees, which is Hanukkah, they would make a cake, round shape that created by throwing into oil. They would dip, cover so that the whole debate is custard or something. You want to know more about this? By Rabbi Rothschild'S. It's a 600-page book all about the history and laws of eating donuts. I want to leave the discussion of how for the actual food, but I will mention, by the way, that if you're a fan of that show, you are really
Like, the guys worried about taking the money. They backlash the UFC. I'm like, oh, stop. I don't work for the UFC. I have nothing to do with them. I got the sport. I'm like, chill. I'm my own business. It's all stuck in there. I'll probably the only guys who send me Dennis Jackson send me my goddamn money. I don't care. He's just uneducated about the whole situation. Okay, here's this is my shirt. It's got a few crystals. I get his money. Right, so it's good. That money, so that there's 4 million. Now that one, so let's say there's 200 guys that are in the individual's lawsuit. So it can be 400 years and 5 million distributed across 200. Let's say a lot of backlash or don't take it. But according to the law, that 400 million still has to get distributed to those fighters on that list. So I know the minimum I'm getting, it's a good chunk. That money can go up, take that in like rolling up, so if I don't take it, that money has to get distributed by according to the law to the fighters. So it does not matter. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yes, UFC's already paid for it. They've already, it's already, that check's already in the mail. They've already paid the lawyer, the whole it's done. UFC's already like, there's nothing, they're not going to discipline you by taking the money. For me, it's better for me because, also, let's see. I did not pay the money that they sent to the fighters. They how they call the lawsuit. This is how stupid fighters are. They think that they're underpaid, and that's a whole other story. And people are like, I don't understand why more fighters don't ask for better pay. This is why. This
In the
guy is
basement of the
brainwashed that
14th
thinks
century
he's being a
African
complete
synagogue
man
is
by not taking the
burning
rules of
next
money.
a ritual bath.
He thinks that he should
You see,
loyalty
the water is
to
still
the
quite clear
fucking
right
man
from an artesian
by
well.
not
The light
taking
dusting on the top of the water is from the
this
flecks
money
that come off the
that he's
limestone
earned.
walls.
That's how
Ritually
brainwashed a lot of these
here.
fighters
The
are.
candlelight is something really heightened with
Every single
mood and
year,
solemnity associated with the ritual immersion. There's
let
no
me ask you a quick
natural
question.
light.
The
It's
UFC,
fake.
the UFC signs $1 billion TV right deals. They sign up $1 billion, not $1 million, not $100 million, $1 billion deal. I want you to ask your agent or manager how much of a percentage you're getting of that $1 billion deal. Now, if you don't ask him, I'll do you a fucking soul right now and tell you how much you're going to get. Zero. You're going to receive zero of the dollars. When you look at that, here's another example. When you look at the UFC Octagon, and you see 25 companies that are paid, I know how much they pay exactly to sponsor the UFC. They're paid millions of dollars on that Octagon map. And on the bars and all that, millions per company. How many dollars, what percentage do you see as your agent? I'll do a song, I'll tell you how much you're getting. Zero. When they took the sponsors from your shorts and your fucking t-shirt, your walkout shirt, when they took that money and decided to put it on the Octagon and give you zero, you are by no means moving up the ladder by not accepting this money. You're only doing disservice to yourself and your family and Bubba. You've earned it more so than anyone. This is your money. You earned it. You're not being a company man by not accepting money. You're being a stupid fighter. And this is the issue. And this same mentality is the reason, the fucking reason why nobody, they brought on the MLB, they brought on the who's who, and they can't figure it out. And there's one reason. Because the fighters. So you have the MLB player representation. The players come on board. You have the best deal in the business. It's 50-50 split. The MLB players guarantee money. Let us help you guys out with this. Make sure you get your money. And then they get so far. I've been in these meetings. They get so far. They go, we can't get anybody to sign up. Because they're so brainwashed. best example. Absolutely. See, it's a cult. It's a fucking cult. No different than the family trolls, man. It doesn't end well. Dude, you're the toughest business in the fucking world. You're a fucking prize fighter. You're turning down the prize that you've earned because you're brainwashed and you think that UFC Brass is going to somehow take care of you. If you want to survive, I will give you a long history list of fighters that sacrifice Mikado to make a weight on short notice, to take flights on fucking 2 days' notice. Guys that miss time with their family, miss the goods of their children, turn down huge sponsors because they thought they would be the new guys of the UFC. I'll tell you how to end it for them. I'll fucking tell you. And it ain't a happy story. And this is to the end of time. To the end of time. Everything you have come is because you fought fucking tooth and nail through hard work, coming through the favelas of Brazil. And then someone said, you need quarters like $200,000. This fucking some people don't make that in life, but some people have to lay fucking rigs and make $40,000 a year. And because you're hard work, you're a talented motherfucker. You're hard work that you've earned through health, brain cells, your hard work to fucking rise out of the gutters of Brazil. And you're going, I'm good. They treat me well. It's not fucking about the way they treat you right now. It's not about that. It's not about you taking a short notice fight against Islam and giving a title shot. You probably got a lunch pay. And you think you owe them nothing. You owe them nothing. You're the skilled one. You're the one that they can't fucking replace. Those brasses and their suit and fucking ties in the office, they can't do what you do. And you're bending the knee to $200,000. And I know I'm sure you're counting your balling right now because they got you paid for the Islam fight. You have sponsors, you're elevated, you're on Twitter, and you're like, I don't want to fuck this up. I'm scared. And I get that they can't do anything to you. This money's already been allocated. But the fighters so brainwashed, they're terrified. They're terrified. And it's these are the people who are not ready for the fucking toughest, most fucking grinding work ethic's insane. The toughest people in the world outside special forces and military. What I'm saying, professional athletes, there's nobody walking a square mile mentally strong and tougher and more of a risk taker than a professional UFC fighter. Hands down, of all professional sports, there's nobody like a MMA athlete. There's a reason that the SBs, that John Jones, Cleo Roundtree, whoever the fuck it is, can walk in a ring filled with the most famous athletes on the planet, and all of them bend the fucking knee. Because if that door shuts and shit hits the fan, there's only one guy walking out of that room. It ain't the guy shooting fucking free throws. It's not the guy going for 440. It's not the guy who can fucking put a hockey puck into the net. It's none of that. It's the guy who has the only skills in the room to fuck a ball. There's a reason. And the fighters don't realize. They don't realize how special they are. They don't realize that the average fucking UFC career is a year and a half. Did you know that? 1 year and a half. It's shorter than any other major league. Look at this guy, look at Jim Miller, look at Thomas Roby. Those are fucking outliers. A lot of guys being cut left and right and on the fucking prelims and you don't know who they are. Again, I will say this so everybody hears it. The average career of a UFC fighter is 1 year and a half. And that year and a half, there's no signing bonus. It's not like fucking baseball, where if I'm in the major leagues, I can walk down to single A or double A baseball, and I sign a big contract with the Cleveland Indians, and I sign for $10 million, I got $10 million. Whether I hit the bill or not, you're guaranteed that money. You're guaranteed that money. In the UFC, if you fought for a year and a half, you're fighter, if you fight a year and a half, you're probably, if you're lucky, you have 2 fights. Maybe you have 3. You're lucky if you have $50,000 in the bank. And you all want to walk away from $200,000? Are you out your goddamn mind? Kano's retired and he's 50 years old. You're going to be in a position. You had fucking $200,000 in investment. Especially if he has kids, you're going to wish that you took that money. Because I'll tell you right now, you know who's not going to be calling you when you retire? You know who's not going to be covering your children's fucking mental bills, your food on your table, your mortgage, not your picture sweet ass. You're not going to hear a fucking peep out of those suits that you're loyal to right now. And I'm not saying fuck Dana and the rest. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is fucking business, and you're the most core business, and you're bending the fucking knee for no reason. I'm pretty sure he has children, right? That's what pisses me off. If you're single and you're young, like whatever, you're on your career, I can kind of see it. You're still watching, you kind of see it. If you have a family and you have fucking children, $200,000 in Brazil is a lot. So he's one son, Isaac, was born 2020. Another child, his wife is currently pregnant, and you're not taking it. Piss me off. And you're not taking it. It's like $200,000, and you're a fucking prize fighter. Here's the thing. It's over in Connor, too. You fought for the title. It's never happening again. It's never, and that's why you make a real, that's why you make life-changing money when you fight for a title. If you win or not, life-changing meaning, you're kind of sad. You're not worried about things. For the next year or two, depending on you're not he's never getting back to a title shot. That will never happen again. That was a freak accident. The guy fell out of the fight and he got put in. That's how this goes. It's the hype. You did it. You fought for a title. You're less than 1% that ever get to do it. That will never happen to me, kids. The division's too tough. The skill set's not there. He's a great fighter. We all love him. That's the reality of it. You will never make more money than you made that last fight. It will never happen again. You will never make more money. You locked this up for the belt. It's a complete fucking mismatch. That will never happen to you again. And your wife's fucking pregnant. You have a fucking young kid. You're never gonna be champion. And you wanna give up $200,000. Just so you know, Makano, Dana bets with $200,000 every night. Like it ain't shit. So if you think in his mind he's going, well, Makano didn't take the money, let's hook this guy up. You don't know the fucking world. And you're in the fucking most cutthroat business in the world. And you're letting passion by. And it's a kick in the face to wrestling fighters. There's some fighters that give you some fair fucking CD that are fucking dead broke. They would change places with you in a heartbeat. There's fighters that know names that don't have a fucking sense in the bank. They don't have a fucking dollar to their name. They're working fucking security jobs where they can't get a job because they're too fucked up in the head. And the lawyers and Conley and the rest of those boys that put their fucking legacy on the line to fight against the man and these lawyers who did this. Buddy, this wasn't something that happened in the last 2 years. They've worked on this for probably 10 years plus. That's how long the fight this is. It's a kick in the dick to those lawyers, to former UFC fighters, to the alumni you're part of. Not to accept this. It's out of anybody he should be taking the money. And there's guys that are ranked higher than him. There's guys that are all taking the money. You do not have to be scared to take the money. The UFC, it's an afterthought of UFC. UFC's happy that they sell whatever it's $345 million, $425 million. They got off unscathed. That ain't nothing to them. Do you not remember? The UFC announced very soon. We've got $1 billion TV right deal, and you're not going to see a cent of it. So $400 million ain't shit. It's not shit, dude. It's not shit. And you think you're being a good company man with a company that can give two fucks about you. It's mind-blowing. This isn't an anti-UFC thing. This isn't a pro-sports thing across the board. Why do you think you see the top caliber athletes in the world in the NFL hold out of camp search some big name, Buck Curry, some of these guys, McCaffrey, they hold out like this camp, they're not in camp. Notice, NFL fan base goes, yeah, get yours, man. I get it, man. I support you, you're ready. Get yours. Notice, you have other NFL players talking shit about other NFL players. Have you ever seen that? They know who it is. They know how tough it is. They know if that star quarterback receiver fucking blows out his knee, that he's fucked and they'll be the Saints playing him. You get yours. Fuck yeah, man. You get yours. Because they're going to get theirs. Meaning the NFL, the teams, the owners, they're going to get theirs whether you get hurt or not. It's no different in the UFC. Dana White's going to get his. That's what the greatest promoter of all time could ever do. He's going to get his with you taking a measly $200,000 from him. And for you to forego that because you think that you're going to be the good graces of the UFC brass, buddy, I hate to tell you, they could give two fucks. That's the truth. If nobody in your team has told you that, if you end up with agents or managers, people in your camp and coaches tell you not to take it, fire them. Because in 10 years, you're going to be wishing that you had $200,000. And you've earned it. That's the thing. It's not like you won the lotto and you got lucky. You fucking paid for it with blood, sweat, and tears. But you want to give it up because you think Dana's going to give you a slap on the ass for next time. That's fucking crazy. Any other brain busters, Chad? That's a great one. Second weekend, we get right back in the podcast. We're in the UFC fighter back. Sports on all talks about it. That reduces a lot of context. Almost 30 minutes. This is real. This is Let's Take Go Get Shirt Shot. Get shirt by your body. Let us people get some hydration. Put on the link. Drink with your friend. Watching the UFC fight night this weekend. Hit the day. Drinking the day. Make sure you have your companion with you. That's Shirt Shot. ShirtShot.com. Use promo code 10% off. We got you, man. Have that drink on us. You're going to recover. You're fantastic. We're recovering 3 minutes or less. We got you. Shirt Shot. 10% off. I can't wait for my motherfucking Real light Texas speed with half-light motors, and it's sitting there and I'm putting a deposit down. I want how much you're going to put to it, okay? So I need that check coming out soon. God bless those lawyers for working on it. God bless the lawyers that took it. The ones that did it, you fucked up. I can't wait. And that's the other one is a small fraction of the payment I'm getting. It's a small fraction. My team told me I was getting it. I went, listen, all the best things for my kids, you know me. Kids are working, you got it. But you know how hard I work for these fucking dollars. You gotta let me have a little fun. Give me this, allow me this much money. And nobody gives me any flack. My finance guys, my business managers, nobody gives me any flack. Give me this money, I can buy whatever the fuck I want, all cash. I mean, that makes sense. And then the rest, real estate, whatever, you know, my real estate, put in that or invest it. But I'm not going to touch it. It's for the kids when they get home. $75, they could have been in that for no, bitch, what? $7 not going to do it. All right. I think we should definitely end on that. And obviously, the card that's coming up this weekend, it's pretty awesome. There's a good card, ABC. 2 p.m. Thank God, Texas time, baby. Your boy's not staying out late. Robert Whittaker, one of the best middleweights ever to fucking do it. Already hard person on the scene. You saw him just lollipop load him. It's not too much too soon. Some people say that, you know, in the sport, this motherfucker 2 division champion, number 1 championship. He's a monster. He's exactly what should be at. Being young, coming back, tough fight. We can't see if he can step up to the challenge. Bryce Mitchell, they're doing no fucking favorites. Any favors after some of his comments. And we get us in trouble there. There's been more comments. So, everyone's really fucking loves it. This weekend, I think we're sure. Byron is back. Take my money. This is a fun card. Guarantee you, shows that you saw on pay-per-view season 18. That's it. Shout out to Mikano. I will fan Mikano. You're a badass. Man, take that the wrong way. Get your money. That's all I'm trying to say. Always in your life is tell me this. I can move
also contributes to building of the steel country as well, because we have a significant number of fragments that were created from the three cities we call the Lyon, and Bordeaux. So we definitely have a long time history here. Unfortunately, from the very, very early period, we don't have a lot of specific main groups like we did yet with Herodot related, but we have the same Latinite merchants who were based here in the 9th century. And of course, we have the period of the Company Provence, the pages of Provence we spoke about on Friday, that were mainly based in Paris. Almost all of them were working in this very city, they would have walked. I don't know if they would have attended games here, but they certainly would have walked past the auditorium. In this particular setting, I just want to draw your attention to three specific facts, and we're going to move on and think about the rest of the city. First of all, not only would we have likely been involved in the construction of this, but think about the might and grandeur of Rome. That, this is the faraway provinces. This is what they call the land of the It's really, really far away from the main center, and nevertheless, at such a distance, such a reach, they could build these magnificent structures that really broadcast to the world that they were here today. It must have been unimaginable for those Jewish slaves having their sovereignty taken away from them, shipped off to a foreign land, to think they would ever outlast the Roman Empire. And still, they're in Europe. We're here enjoying the Roman amphitheater and our history. This is just a testament to Jewish survival that we can be here 2,000 years later and remark upon the eternity of the Jewish people just as Israel later got there. And in this context, I want to share with you, in this context, I want to share with you one biography. I'm sure many of you will be very familiar with this great Talmudic scholar because he is quoted hundreds and hundreds of times in the Talmud, but maybe not all of you know his backstory. Let me just take a minute. I'm talking, of course, about Rabbi Ben Lakish. He is known popularly by the acronym Reish Lakish. So Reish Lakish was born sometime around the year 300. It was 70 years after the failed Rothschild'S rebellion, the second major war that the Jews fought with the Romans to try and reclaim their territory. Horrible devastation afterwards, persecution under Hadrian, and Jewish sovereignty was, simply lost in the distance. It's hard to imagine that the Jews could ever suffer two national defeats like that first. The Great School that ended in 74, and second with the Bar Kokhba rebellion. So this is a period of time when he is definitely a persecuted minority, incredibly impoverished, and very cautious was impoverished and was forced to sell himself into gladiatorial combat. It was the way that you could make a living. It was like become a gladiator. I believe that's what it says in the Talmud. So the thing is, of course, he is incredibly dangerous profession, very short-lived profession, because what would go on in here was fights against wild animals for the entertainment of the masses. And by the way, you see here the Roman genius for governance, which is really imitated by all great empires, is that people use public works like this, roads, aqueducts, things like that, and also entertainment. Typically lowest common denominator entertainment. Netflix is 10 levels up above this. This is maybe a little bit more like football maybe, but the idea is, I'm sorry about that, but this is what the Romans did to be able to pacify and control large populations. And Reish Lakish was a gladiator for much of his life. He was able to eventually earn enough money that he could buy his own freedom from the game, and then he became a professional highway robber. And the story goes, and it's an amazing story, but it's not necessarily risky or good of that thing, but he was, traveling along the road somewhere in the Galil region, and he saw a beautiful woman bathing in a river. And so, with a remarkable force, showing his great physical prowess, he leaped into the river to approach this young woman. To his surprise, however, it turns out she wasn't a young woman. by the way, that he was overweight. He was about Rothschild, so we spoke with some of us. So, Rabbi Yochanan said to Rick Lockett, I do have a sister, but there's no way she's going to marry a guy like you who has to learn Torah. Usually, Rick Lockett said, I will study Torah. And he ended up completely devoting himself to studying Torah. He was Rabbi Yochanan's lifelong Kavusa, study partner. There's a lot of stories about their adventures together. It was quite remarkable. But one last thing, when he decided to study Torah, he found he could not jump out of the river with the same amount of force as he was able to before. And Rabbi Yochanan said that's because Torah defeats all your energy. All that energy you put into physical power, you no longer have it at your disposal. Now it's all intellectual. But I want to just tell you one last story about Rabbi Lockett. We were just speaking about it earlier. It was about the Talmud. There's a remarkable Gemara that's not very well known. It's in the Psalms, most of Memrod on the feast days, where Rabbi was kidnapped and taken hostage. Certainly something that we should think about today. And the rabbis were discussing, what are we going to do? The great Rabbi is kidnapped. So one of the great rabbis here, Rabbi Yochanan, said, get his funeral shroud ready. And that's it. Rabbi is dead. They want you. Former gladiator, now in his golden years, he refuses that and says, either I will kill them or they will kill me, but I'm not going to leave them in captivity. And his old rabbi, former gladiator, I don't know, strapped on his armor or something, goes off to a cross of kidnappers, and when he's there, he uses his new strength, he convinces them to let Rabbi go. And then he says to them, listen, you guys did some terrible things in your life. You want to redeem yourself? Come on back and let's get you to my wedding, my Kavusa, Rabbi Yochanan. And they say, okay. So they follow the former kidnappers, follow Ray Blackett straight back to Rabbi Yochanan. And Rabbi Yochanan hears the story, and he says, whatever they intend to do, Rabbi, that's what we have to do that. So that's in a kind of a dark chapter for them. I was, of course, meditating on the lesson of Rick Blackett in our particular moment today and what that might mean for us. But in this particular setting here in Iowa, let's remember the things that those unnamed Jews, thousands of them over the centuries, lived in this place, and reflect on what we can learn from them today. So, just by way of conclusion, the history of the Jews of Provence has a really big chapter. There's a Roman chapter about which we only have a lot of legendary information. There's a period of Provence, so we spoke about 2 days ago. Tomorrow we're going to go to the most well-documented medieval period, which has the Jews under the papacy, and we're going to visit actual sites of two amazing Jewish ghettos that Jews were allowed to live in, Avignon and Avignon. And then finally, when we get to Lyon, then we'll speak about the modern era, which is just an amazing chapter as well. With that, I want to thank my students and the other guys for giving me a little bit of time. Let's go on.
That's fine. What he wants to do is personally examine these issues. You just tighten up a little bit. Like there's a lot of guys that have this agreement and they're not shoving everybody's face in their house while chilling.
I think it's so wonderful that we spend our morning ensuring that those animals are written in a very good time, right? What a phenomenal stuff.
You just aren't talking to them.
Temporal power inside the entire region. And I would like to just bear that in the back of my mind. Think back, probably anything about 95% of people in the world, our own grandparents were not including my great buddies who lived in the Russian Empire, right up until 1970, we were in those grandparents. We were born. We had some right of residence
is that true? Was that someone I saw someone said that John Jones said he's not just checked it's not so I don't know, can you check if someone's can, but then also that flight's not supposed to happen in the year. You have to just
idea that
so and you have to have 6 months. So I could really go jumping back in and just wait. What's in their system when it gets out, and then 6 months before, so they're eligible, they can jump in. Where you saw Aaron
right here where we are in Avignon,
because they just show up pretty much anytime. If you go on vacation, you
were
it's nice. They'll test guys on
we were
vacation.
exiled from
But
Western France
there's a reason why season one's in the middle.
that they graciously allowed us to live in. And as the rabbi mentioned, the quality of that existence is highly dependent
Now,
on
you
the
get rich
temperament
friends, John
of
Jones
the
has
individual.
eventually take a huge step.
If you went through the various centuries, for example, we were forced to wear yellow hats. Men had to wear yellow hats. Women had to wear an article of yellow somewhere on their clothing. And the pride of the yellow hat. How much of the hat had to be yellow depending on the clothing. But to allow us to just wear a little yellow ribbon, a very soft of that. So a very thoughtful of Mr. Cohen to get away with no necessary with the yellow hat to their eyes. And everything was entirely at their discretion. These proposals have things that we would offer them, then we could stay, and if not, they would have to be evicted from our place of residence. This is really jealous. This is something that I never grew up with. And so now, this is something to visit from Muslim land after the Israel is one of the most. But otherwise, we don't have jealous like in our land. We're Canadians, Americans, we're like, we're guilty of as much like the Israel as anyone else. You remind me what it was like for yourself, your parents, and brothers and sisters to know that we continue to get this massive notice, and it will be well within generations of families. So with that context, take that kind of mindset and imagine what this thing must have been like. Here we are literally in the shadow of that conflict. So we are completely dependent on that. But this here, this little space is limited. This is where we have a moment of shelter, a moment of spiritual sustenance, rely upon each other, rely upon our God.
It's like any place you go, I noticed like for a PMF title with Alex Pierre, because Alex versus Tom, it's like
So that's how I approach it.
Alex at 240,
Just want to let you know
White
that
House, if Alex, so if Alex comes back and beats Mark, and he wins his title back, and then they're like, yeah, he's by the White House heavyweight, you reverse your light heavyweight title, and you go against John Jones, and I think the fans be like, fuck Tom. Yeah, you know, that's what I think. But you have to win, so you have to win, that's why I do think you can be a better word. That White House card, right? He's got gloves and all that bullshit. So it's either
that has to be kept around according to a 6th century doctrine of doctrine with the right time. And then, God willing, tomorrow, in the next lecture, we're going to talk about the dramatic change that occurred in the sense of this incredible change that is tectonic in its application. That suddenly
common sense take on that. I mean, it's like
Dana
said that he was going to
what
go
exactly
out to
did
an
that
island during COVID and build out all
get
the
appropriate?
protection
That's going to be
and in this case,
lecture after.
the U.S. tax
Don't
base.
worry too much about all the
Dana can
blank
really go, okay,
spaces
this is what we need budget wise, and
they'll
they'll check all the most expensive
Let's
guys on
just,
the board.
at
And
this
Dana
moment,
was like, we
contemplate
don't
what it
care,
must be
and
like
there's 5
with
fans.
such a tenuous existence and have this little space of shelter for ourselves.
I know about this from a super reliable source for like 6 months. This has been going really, this isn't some of that last week. Trump was like, hey, let's do a card. They've been working on this for a month. I've been for at least 6 months. And like I was saying, more serious about this, about Dana and Trump's relationship. You're like, okay, these are the two decision makers. And these two guys are such good friends. These guys probably text each other like board meetings. They're like, boys, let's love to see that. It's
their thoughts in the frame of mind to govern this whole room was so intense. Hundreds of generations like that. Even though we ourselves come from so far away, both geographically and chronologically, we are still on a card, a wave that card. One of the ways you can see that most obviously is to think about what were the values of the people in history. Like when first came to Stubb, what did the Jesus Hackensack really believe? Anyone know where you would find that in this room? Very good. What are we seeing over here? These are collection boxes. Look at what they're giving their money to. Is that the way of seeing, people put their money down? They're too much fun. Why fun? Why not use the lion? But you actually have to fun as well. So why fun? So God was an amazing town, of course, in Northern Israel. It had incredible explosion of spiritual activity in the 1600s. That was a period of time when the Wilson Caro lived there, the Moshe Cordovero, the Arizal came from Egypt, Syrian taught to learn with the other Moshe Cordovero. Also, it was a period of phenomenal, exciting spiritual development. And then it came crashing to an end with a series of earthquakes and plagues. And so, even though it had reached such tremendous spiritual heights, so you know, such extreme heights of spirituality in the 1500s, it went from period of decline right after. And one of the most important people who visited Arkansas regularly and collected money for them was none other than the Heinz Brother Cosby Law. Very prolific author who traveled around the world going through different really collect for Shas, for Jerusalem, and for Hebron. So you see that the people of Arkansas was such had connected to Israel as we are today. We also find ourselves in donations back to the British Arkansas. When they were at their wealthiest, having built this magnificent structure, that's when we remember the tourists who really fun to understand and to that. Here on the other side, they have the not-well-paid consensus, right? So the right in the consensus, you say a block up every Sabbath. Today, our too. There's special block up for people who buy what it takes in life to pay the electric bill. Back then, of course, it would have been oil for license and $1 and buy the wine for $1, things like that. So we also share those values. The coloring in the carpet, they had a separate disease set. They're making sure that people receive a proper culture, dignified burial. We also share disease about that. Finally, and they have Tahoe, we cared about poor people inside the community, and although Jews have achieved tremendous wealth in the last 100-odd years in particular, unfortunately, it's a well-known secret that about 20% of Jews, even in New York, live below the poverty line. One of the things that we have been very good at as a community is reaching to our unpopular spiritual support. So in our community, we do not function as flag on the outside world, and I'm very significant to Upshot as well. And finally, just any kind of action that I've done. But we may not know exactly where we want to give our money, but we are under one way of progress. We want to be effective. So in that context, as we are about to establish an initiative, which is now operating in Hashem, also remember that we are participating in missions that run straight through Calvin Law, straight through Cairo, straight through Granada, all the way down to Ryan Hill. Those are the books that with our field, the daily share for all of our brethren around the world.
this, that, and the left went, dude, I don't know much. You guys see the White House, because after, fights or whatever happened, they're going to announce the fucking list. Yeah, and the only people, there's a tiny group of people who know why, that just happen to be the most powerful people in the world, which is why, we're still not saying, and the people, it's like the people who are on it, and then the people who have leverage. Because that's the thing, the second that you announce the names, all the leverage that you've accumulated, blackmail and all these crazy is gone. Yeah, it's part of their fault, part of the Trump's cabinet's fault, because how long have we been told there's a list? Of course, from the very jump, if Trump and his team was like, hey, there's no fucking list. Like, if there was, we release it. But that's not what they said. As soon as we get into power, we release the list. Release the JFK files. And then Van Bondi was like, I have a list of like this. J.D. Vance is on field going, I'd love to see the list. So everyone's talking about this list. And all of a sudden, Trump was like, you guys still talking about that? There's nothing there. It's like, no. You've told us for how long, how many months now that there's a list? Yeah, does that make sense? Does that make sense? And Van Bondi, like, everybody's talking about it. She's like, oh, yeah, the list on my desk. He's like, just go back one step before that. She had a bunch of influencers come to DC, hand them binders that said Epstein files phase 1. And there's a phase 1, there's obviously a phase 2, and then they open it, it was all the flight logs and stuff, and it was like, everyone's like, we already know all about this, and they're like, don't worry, there's a lot more coming. Oh, we have 10,000 hours of videos of like kids getting assaulted. There's nothing to say, they're like, never mind. They're like, someone had to step in. It's the only time that the Trump detractors and the pro-Trump people are making calls on the ground. And they all got together and hold them up. We all agree, man. Let's meet. We all agree this can't get out. Yeah. And then, yep, cool. All right, let's go back to each other. Yeah, they're like, Trump's on, and we're like, no, we don't think so, but we think that guy's on. So there's only one thing to do. Release it all. How dope would that be? And then use it. Like, that'd be amazing. I think it's a little bit of leeway. We're like, all right.
One of the things that many students wonder about the Talmud is why exactly
knows exactly what's going on. I bet you Dan knows
it does begin on page 2. In fact, every single tractate of the Babylonian Talmud begins with that familiar phrase in the upper left-hand corner. The obvious question is, why doesn't it start with page 1? So there are lots of fanciful and kind of homiletic answers that are in many ways truly quite appealing and fascinating, but the truth is quite a bit more prosaic, and it dates back to the origins of printing in the 15th century. Of course, the Talmud itself was originally an oral document, then moving into a manuscript culture, was written down, often as very beautiful works of art. Like, have a look at this late 13th century Spanish handwritten Talmud. It's just gorgeous. But when we get to the 16th century, there's this Gutenberg revolution with the invention of movable type and the printing press. All of a sudden, these extremely expensive manuscripts, which were typically, a yeshiva or a study circle would only maybe 1, 2, 3 copies of certain tractates. So owning the entire Talmud was an amazingly expensive investment. But with the advent of printing, all of a sudden it became possible for communities to possess the entire Talmud. So this was a huge change and really revolutionized the study of the Talmud, and it greatly expanded the number of students who were studying it. But printing was in its infancy, and there were many conventions which were not accepted right away, and one of those was basically page numbers. The first major printers of Talmud were the Italian Concino family, who produced some absolutely gorgeous editions of the Talmud, but they were kind of working their way through it, trying to figure out, how do we deal with these things, such as pagination. If you have a look, just as a small aside, here's a beautiful copy of the 15th century printing of Aesop's Fables, which the Concino family thought was really good to the title page, so they actually adapted it with very minor changes for the opening of Tractate Kulin. You can even see the lines where the original had to be cut and then pasted in, because of course Hebrew was read left to right and they had to orient the page appropriately for the Bible. But when they laid out their first Talmud, they did not think to include page numbers. Among other problems that arose as a result of this omission was the fact that people didn't know if a tractate was complete. I mean, what happened if some of the pages of the signatures of pages were missing. So what the printers evolved was they started adding at the bottom of each column of text a couple of words that connected to the following page, so that as we were studying the text, we could see, there's nothing missing between what I finished at the bottom of this column until I began the next column. And that's a convention which is retained in today's Vilna shops and more modern printings of the time often as well. And then eventually they said, you know what, why don't we just add page numbers as well? And that's how we get to our current pagination system, which numbers actually folios, that is both sides of one page, with the recto, the first page known as Amud Aleph, and then the verso, the other side known as Amud Bet. And that's the convention we followed today. Where was page one? Page one was the title page, because when you would actually get the book of Talmud, the first page would be the Shah block, the opening page, which often has some beautiful artwork, like the class with Vilna shop that has the pillars and the gates and the lions and the curtains and things like that. That was such an evocative image that has been retained for the last 200 years as symbolic of the entry into the world of Talmud. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
I'm like, that's it, dude. I'm like, I mean, listen, I can understand the report of the story now. Do you think there was anything that I have heard that there was more to the story, but I don't know what it is. And let's say that was all that there is, which you and I can relate at the end of the day. You're going to kick him off the team. So I would assume that created a fracture of the team where they're like, hey, there's too much milk, we're going to get rid of him. And then Mickey Rod, his brother's like, hold up. Yeah, the fuck you talking
Today's
about?
document contains two references to conflicts, which should just give a tantalizing little glimpse into what life was like for Jews in the Sasanian period when the Talmud was written around the period of the late 3rd and early 4th century. The first reference, of course, is in the Gemara itself. There's the Hamid Yoza, a certain convert that is in the era of Shmuel. This was probably during the reign of the famous king Shapur I, also known as Shmuel Malka in much of the text. And he was a king that appears actually with some frequency in the Talmud, and he had a relatively expansive policy with regard to non-Zoroastrians in his empire. He wanted to be as inclusive as possible as the empire was expanding. Later, there would be a crackdown on non-Zoroastrians, which appears significantly throughout the Talmud. But during this time, there was more tolerance and acceptance of the idea of converting to Judaism. Very brief period. It would ironically also be present in the era of a successor, not an immediate successor, but Shapur II with the same name, that was associated especially with Rabbi and the town of Makosa. So the first reference that we have today refers to this Hamid Yoza, the fact that there was such a convert in the era of Shmuel, which is in itself interesting. Second passage is really fascinating. There's a Rabbi Mari Bar Rachel. She stands out as an unusual character. First of all, the obvious thing is, why is he named after his mother, Rachel, when the overwhelming consensus is that rabbis are named after their fathers in the Talmud, as is the general practice. So there's a controversy between Rashi and Tosfos elsewhere in Talmud as to whether or not there is one person by this name or several people by this name. According to Rashi's opinion, however, the story was that Rachel was the daughter of Shmuel, also mentioned on the document today, who unfortunately was kidnapped, and while she was kidnapped, she had relations with this improbably named, non-Jew named Isur. The name Isur means prohibition, but that's quite likely his actual name. But anyway, she became pregnant and she gave birth eventually to Mari. Fascinatingly, Isur was quite taken with his encounter with Judaism through his partner Rachel, and ultimately ended up converting himself and becoming an Adam Gadol, a great Talmudic scholar in his own right. Fascinating kind of story. And his grandchildren included Mar Zutra, one of the great figures of the Talmud as well. So it's a fascinating kind of story of how the lives of Sasanians and Jews interacted during the period of the Talmud. Okay, thanks very much for listening. one of the most important scholars
And there were like
of
three
the
interviews,
late
like, this guy competed. And because here's the thing, if you know jiu-jitsu, you look at this picture, you're like, these are all guys from different academies, and they're all wearing his shirt, different lineage, different.
and early
When I
second
saw that
century
he was one of the
Rabbi
things was
Yossi
really
actually
weird. He was like, wow, there's a new band.
he belongs to the group of scholars known as Tanakh, singular Tana, which refers to scholars who primarily are associated with the Mishnah, which is the core text of the Talmud as a whole. We don't have much substance to speak about any other Tanakh in the course of the lectures, small lectures. But for the time being, let's focus on Rabbi Yossi Hakuri himself. As the name implies, came from the Galileo region, from the Galilee region in the north of Israel. Typically speaking, one only gets an appellation at the end of one's name associated with a place if one is no longer in that place. So, for example, I come from Canada and I live in New York. No one will call me Henry the New Yorker because everybody here is New York. They might call me Henry the Canucko because I come from Canada. I would only get that name though living in New York. I would not get it in Canada because everyone has lived in Canada. So Yossi Hakuri indicates that he was typically known in a place other than Galileo. In fact, that place was Yavna. Yavna was one of the most important centers of Jewish thought, particularly in the first few decades after the destruction of the temple. This was the place that the great Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai asked of Vespasian later to become emperor of Rome. Henry Yavna ben Zakkai issued the town of Yavna and its sages when his request was repeatedly by the general later to become emperor. This was an extremely important foundation for the continuity of Jewish thought in the region. So Rabbi Yossi really migrated from the northern region of the Galileo down to the central coastal town of Yavna. The term may have a slightly ironic twist to it as well, as in most places of human settlement, we tend to regard people from other regions as having various characteristics, sometimes better than ours, but often more negative than ours. In the case of the Galileans, the reputation in Israel was that people from the Galileo were of less than average intelligence, for example, and Rabbi Yossi actually encounters Luria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, and she calls him stupid Galilean, and she corrects him in a rather harsh way with regard to the way that he was speaking. So this is the last name, and we'll get to another class. But anyway, the term Rabbi Yossi Hakuri may have been a little bit of an ironic comment, meaning that, wow, he comes from the Galileo, but he's an incredibly intelligent person. He came to Yavna already as an established scholar with regard to Jewish books in rabbinic teaching, but presented himself with tremendous humility as a student to many of the great rabbis there, including Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva. In very short order, however, Rabbi Yossi's genius became known, and in fact, on many occasions, he even bested Rabbi Akiva in arguments, and he was widely regarded as a teacher, which is an amazing thing to say because Akiva ben Yosef was certainly one of the greatest scholars of that age, and for Rabbi Yossi, his equivalent was really quite tremendous. Unfortunately, Rabbi Yossi did not enjoy a harmonious home life. He was married to a woman, and their marriage was not a healthy and happy one. He found himself, however, hard pressed to divorce her because he could not afford the Cuba, the large monetary payment that he under a certain sentence. Another rabbi divorced his wife, and this story of what's really fascinating, I think you have to worry about Rabbi Yossi's character, is that she's remarried, and unfortunately that second marriage is even worse than her marriage to Rabbi Yossi. Really, they were frequently known to argue with each other and have great disputes, and they fell into penury as well. Rabbi Yossi immediately, when he heard that his ex-wife was going poorly with her new husband, he actually undertook to support them financially so that they would have a more comfortable life, even though, we had already severed ties with her ex-wife, or fascinating insight into his character. Rabbi Yossi was also known as a miracle worker, and data that was hosted by my aunt Alana Shalom. And she still let us all have the take the Haggadah, usually printed by Maxwell House in Canada, now they're Pennsylvania supermarket. And the really, of course, is prominently mentioned in the Haggadah, but in the English translation, his name is spelled with a J-O-F-E, the Galilean. So I and my cousins there with the where Himmer used to refer to him as Jose Haggadah, the world's first Hispanic rabbi. Anyways, I hope you have an amazing time learning this stuff.
How can I get credibility when you guys got fucking my black belt? Sure, dude, it's a 10-year journey. It's like, no, it's not. Jake, Gordon, fucking whoever else is there, Clover, Frank, man, come here, dudes. Just come here. Why not? Exactly. But for those boys there, I do give you a fucking money, of course. Get your money. The thing is, too, that like the way that played out is when you posted that, and my intent immediately was like, who gave him his black belt? Because it's before I knew Jake. And everybody was commenting and subsequently critical things. It was like, and he said that Jake did, but then also like most of that shit came out. It was like, you guys are getting, he's getting privates from all this guys. Imagine how good you feel. Like, that's not correct. Like, it doesn't matter how good they are. Just because he gets a private from Right, you think that makes him able to execute those techniques without the muscle memory years. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's a pain. That's all exactly. It's like, at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit. Guys, get your money. I get it. I've been taking wrestling for 6 years, and twice a day every day. So I'm like, 6 years. But yeah, he might be a better athlete. Maybe he can compete in places we don't know.
Start today's lecture by
And then he just decided instead of posting that footage, I'll post myself not knowing how to fish a whole lot of original.
the short answer is
Whatever it is, that's what he's activities has. All these athletes are making comments and a bunch of this. His comments, he said he's pulling all this work, which you can do now. Everyone's all I didn't know you were until you said that you were like, honestly, people were taking work really hearing you more like the kind of like black belt, like not super elite things, but like the black belt guys. They're like, do you have any idea? Because what they say is like it waters down the reason that you teach black belts such a big deal is because there are no fake black belts that get master or so people that start shit less than 1%. So when you start in order to get a black belt, less than 1% get a black belt. And I think even brown's like 10%, 5%. It's like 10% of people who start jiu-jitsu get 10%.
for example, the author of
I really want to be the next Mike, or he's going to fucking eat a black number. So maybe there's genius fans. Me too. Really, the three got together in the USA 2018 this year. Your excitement factor for Max, Dustin, Drew, and Jay. Max's last name, Dustin's last name. I'm very excited for the fight. I wish that I could go. I can't. It's going to record this weekend. But I've always said, like, Dustin Poirier getting to fight in Louisiana, the line is probably going to be the most, like, unbelievable atmosphere to be in ever. Is that right? Oh my God, that's dope, right? I tried to come in. I was like, let's go. Like, yeah, like, that's dope. I like going to the ones where I go. There's like real, like, nice media history. Yeah, and like this one, I said, okay, that Dustin beat Arnold. That's the Bears title. If the first time went to Joe, every time they showed Dustin on the thing, on the big screen, the place almost collapses under people. But I was like, he's the most popular guy in the entire organization when, you're actually live there. That's why I'm like, God, in Louisiana, Dustin coming out fighting for the fan of his life. It's going to be unreal. It's going to be lucky. I love Max. Like, to me, I'm not getting against Max, but I'm definitely not rooting against him. This was his last one. Stay. Against either one of the other first team all nice. Here's what's in against Max is what's ever trying to this never happened. But this is different though. This is different because if you get through last week fights, Max Holloway fought Justin Gage, and we all remember that crazy knockout, which to me is honestly a good all time. That was that whatever last 10 seconds, we'll remember that. But if you watch that fight over, Max is kind of not walking Justin Gage going for fight. He was in and out of the pocket, lining his ass up in between, and then he's a knockout. Justin beat Dustin, and Justin Dustin's matchup a better fight, I think. But again, especially for Dustin's last fight, it's a tough fucking ass. I know the history is no way to judge this matchup. It's different. I just think Max, where he's at in his career, has improved so much. And going on, I don't care what 2025 match the title, like, all that. Max Strickland that was at 55. You can see how he would be prepared for 55 against Justin Gage. If that match shows up, it's going to be a tough fight for Dustin. Dustin is not an easy one for his last name. Yeah, I agree. And but that's it. Like, Dustin is better suited to beat Max than Gage is because he's way tighter here and he throws much tighter legs straight. Because that's why Max is just like, he sits on the outside, he's got long arms, and you just light him up from so far away. And honestly, that's actually basically what Dustin was with Justin Gage did for the first 10 games of his entire career. But it is, I think it's going to be bigger. The other thing about the first two is that the first one's in a different weight class, and the second one was, that was like chaos, replacement fires, and then Max. It's an unreal 55 at the time. You see Max at 55 now, he's got that was really close right to the second Dustin and as well. That's all my highlights on that. It was just again, Max kind of committing the power like Max only had two, Dustin had one the day. So I think the Lakers have it right. Again, those guys, I definitely want Dustin to lose in his last fucking battle. I think the Lakers have it right without Max wins. That's why I slide that. Yeah, I agree with that. It was like a -5 or some shit. was like, look,
Yes,
all of us are going to get.
this Chavez,
Yeah, he's fought,
this Chavez,
I'll say, 9 times, 10 times in 10 years. Yeah, he's fighting 2 months a year. He's not bad. Yeah, he really is. He looked like, I remember his last one. Remember his last one? Yeah, and then he beat what's actually he's lost to strike with a split decision. If you look at he lost to Whitaker, you're like, all right, you can see some promise there. And then his fight with Rabbi, you told he's going to shit. I was there. That was a shit. Yeah, both gas. And look, had his nose broken. We got top. Yeah, no, it was right. The crowd went insane in that fight. That fight, that would just derail the 318 with that fight right there. It was one of the most epic things I've ever seen ever because Rothschild'S has his whole entire career replayed on the whatever started that way, and then by the end of the third round, the fucking crowd wanted to carry him out on it. Like I've never seen a crowd flip so hard on a single fighter than in that fight right there. That was where the fight is. Honestly, I watched it. My takeaway is like,
broadly educated,
especially in that division, it's like again, it's just not. And then obviously it's not after that. But then comes on and then Whitaker felt like, all right, decision is better. He's taken seriously. He loses to the very fucking tops echelon guys. I mean, because he lost to a great championship fight. He lost to Majority. He was a perennial top 5 for a long time. Beat Rothschild'S, which is, whatever there. And then Robert Whitaker, perennial top 3 of all time. Yeah, and then charged back and was a champ. And you look at that team, it's like, going into a Cincy fight, knock it. Once he starts getting decisions, he's right. He's losing. Like, that guy's got to finish. Yeah, he's got to finish. That's finish. He hasn't thrown enough strikes. He's still fighting. He has to fight. Can you just go on? It's really going to keep distance and touch things out. He's making his pressure. So, but again, Paul Costa, he looks like he lost his last 2 years. Switching his last 2. One, it was whatever. But I'm going to go shot straight. Like, you see, okay, he's fucking good still. He's got it. Right when he kicks someone in the body, you're like, man, I love it. Yeah, when Dan said this is a fearless badass card, stylistically, casual cons, a huge name. But stylistically, matchup-wise, it's pretty badass. Yeah, it's a good card. It's pretty fun. It's good. Doing all in D-Rod's fantastic. And they do all his top 5. He's minus 500. Yeah, pretty sure. He's minus 500 big favorite. Wow. That's it. I mean, I agree that I think he is a top fight at minus 500. Yeah, minus 500 club. Yeah, he's definitely not. But I think D-Rod is a superstar. Because I'm like a fucking Chase, we gotta take that into consideration. And then Danny versus Patricia Wood. Yeah, I like Danny in that fight. I'm just trying to say, if you chop their head off, you think they're the same person, right? I guess actually, Wood Diggle's a little bit like Blair style. Yeah, that would be fun fight for sure. And Harlan World's good though. Yeah. Let's hope Dustin wins. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying that because I love that so much. I can't remember against Dustin. I think the odds we just had, I would slightly favor Max. Yeah, just based off of those performance at 55 minutes time compared to where he was so fucking good. Man, good luck being Dustin Dorian is hosting. His last round in the same solid real life. Good fucking luck. If Dustin wins, it would be one of the most iconic moments in the history of sport. Dan will win, I would guarantee. Because they have set this one up just for Dustin's last run. It's going to be a sick video package. It's going to be crying. It's going to be it's going to be amazing. Imagine looking at people do the cranes up. So you can show us one. Say less. It's going to be a show. I saw like Korean Tommy. I saw him fighting against Mosby live in Jacksonville. And Jesus, that was she was beating. That's fucked up. Yeah. That's my hero. That's his he's a tough bastard. He's a that new Korean guy is a savage. He's Chinese. No, he's like comes up under Koreans on the trains or whatever. He's a he says he's doing he's he's you guys have fun. That's my versus tight that fire. It's terrible story. Like his brother, his brother got into an apartment fire, and his brother got terrible, terrible story. He was like, and the Tory, smoke guys, like maybe 5 months ago, and he gave like a really heartfelt response. I'm like, damn, you put all these pictures that I'm going to go to that. So it was like really close. Like they're on Twitter. And Brendan had, I think Brendan was so talented. He just makes some good. He just makes certain mistakes. Zero is the same thing too. Under Utah, I like this matchup though because both of them are coming off a loss. Really good. So it's like one way or the other. So one of these two guys coming off a victory. It's good. It's hard to talk about. You got to root for each other too. It's just so dark, man. Like Saturday, so it's a freaking thing. I can't wait. I watch it. We have amazing career. That's some people like, well, Jim watches up on the ones that's on too bad. People might remind you, I go down there, I think maybe once a day, like a game or something. Oh, yeah, right. So, again, World War II, the Bucks, enjoy UFC 318 this freaking Saturday. Check out the graphics. I like that. Some point we're just going to switch things on. It's going to be game board. Yeah, so it's the exact opposite. You're going to take a plan and start going.
was settled down for a little while. So the laptop was married, son, and after about 5 years, he decided, really wants to start publishing. So he decided he was going to leave higher operations. Again, much more hospital environment than he wants to into in general, as opposed to publishing. It was also evident that the Sasso family, which was essentially a well-to-do working-class family, were having some difficulty making there was a general recession in Iowa at that time. So many of the members of the Sasso family had to move their way to Rabbi. When Rabbi Hamid heard that in fact the Ramchal and Sasso was planning to go to Africa there to publish his work, given the context of the fact right and probably Kabbalah, Rabbi really a little bit more of a corporate negotiated a massive number of rabbis to sign on to a plan in the Ramchal, and he initiated with the rabbis of Frankfurt that was interaction such that when the Ramchal family were one of the most brutal nationalist rabbis on their way up through Germany to Austria, stopped at Frankfurt and they were arrested. And the Ramchal was walking the floor, the base of Frankfurt, wary as to the religious activity. And what's fascinating about this at this point is that there's no more question of exactly. But there was expression of intimidation. The idea is the rest of Frankfurt is full of guys rushing and now guys getting different numbers. Rabbi Bassan came in and with quotes that are inspiring because it's ridiculous. Held, unfortunately, went the same way for 5 years, and another one of these really no, he was not involved in any kind of this negative activity. He was not teach Kabbalah publicly. He did not write Aramaic, so on. Was canceled any possible connection with any belief on religion, and so on, and was allowed to go into it. Now, one of the fascinating elements I think we could experience is that the Ramchal, after the defense himself as best he could, then the Papa was in the skepticism of the movement, just like he had in Iowa. What happened next is the Ramchal goes on to as far as entertainment wise, honor support from the Portuguese to Cuba. If you watched it, they international debt, he received quite large salary for his teaching in emphasizing the Bible. Height of his expert so but his greatest from them after 3 years of them decides that his life's work is then at the age of 40 once again to teach Kabbalah publicly. So he and his
got to see. Just sounds there's somebody that's around like 6 months and speakers he's under pressure. Bring the jab, his jab actually destroys everything. And then obviously I'm biased, but tons of death of as far as street damage goes, significant ones in the fight, I will thank you for biased. I think we'll fight. It should be pretty worthy. But as far as the closest finish in the fight, until he got knocked down, it was a slip. The kicks fight, fight. Have you seen like in 71 when Ryan was True Classic? We'll talk about it, I'm sure. Ryan was the best one. Have you seen the True Classic version? Kevin and Dark White Ryan. That's Calvin. Oh, it's very talented. Jesus. This kid, I'm sure. Dude, it's so good. That's the fun. And I know so right in influence. Basically, you don't risk it, and they go, dude, you don't one item messed up. Yeah, I can't put it out until you press it. That's Calvin. When I saw Brian for sure. That's makes it for sure. He's great. He's an actual legit. He's great at this. Just wait and see if he can see what's happening. Don't tell me, dude. That's so great. Because one time I won the belt, I actually did. Okay, I know the reason why we were wrestling was because I just looking for a hug. Yes, I've been calling Wonder Boy my entire life. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm in my 40s, and I just want to call Wonder Man. Thank you so much for sharing Wonder Man. Wonderful, guys. Oh, shit. Wow! Guys, just a waste of time. You don't need enemies when you love them. How would you protect you out of perfection? You have a broken neck. Last time I showed you guys a box. Absolutely true. I have a routine pressing national matches. This is a true classic ring because it shoots like a glove. Swiftly. We all wear true classic. Why, yes. Especially when you never really win. There's a bunch of money into shots. You gotta defend yourself. It's just such a mess. Also, as fans, want to see like an actual finish. I think was on the cell phone the whole time while they're down. So we're trying to early. So our team so many weeks out. Yeah, that's awesome. And here's the thing. Just about the time that basketball kind of mythical. Champion, figure, that's I work South Carolina. There's a lot of certain like no, every point in time has all they had like that. Hey, what happened in my tackles to the kid?
like to thank
You get huge
Choice
out
for
there.
all
Thomas is cat. It's a little bit older. And Thomas looked at me and it's a good cat. Thomas, I think this is sort of healthy. Dangerous too. But you're usually I think they're actually pretty good. And they just made themselves life in that division. It was a big name. This is his second knockout. Because the most knockouts were yeah. So let's say Tom knocks him out, Tom submits him. Like, it's going to be a big gap. Maybe not a good guy. It's like his finishes and then we have it's a good start for him, especially going to be good. And his fans just like said, they're firm. Love Derek Rose. Derek Rose is almost Derek Rose is tough to take down 0-9. He's good hands, big, strong, short ways, and 0-9. Much better than that. We'll see what they do. Kansas taking a little break because this weekend something special's about to happen in the Big Easy. That's Orleans, fam. UFC 318 is coming to New Orleans, and it is a fun one. The BMF title is on the line, and the hometown boy doesn't play. It's the last dance. That's right. The king of the lightweight division is going out on unknown against Max Holloway, who's the trilogy fight man. And DraftKings Sportsbook has an official sportsbook partner of the UFC, has all the action you need. Holloway Poirier 3 headlines. It's the last time Poirier stepped in the octagon. And if you're new to DraftKings, check this out. For customers who bet 5, you earn 50 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code SHOPSHOW. That's code SHOPSHOW. Customers get 150 bonus bets instantly when you bet just 5 on DraftKings. The crowd is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. Alright, let's get to the big deal. I guess this is a pay-per-view. I'm not gonna hate it. It's a good card, and it's gonna deliver. This is one of those cards that's gonna deliver off the BMF title on the line. You can't look the rest of the cards are just fighters. So while these fighters could eventually, if they haven't yet, compete for BMF title. So BMF right now, Walker. For those who don't know, the BMF title was created by Dwayne Rock Johnson. So, and now the UFC was like, yeah, this is great. We're just going to roll with it. So I think it's supposed to be a one-off, and they'll just roll with it. Because the casuals, it's always so built on the line. You can go the biggest in the scene. As long as there's a build on the line, people still championship fight, that we can have them in my pay-per-views. Here's my question, maybe you can pull this up, Jim. So, if because technically the period is the BMF title, right? When you have the BMF title, or since Max Holloway's fight for the BMF title, does Poirier's fight for the BMF title, do they get paid like an actual title, or is this all smoke and mirrors? It's just the way the UFC's moving now. You guys say you can pay the real times. Could be with them as a judicial sometime, but these percentages of championship award to the best ever or UFC. Well, not many people fight for me though. Like in terms of championship for champions, that's not the UFC which kind of like better paying potential and not get pay-per-view points. just as good. These guys can compete, and it's not it's not it's fun to hate on the UFC because they're the big show in town and it's fun to cheer on the leagues. I get all that. There's some talented dudes who can compete. Yes. They beat world champion in the UFC. No. I want you just to look at strength of schedule. Treat you don't forget the UFC compared with a guy named Dustin Poirier. This is the difference. Strength of schedule is everything. Who are you fighting? Yeah, you're champion over here, but who are you fighting night in, night out? And if we go through some of these names, he's also lost some of those. If we go through some of these names, you tell me if these guys are being dominant in the UFC. AJ McKee, maybe. He's one, I'll give you that. He lost to him and they beat him in decision. Adam Burns, And then also, as I named some of these. Yes, sir. It is Monday morning, July 21st. At 9:30 a.m. here in beautiful Austin, Texas. Weather's still ain't shit. It's like this is so uncommon for Austin, Texas. Whatever, dude. This weather ain't shit. Bring it. Bring it, mother God. Bring it. How's everyone doing? How's your summer going, man? Yeah. Kids in multiple freaking camps and they're not doing anything crazy at the house. I get it. I get it. Boys fresh off the plane from SoCal, Orange County. I was in LA. I wish I was in LA so I could see a bunch of other friends. I was in Newport, California. Out there for business. And then I was in County for a little bit of time working on my driveway beach one. Tossing tickets and realizing horsepower, not a big deal. So we'll see when that gets done. But one of the main reasons I was there is I was flying out with Jackson's and Bear Jackson's doing a podcast and all that. But then also to get an inside look at Mom's Lodge, my house training camp. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. This complex like this boogeyman that, especially in America, we don't see a lot of. Kind of flies under the radar, at least not with those guys that are on TikTok and the dances and shit that get our attention. He just does his thing to try and become a world champion. And so I was back into that machine. And so he's been doing his whole camp out of Newport, California. And also, Survey King there as well. Also, does his camp thing there. A bunch of guys that go to Roundtree and get the dirt. Rumble there. They have TJ Dilshaw's, coach. And so the Jackson podcast. So they have a whole thing going down there. The environment, basically the campus. They have like 4 different buildings. And they have their 15 of this team, and some of them are like, up and coming or established Dagestani Jiu-Jitsu fighters. And then some class wrestlers. They're all big dudes because these fighting DDPs are the big dudes. It's different than the camps I was in, or different than the camps I've been around. So John Jones or GSP or Cheetah or Jill Summit, all these big time dudes, because it was just so intense. Like there's no joking around. It's just business. And obviously what happens in a fight camp stays in a fight camp. But if you know the stories of like shoot fights where dudes sparred, dude, like it was a fighting fest, get like starched. That's what these boys are doing. And it ain't happening to Holmes. Calvin, that dude is everything that you think in your head. All the hype. This dude is scary. Really. Yeah, scary. That might take, if you had to sum up my take making it sound like it's scary, he's scary. And part of me is like, well, I've been looking for a while. And so maybe this is just the level the guys are at now. That's just this freak, and I wish I could see DDP's camp because I'm a huge fan of him. Because, I do think it's going to be a great fight. Yeah, Hamzat's the real deal. Scary. The things I saw him do to world class competitors. And he can do it at any given moment, in any aspect, whether striking, grappling, wrestling. World class guys from each genre. And it was like he was just playing with his food. And then when the coach went, dude, let's get going. I go, okay. And then just talk on these dudes. And people, if you're in the game, like, what the fuck? I was like, oh, God, that guy knows wrestling was good, man. Dude. Hey, yeah, it's just, they're so serious. Which don't get me wrong, like, the Americans are serious too, but we also try to break the ice a little bit, and we're doing, we're fighting men in steel cage and underwear, so it's serious matters, but you're also joking around a little bit more training camp, or boys wondering what's up, man, catch up with wrestling. None of that. It's just all work, super disciplined, inside and outside the cage, and it's just one goal. It's to beat DDP, and dude, if it's not about that, shut your yapper. It's just, at the highest level, man. Just a fucking monster. It's good to hear. Just a monster. He wants to do it. Yeah, I wanted to grapple with him. But what they were doing was smart with MMA gloves on. And I put this in. I saw what he did to a gentleman. Which, where I come from, you would be like, whoa, let's shut this thing down. Like, okay, if they were just like getting out with an ass. And I was like, he fought at this level a long time. He's probably not the smartest. If you just want to grapple on me, I'm down. Wrestle me. What do you want to do? Just start with certain positions. I can help you out on down. But it's that I don't know what to do. I know. Especially he's 3 weeks out. And I say, there's no games being played. It was, it's going to see. It's going to see. I really want to see DDP's camp. I'm looking at it because, again, DDP, he's not like this mysterious character on the stage, right? Like, we all know DDP now, and he's so goddamn big and strong, and he's guarding for days, and he's trained for a reason, and has he looked at the fire to get his resume. And so when I look at it, obviously there's going to be reasons to be biased because I saw what the Hamzat's doing, how he's doing it to him. He's going to beat this guy. Let me step back. DDP is 5 finishes. It's like, let's go. This is going to be the day of the night. And then prelims started up. Prelims started. You get another TKO. Minute 10. Buddy, it's going to be all finishes. And the fight guys like, did you enjoy that? Did you like that? Here, for the next 8-9 fights are going to be all decision. So then you got that. Brendan Allen Martin was a fun fight. Fight the night, dude. That's so disrespectful. They gave him the fight the night. Dude, and I have my thoughts on why they gave it to Brendan Allen Martin. I bet Dave was like, dude, we gotta spread this wealth around someone. Like I would imagine the prize that cash prize Max Holloway especially doesn't realize that's why. Dude, like you guys are gonna fight the night. I bet you hear Max Holloway talking about Dustin in the back. He's like, dude, you believe they gave the fucking Brendan Allen Martin? Because for them, the accolades and getting performance bonuses, like the big deal for their legacy. So and don't get me wrong, Graham's great, but those points are going to be fine. If they go for a longer way for Brendan Allen Martin. And I was rooting for him. I love Brendan Allen Martin's case, but I think for I was rooting for him that would be the last one. Why are they not that's the big yeah, the guy needs this, man. He really needs this. Alright, kids, let's take a little break here from the shop show. We used to dream of being anything. Astronaut, president, prince, princess. As you get older, your dreams change. You look someplace up with a little more. Now you can take your skills and ideas and turn them into something that's real, like a business. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, maybe start dreaming of owning your own freaking business. You need a website, payment system, logo, way to advertise new customers. It can all be so confusing. For you. Thankfully, that is where today's sponsor, Shopify, comes in. Cha-ching. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the globe. And 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household names like Mattel, Gymshark, to DriveFast, gas brands just get started like us. But if I can't design a website, Shopify got you, man. From the get-go with beautiful, ready-to-go templates to match your brand style. If I need a hand, say less. Get help with everyday tasks like enhancing product images, writing corrections, product descriptions, generating discount codes. Shopify's AI created commerce tools. Alright? What if you get stuck? Shopify is always around to share advice with your 24/7 customer support. Turn those dreams into cha-chings and give them the best shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Let's go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SHAP, shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, cha-ching. That apparently Tyler Phillips, I love DC, also John Hennick, and Paul Feller, they're great. The amount of hype they were doing with Oliveira, saying that this kid's with it, like he can do no wrong. Technical-wise, he looked horrendous. I watched that fight and went, oh man, this dude's going to be a real threat in the bantamweight division. You look at it like, oh, Tyler Phillips is a beast, but he just had a little pressure. But at the tip of the spear, like the top 10 guys are going to eat him alive, dude. Just walking forward with your hands down the entire time, and then just launching into these looping right left hooks and leaving his feet. Every time he's right hand, his body mechanics, and it's just all off. How no one brought that to the attention of the audience? And now maybe they just want to focus on the positive. I get it. But my takeaway was super talented kid, super athletic, explosive, technical wise. He has so far to go before he reaches the top 10. Now, Tyler Phillips, I think it was 15 or 12 when I ran, so maybe they put him in the top 10. Good luck with all that athletic stuff. Now, maybe he was just doing that because he didn't really respect Tyler Phillips' power. Maybe it could be that. The kid's a banshee, and his pressure is insane. But, he called out, says he wants to fight Sean. He's like, sure, take that. I'm like, buddy, you want
Johnson had the win because I'm not in the car. Daniels had Kevin Gardner fucking pretend his dad was Nazi, but Daniels said, just kidding. So, his dad is German. And his mom's Mexican. That's why his name's Daniel. It's just too much too soon. He's going to be a monster. He's huge for the division. He's huge for lightweight. Right? We don't have to be had to, but, it's all good. You got the Ben Mike Johnson still quicker than him. That was the issue. He was the issue for Daniel there. And he just, he just never got started. He was never active. Michael Johnson just never, learned from that. He's young, but there's a lot of potential there. I look at Daniel, I'm like, that kid, hands are up, technique's good, be a little more active, super young. Like, to me, that's a contender. Is he will like, the technique's bad, like, he's going to get to a certain level, but being athletic and explosive ain't going to carry you through to these victories. Daniel's he can, he's doing the right stuff. You just need to get back on track. Make some adjustments, but the technique's there. Patricio, that's your savior. I thought Danny had moments which that fight. Patricio, he's just older. He's just washed. He's not very active at all. His first fight, he played, he couldn't get used to the 3 rounds. Like, you have fights that went from 40, 50 fighting fights. Come on. Maybe those adjustments, he's not putting the doors off anybody. And then, listen, I like Patricio. He's a monster Bellator. It's just different. UFC, especially at his age, is going to be tough. I don't know what they're paying him. I mean, a lot of UFC's like, bloody mess. They're paying way too much of these bullshit fights. Like, they're not exciting. He's not active. He's like pressure. Everything's slow, very slow starter. So, I think it's going to get enticing. The D-Rod, I'm a huge fan of D-Rod. Again, head over his knees, more punches, dropped Kevin Holland a few times. I'm rooting for Kevin Holland. I do think he's a contender at welterweight. That's where he should be at. Sucks to see him now. Daniel's won 3 rings, so he's the next guy. But Kevin Holland, he has it. I just don't know what's going on with Saturday night. You just see it all. And Kevin Holland, he's talking shit, doing his thing, off and off. He talks so much about the gun. He's in the flow. He's comfortable. He didn't do that once. Not once with D-Rod. Not once. Maybe he just had too much respect for D-Rod. I don't know. He just didn't do that. Kevin Holland, he's comfortable in there, doing his thing, talking his trash, no matter what it is. He just didn't never appeared. And then, if you watch more and Jesse went through all the costumes, what version did we get? We got a fucking damn good version. They talk about the post-fight
doesn't bring. Again, even though these were decisions, for the most part, they were entertaining. So some of those decisions can get pretty brutal. These were actually, they weren't bad fights. It sucks when you're in Texas because you're up to like midnight or 12:30, so that part kind of sucks. So I don't know because I'm tired like that, so we just finished the night every year. Matt told me doesn't pray. Not only do I get the pictures, which was two of my favorites, but I text everybody saying that Max Holloway my decision. My favorite is going to finish. That second round was close. I see on both lines. I had 3-1 going into the fifth. Some guys, especially Dustin Marty's coach, had it 2-2 going fifth. He was like, this round is 2-2. Like, you really don't see that. Depending how you scored it, you could give Dustin 2. So I just gave him 3. I can see 2 and 4, I guess. If you want to give him 2 rounds, I had it 4-1. If you want to give 3-2, that's fine. At the end of the day, it doesn't really fucking matter. Yeah, but he lost. I don't think anybody's arguing that Dustin Gray won that fight. I think when you watch that fight, though, like I'm proud of Dustin for stopping. Because when you watch that fight, he's not the Dustin Gray. He's not even the Dustin Gray that knocked out Conor McGregor. He is notching down after watching him win. Yeah, this is a perfect time to stop. Can he compete with the top 10 guys? Yes. Can he beat the top 3 guys? No. Those days are over. But he can stick around and maybe win one, lose one, and in the top 10 and do his thing if he get the money. It's such a relief to see that he's done. And then I think that if you're watching this, you gotta realize that somebody in the UFC can get Dana's hair. That the fans can. You do have power. You can make a certain change if you shout from the rooftop enough times and get the UFC's attention. Because not only my issue, but a lot of people's issues were with guys like Chris White and Tony Ferguson, Frankie Edgar, guys, BJ Penn, a lot of guys. Our issues were like, hold on, we kind of know this is the last fight. They've done so many radios. They've done so much for the UFC. You owe to them to give a good send off. And there's a lot of backlash. So somebody at the UFC is listening to that, and they trust me enough where he's like, okay. Because I think if it was Dana the Rats fight, they'd be like, no, we paid them, this is what it is, and they retire and go to UFC. And I think because of that outrage from the fan base, so often for these greats, UFC finally listened. And it was where they started doing Korean Zombie, right? They did with Anthony Smith, crazy send off for Korea. And then they did the right one with this Korea. They owe it to a lot of guys that have retired. It's too late now. But I think they learned from their wrongs, and it doesn't pray. It's perfect. Now it sets the precedent where it's like, okay, if they're worthy of a send-off, they gotta do it. And now I don't know how many guys it takes a special dude like Dustin Poirier had his career to say, all right, well, that's why I know in my hometown. Now they've set that bar. So you get some of these legends who are like, this is my last one in my hometown. And now the UFC kind of has to bend the knee there and do it because they've set this standard. And it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. It's the best. And it also, like, doing that, it kind of puts a stamp on you not coming back. Like, doesn't Poirier can't come back. Like, you don't get a 20-minute send-off, highlight video, family, friends, everybody's in the cage, tell people thank you, printed purchases in the last dance, and then in 3 months, announce you're back and you saw a testimony. No. So when you do get the send-off, it actually does the fighters a service and the UFC be like, this is over. It's like killing, it's like the Avengers saying, it's over. We don't need more. You fucking stand it. Don't fucking come back and give us more bullshit. Because we just know it's going to be a watered down version. So I think for Poirier, if he was like, I'm coming back, they're like, damn, we just did a 30-minute tribute and you're all fucking down. Like, no, it's over. So I think this forces him. I think just pay for this $15 a month at midmobile.com/shop. That's midmobile.com/shop. Upfront payments and refund on required product $50 a month. Limited time customer offer for 3 months or space monthly 35 GB with unlimited taxes and fees and interest. See midmobile for details. Midmobile. What you think of the DP highlight tribute video? I was telling you that I didn't feel like it hit me that emotionally or something. It hit me in the heartstrings. Now, did you see the one that they did before where he's sitting down and there's all those rehab action videos? That one got me reading. Yeah, that would tear me up. I watched my son, that one got me. Yeah, something was missing. Still a great job. Just it was all right. Anthony Smith is better. Korean Tommy's had the best. Korean Tommy's is great. Deep, does Glorious. It was like a highlight video they'd see on YouTube. It was like this intense rap. I was like, what is this? It was kind of cringy. Now, I'm glad they do it all. They can play fucking Dave Matthews, man. I think but the song, it was like so intense. It was like it was selling us on the Zipporah flight. Like it was a highlight reel of this knockouts and stuff. But it was in like pulling the torch. I like when they pull the torch. I need to hear the guy all like just all talking. We're so proud of you, like that in the arena. But it was like this hype, like, come get it, bitch. So come get it, baby. Like, okay. It doesn't. The best thing too is this Glorious just fuming at the judges' performance. All they're doing is listen, there's no complaints there. You say I'm proud of you guys for doing that for DP. That's exactly what you do. But I really, if you're just on the criticism there, I read pull up the heartstrings, man. This was your guy like DP came from nothing. Dropped out of fucking school, pursued fighting, started everything he's learned in the UFC at a young age. And we play this video like it's fucking, yeah, it was awkward. It was like, oh, it's a bitch, it was like cussing and stuff. I'm like, oh, man, you guys know that's been my side all this. I had him on the phone trying to use my folks tearing up. He was tearing up. Tell that story, tell that narrative. And you can also, like, you can play something like, you rewind that one, I'm sure they'll like give you the freedom to play my songs. Like, drop the word on its fucking head. Like, you can even slow, like, raps up would be better, And then also, man, I can let you know the DPs sent me the last dance. Said, when Lil Wayne walks out with you, I assume he's either saying, you rap and say, even if it's just your lip syncing over your song, which is what they should do because the audio is awful. People trying to lie. So could you do that Lil Wayne? You're just in the back there, and maybe you're going to see him walking out with him, and he gives DP the strap, maybe then throw it Max. Max is strap down. But hey, man, sing. And I told you, I didn't see him these times. I couldn't see him. Right when he was walking through the tunnel, he's there, and then when he hits the crowd, the security guards and his coaches came in front of him. As soon as he's walking out, and then it changed. Yeah. Because he came out to handcuff me the boss. So that's when the shooter walking through it's there. And then when he handcuffs to the maps on him, so that's when the way went to the back. Hey, look, you're from the reason. You're gonna sing for him. Hey, look, man, sing for him. Get him some scissor and fucking sing. You're not there as a fucking DJ. Him
He's 46 years old, and he would have won this fight this welterweight this title, but it was a majority draw, which is still crazy. Yeah, but the majority of opponents, people that have been boxing, they're seeing it. That's wild. That 46 is fucking wild. Yeah, I got Alexander was sick, and he was a fight for his own social media website. This is not young too long. He's just a British killer. He killed all the Brits that he's beat the shit out. It's just amazing. He's the best. And then the pissed people off, which is exactly what Abrams and Jake Paul just square off. That's another thing that's going to the Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua. Apparently that sign sealed delivered. According to Jake Paul's side. Tyson Fury says he's $30 million on Jake. Really? That's Tyson Fury. What are you not sure he does it? This money wants to. Even though he says he's retired, I'm not sure he wants to fight Joshua. Yeah, they gotta make that happen. He was, I think, Jake Paul, chance Anthony Joshua. They fight 100% if they fight him. They want to pounce on Jake. Mike pounds if Jake knocks out Anthony Joshua, the entire thing is over. Yeah, it's just, this isn't how it works. I know it's fun to talk about and, get clips and views and talk about Joshua and Jake Paul. If this is a real sport, if it's an actual real fight, didn't you see what he did to Francis Ngannou? Some of that two-time gold medalist, the world champion that beat Klitschko and got dropped, that guy, that heavyweight. This fight should be 30 seconds if this is real. If it goes longer than one round, maybe 2 rounds, and Jake's covering up, I'll give you 2 rounds. If it goes longer than that, this thing's fixed. The fix is in. And I love Jake. Good for you. Get your fucking bag, dude. And this is what Turkey all the Sheik says. If Joshua destroys him, the head, they can Jake Paul will come over. But if Jake Paul wins it, that Joshua's fierce and Jake Paul's will be great. Jake Paul accepted. Next week, I'll talk with Joshua. He has all the money in the world, so he can make it happen. This video goes, it's a catastrophic mismatch that people would tune in and watch because it would lead to the end of Jake Paul. Could agree. If it's real, this way the telltale sign, yeah, this guy's really done. Joshua loses this one, will never watch boxing again. Yeah, if you're losing it, not down by Jake, that's games that might be wrong. But is there any possibility that just freaking Jake actually just no chance? There's no chance. And Joshua semi-takes it serious. Like he did Francis. Takes it in. We understand that. It's this is real. This is an actual competitive, legit fight. It's just, I don't know this one. And you hear people like crying, but he's big and athletic. Get all that. And that's great. This is Anthony fucking Joshua, the two-time gold fucking medalist, heavyweight champion, the very best to do it. There's not enough hours in the day for Jake Paul to last longer than 30 seconds with Anthony Joshua. In real, online, we can do our thing, and this can be fun in the middle of it all. I get all that. I'm with you guys. I'm gonna let so many fucking commerce flow. I get all that stuff. If this is real, this is an actual, highly competitive boxing match. And Joshua trains like he's fighting fucking Tyson Fury or Usyk. This should be the actual real world that we live in. No matter what Jake does, should not last longer than 30 seconds. That's the truth. And I love Jake. see him taking a full nuts. So I assume this is all real. If it is real, most sweet science of boxing, Anthony Joshua should defeat him in about 30 seconds or less. That's real. It's all good. The ball is on Jake to jump in there with a fucking heavyweight of Anthony Joshua's caliber is nuts. He should get credit for that. But he should get finished in 30 seconds. Keep it on. Keep it on Joshua. Tyson Fury. I wanted more help in the size differences because Jake's getting a lot bigger. Joshua's huge. Joshua's so big. He's fucking massive. And talented and technical. All the power in the world. He's one of the very best. He's not washed. Definitely destroyed Francis like James Harrison. What do you think's a tougher fight? Francis Ngannou or Jake Paul? Francis could dodge him. Honestly, destroyed him. And that's how it should go. That's really how it should go. It's when you get into the top level. Me too. I'm breaking it down. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just saying that this is a legit fight. That's how it should go. Because any other way, someone's so fucking out. This will prove that more so than any other fight you've had. Let's take a break here. If you're looking for the perfect buzz this summer without the hangover, Mead Breeze. B-R-E-Z. An incredible functional beverage company revolutionizing how we drink. Their line of feel-good tonics offers a unique blend of hemp-derived THC and CBD functional mushroom nootropics to create social relieving euphoric effects without the traditional downsides of alcohol. No, these aren't like your typical edible. No, it's going to take you. I've seen some weird stuff with edibles. You feel each blend within 10 minutes. The effect will last about an hour, hour and a half. Right, so we're cocktail. It's mellow enough for your mom to try, but also snap if you're having a while. So whether you're looking to try out 2-man or 10-pound Breeze has a beverage that makes you feel the way you want to feel. To be really experienced in the future of drinking, head on over to try.drinkbreeze.com/shop. Use a code SHOP for $5 credit and free shipping on your first order. Just don't be a physician before using it. Pregnant, nursing, have any suspected allergies, medical conditions, or taking any medication. FDA has not evaluated these products for safety or efficacy. Products are intended for 21+ Breeze. Okay. So John Jones is back in the news. There's a few parts to this. Ever since the White House thing happened, John Jones talking to someone at SBC like, I'm back. Sure, yeah, I'm not here to take a bite. Yes, Daylight's like, I ain't fucking putting him on the door. He's like, I can't risk a fucking fight of that caliber. John, who knows what he's a wild boy, I can't risk that. Yeah, they know. No, the right's over. For John, the right's over. And if John's going, well, the only reason I'm going to come back is if I find the White House news, he ain't coming back. Like, I think Dana White and the UFC brass, they got burned by John. And like, we're good, dude. Same thing with Conor. Like, we're good. And last week I was talking about the White House card, Conor fighting Chandler and John Jones fighting Alexander. Fuck all that. I was way off. Neither one of them fight on really want. Because they're both too unreliable. If this is, 8 years ago, yeah, they're both on there. Wait, they come in 2025, neither one was making it because it's too flaky. Both of them are too flaky. Both of them have too much baggage. Dana's not going to make them. So this is what John Jones just said. It's not what Dana White's response. My early comments made last night press conference about just why not them still using Android principle to stay sharp and continue to be official times. We're saying interviews should they be invited to the White House gave me something to keep me fight for. But why? That goes beyond paychecks and real time. Great purpose. So we're fighting all this on the face. See my heart. They see I am ready. Taking a knee under my country on the historic stage. I don't see that. For me, it's never been just about the dollar. I'm chasing legacy, something timeless, something bigger than the moment. So for now, I keep grinding, stay patient, stay faithful, and ready to play July 4th. Yeah, maybe he gets his shit together and there's no big gaps. Like, dude, it's like, alright. Seems like you're doing good. Right now, I'm on the Dana. Why? We're
that's especially the ego. That's what they have. Yeah, I just don't see anything. See the fancy art, I don't see it. This is more towards this is more John Jones. So John Daniel Cormier was talking on the podcast, and he was like, and they were asking him questions. I think answer that's answering this question. So just look at this whole thing. That's my question.
You could find your identity anywhere or a random place. Where would it be? And who would the person that you would throw hands with sight unseen be? I kind of want the ability to kill him, so I'd like to know their powers.
There you go. Yeah, me too.
They can really do anything.
I think we know. I can take who you might want in your living room.
Nothing right with the thought, but keep it fun.
So that's pretty much John Jones took it as a guy to go in here. Yes. The comments made last night. Yeah, the comments made last night. Just like I missed that was ridiculous. DC said he wants to kill me at his house. I mean, twice in the third time I'm bringing a show. I mean, can see the mansion I know in his head. I just never let him leave his hates who runs his ass with him. This is where Joe Bob comes from. I feel like the most painful thing that happened to that man's life, emotional damage. No, John, the most painful thing is him. Kid, he loves a kid. Yes. Until he actually finds out. But so Daniel didn't really say anything. It was just other people into it. So it's not like he said like, no, I don't have an issue with or something like that. So yeah, and I don't think it's emotional there. I think it's he lost twice to an MP. Like who knows what DC call that? Like it was like that was just that's what I'm saying. Who knows what they call that? Anyways, this is what Daniel said afterwards. But I don't dislike John Jones. I think he's fine. That's more like everyone else. I think this up to me. This thing. John has stay relevant, stay in the news. Did you see Paul Costa before the fights? This is during press conference.
more specifically from Judge Neal, if he's tuning in this weekend, what's your message to Hamza Chimaev?
Yes, you guys know about that. Already, everybody knows about that. Right here. After this fight, I want to celebrate for him, which of them we need to wait. And because my focus right now is on the guy. So I need to focus on him, but of course I haven't played after that. And I have a finished meetings with vegetarian, for my and I want to fix him sooner or later.
What specifically?
I can also speaking about his city's focus. He's too red about his focus. Yeah, so that's nice there. This is how this is you're talking about that thing that now the outside of the lines at the press conference she seemed to shake and she takes his picture of them. First of all, Sam, I was shaking. We're shaking right now. Seeing you nothing. I think it was even called him or something like that. I just was that motivated, that shows that walking in this fight, the next stage it was thinking to myself, the whole time, this is you need this victory, you have not be back, this victory is mine, so basically, it's difficult, he's just like, shaking his body, he's looking out, either way, he did crazy work, he looked like
it was very interesting, very informative. A lot of people attended it. Lots of great experience. So I just hope the next time we get to listen to you, everybody you're listening will be seeing behind me. I'm not really the building that is just a picture, but I hope you will be seeing those people behind me the next time we get to hear you. Very much. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a fantastic summer. We've got an amazing fall of 2018 semester planned where we're going to look at the history of the Jews as they dedicated to the river. This may be a little unusual approach because we're going to be looking at a geographic rather than a series of biographies. But we're going to put together, I think, an interesting experimental way, and I hope you like it. Basically, the reason for this slightly different approach is because I have this fantastic opportunity from Culture River Here's the amazing organization that leads the ethnographic expeditions that are just fantastic down the important river ways around the world. Over the summer, I was in Spain and Portugal looking for signs of crypto-Jewish life. This was an amazing compliment to the whole media part of Jews that we studied last year. So this fall, we're going to look at the history of the Jews in the River Valley. In the spring, we're going to switch over to the Jews of Italy because I'd like to go to northern Italy, which is the river cruises, and hoping I'll be able to supplement it through fantastic photographs of it. Anyway, the plan for these lectures are we're going to look at the elements of the Jewish history through introductory lectures. These are the basis of the material that I actually delivered on the road to my fellow ethnographers. And then when I get back to Brooklyn, we're going to have our traditional biographic series, but the biography will be focused on Jews who made history within the ethnic river. And I think there's some amazing choices and words for anyways, let's get started right away, and we should first locate the subject of our study, which is the one of the interesting things about looking at history from this perspective is that rivers make unusual kinds of boundaries because they're easily crossed in many areas, and they are traversable with length. They are a medium of transport as well as a boundary, a natural boundary between regions. Unlike, let's say, a mountain range, where you have to go to various passes to get through it, rivers actually, at least for a certain portion of their navigable route, they can actually be traveled along. And so they, rather than just acting as boundaries, they act as bridges, they act as communicators of culture. And nowhere is this clearer in Europe than in the Mississippi River. This is the second longest river in Europe and extends through 10 different countries. You see in this map here, on the left, it begins in the Black Forest region of Germany, then it crosses over into Austria. It actually bisects a couple of capital cities like Vienna, and later in Hungary it bisects Budapest as well, and travels along the border of Slovakia, and when it makes that southern turn towards Serbia, then you see a crossing again to the east, and it goes through Romania and Bulgaria and along the border, eventually into Moldova and Ukraine, emptying out into the Black Sea. In some regions, it is rather flat and docile, and other regions it's quite rapid and it's very difficult to traverse. But in the 20th century in particular, great strides have been made in making it navigable through much of its length, and that's why it's really such a fascinating area to so many different territories. The actual cruise will be starting in Budapest and traveling upriver towards Vienna over the course of 8 long days, and then we will take the overlanding fly out of Munich to JFK or wherever the rest of it is. So you can see that it really involves many different political boundaries in 21st century terms. Actually, in this introductory lecture, we're going to be looking at a lot of maps, so let's just keep an eye on this. But rivers are, as I mentioned earlier, not just bridges, they are also boundaries. In fact, perhaps the most famous boundary that Danube is responsible for was the northernmost boundary of the Roman Empire for much of its history. The Danube was kind of like the line that separated Roman civilization from Germanic anarchy, from the various tribes, the Visigoths, the Vandals, the Ostrogoths, that eventually would cross the Danube and would make their way down back to Rome and take spoils abroad. But for a significant part of the Roman history, especially towards the end of its history, it was actually a very famous boundary. And even people like Marcus Aurelius here named the philosopher of the Roman Empire made his way to Vienna, where there are all these ports all along the Danube River but the bridge aspect of it is that it's incredibly complicated on an ethnic level. One of the starting points that we really have to begin with as we discuss the region is that it is incredibly complex. As this map shows you, there's so many different ethnicities all mixed up here. The Magyars, the Hungarians, the Poles, the Finns, the yellow, the Czechs in purple and so on. And even those terms are accurate because you have a lot of people who are ethnically identified one way, linguistically a second way, sometimes religiously a third way. What exactly do you call them? Some nature studies today, for example, the authors who prefer to talk about Czech speakers than Czech. If you have a German, let's say, living in Prague, his first language is Czech. We call that person German, Czech, Czech speaker, Czech speaking German, and ethnic German living in Czechoslovakia. So it's a very complicated thing. And in fact, one of the easiest ways to get in fights, particularly among historians, is to refer to a town using one particular name or spelling when it is named or spelled in 3, 4, 5 different ways by various people who claim the same town. For example, the Polish, Ukrainian, German, Austrian city of babies and don't have they're not specifically referred to any particular ethnicity as having suffered, but it's known today as disease, wasn't really in tradition countries. It's also known as the Buzz to Poles, and Lemberg to Austrians. All kinds of places like this have incredibly complicated histories, and as a result, it's very difficult to speak in an intelligent way about the region without being cognizant of the different nationalities that compete for space and linguistic loyalty on these populations. So it's an incredibly complicated place. We will come back to this in future lectures. So what about the Jews in the Danube River? Well, Jewish settlement really begins with the ancient period. You look at this map here, which is a little bit confusing, but it shows the same thing we looked at a little while ago, the extent of the Roman Empire. And the Danube River here is right above what they see up there. The red arrows indicate the movement of Jews. And as you can see, they're basically following various mercantile paths and landing on coasts. Jews being very involved in international commerce really before their own diaspora in the first century of the Common Era. So you've got all isolated Jewish trading posts that accompany both Greek and later Roman settlements throughout the region. We begin to see a much larger population in the region with the various right-hand side, making the Rothschild up into Budapest, Vienna, and to Krakow as the second and third generation of diaspora ex-Jews. But we have Sephardic Jews living in this region, even though it is predominantly Nazareth. This is the source of the Nazareth immigration to the region, primarily for two basic reasons. The regions to the east were actually inviting Jews because they were valued for their mercantile know-how. Jews were overwhelmingly literate and numerate when you compare them to the general population. That is, they were able to read and write, and they were able to read basic math. And these proved to be very highly valued skills for these growing economies. Furthermore, Jews, because they had a diaspora, had extensive international and could facilitate trade. There were a whole bunch of different occupations related to commerce that were made the Jews especially valuable in Eastern Europe as their economy began to grow. Added to that was growing anti-Semitism in Western Europe. I'll show you some examples of that later on in this lecture. That was slowly pushing Jews towards the east, especially in the 16th and 17th century. You have a small number of Sephardic Jews, a much larger number of Ashkenazi Jews coming from Germany, the Rhineland in particular, making their way to the Europe. And then, of course, you have a whole series of expulsions throughout the first half of the second millennium era, where there are Jews being expelled left and right, moving into the Danube region, out of the Danube region. There's a lot of population moving even into this fairly early period. When we get to 1900, however, you can see that there's quite a dense settlement. This is a page from my supervisor, PhD supervisor, amazing atlas of Central Europe, including the country of Romania. And this map shows the density of Jewish and incidentally Armenian settlements in Central Europe. The yellow indicates 1 to 4% of the population is Jewish. The darker green indicates more than 15% of Jewish in the European. You'll see there's quite a significant population. If you were to drill down and look at urban centers, it's even higher, as these tend to be the urban people that live within close proximity of one another. So very religious and economic. So we've got Jews moving into the region, even though there are very ancient settlements that go back before we have recorded history or archaeological nature. Certainly from the year 1000 on, we're having lots of rich records of Jews actually in there, and this is accelerated as we move to the 15th, 16th, and 17th. So lots of Jews in the region. What can we say about the nature of their life in the medieval period? So the most important structural aspect of their life was the fact that they had something called the Geulah. The coming from the Hebrew term Geulah comes from the word Kahal, which means to gather together, to congregate. And this was the formal term that was used, also the term Kahal, this is related to the same, that described the structure of Jewish municipality throughout Europe. It was a form that has developed over 1,000 years of existence, and it proved to be really quite effective right up until really the late 18th, 19th century, when it began to break down for a series of reasons, some of which we will talk about today. What are the main figures, the main facets of the Geulah? Well, first of all, they were governed by an organization typically called the Shuvei HaTzibur. Some differences between the terminology used in the Sephardic community, the Ashkenazi community. We're going to go with the Ashkenazi terminology, which is population origin. Shuvei basically the good people of the city, and this was essentially like the board of directors on the municipality. Typically 7 men. There's no one, but I'm aware of the women down here. One were wealthy, property, had a good name, and part of the reward of the leader community with their own charters. They govern the community by a, semi-democratic fashion. Again, it was limited to men and it was limited to property individuals, but nevertheless, it was not like they had one person who was a dictator. They did appoint a president and they had term limits and things like that. But what was especially important was two other organizations that were raised. The first, of course, was based in the Court of Law. And this was a separate organization of the Jewish three rabbis who would adjudicate disputes according to Talmudic law. So any kind of dispute in the community regulating their commercial or social interaction, the Beit Din would have the responsibility and the authority to make a decision to favor one party or the other as the Shuvei Ha'ir and the Beit Din sometimes competed for authority. Technically speaking, the Beit Din had the authority of God because they represented Talmudic law. But on the other hand, the Shuvei Ha'ir were the ones who set the salaries of the Beit Din. So sometimes there was a certain amount of tension between them, especially when sometimes the Shuvei Ha'ir would be involved in disputes and the Beit Din would have to then essentially adjudicate their employees. But this is nothing new, and in fact, if you go to the modern synagogues today, they tend to be organized along very similar lines, with the Shuvei Ha'ir being the board of directors, and the Beit Din being the rabbi, and they have like a relationship that varies depending on the relative power of the Beit Din. But what the real muscle made the particular works were the Kevrot. The term Kevrah is singular and Kevrot is plural, or Kevrot in the Ashkenaz translation refers to associations from the word Chaver, meaning friend or comrade, colleague. The Kevrot were essentially communities, committees that were tasked to perform a whole host of social welfare functions. Care for the sick, care for the poor, support for students, support for full-time people studying Talmud, support for travelers, all kinds of like just social welfare organizations that were staffed largely by women that would actually make sure that the community took care of itself. It's actually quite a sophisticated organization that was able to really scale up to large cities as well as tiny little shtetls, tiny little villages, and to take care of the social welfare needs of the poor, the indigent, the unfortunate within the community, really stable. Compared to what was available in secular society, it was really quite amazing, and it was the secret to their survival in many ways for 2,000 years of exile. The Kevrot were funded by the Shuvei Ha'ir, and the Shuvei Ha'ir, in turn, taxed the population for the maintenance of these activities. Certainly, tzedakah or charity was a value in the community, but the Shuvei Ha'ir essentially did run on communal taxes. And if you had a problem with the assessment of those communal taxes, there weren't that many places to turn. They did, of course, to adjudicate those appeals, but ultimately everyone had to pay taxes once they had a certain. That's what made it all work. There's so much to say about this. I have a separate lecture that's totally devoted to the structure of the community, but I'll say one quick word here. What the structure lacked in terms of individual freedom, because the idea was essentially a coalition body that people had to live up to minimum norms, whether it was paying for excessive taxes or public observance of the Sabbath and other Jewish law. What it was perhaps it imposed something coercive nature, it also made up for it with the tremendous social welfare that it provided. So it was a very stable structure, and it was only the unraveling of the state as a whole, that is the secular state, that really caused the breakdown of the civil structure. We'll talk about that shortly. But this is essentially how you build for a good 1,800 years of activity. The economic foundation separate nature of medieval society until we get to the modern period when people are organized as individuals, as citizens within nation state. The medieval community tends to be organized based on the place that you had in society, whether you were a peasant or a servant, whether you were a member of the nobility, whether you were a member of the clergy, and the ruling authorities that came did not deal with people on an individual level. They dealt with corporations. They make a rule for all the peasants, or at least for all the peasants that live in this particular province. So Jews had an unusual kind of situation because they weren't peasants. They weren't nobles. They certainly weren't clergy, at least not Christian clergy. They lived in urban environments that were often denied admittance to local guilds, so it's hard to call them burghers, meaning as merchants and so on in the city. So they ended up adopting, and this was already from the early medieval period, a role that was known as servant servants of the chamber, sometimes the servants of the royal chamber. Basically, they reported directly to the king. How did that work? The king would essentially employ the Jews in a whole host of tasks. Most of it was tax farming, where the Jews would be tasked to administer the taxes of a particular region. This is, by the way, more significant the further east you go. What you have these actions, capacity, arendars, or leaseholders in Ukraine, places like that. But the Jews would then be given a figure of taxes that they would be expected to pay, and whatever they raised beyond that amount was what they could keep to themselves. That's hence the term tax farming. But there are a lot of other activities, like, for example, the law of Gratia, which eventually was phased out during the 14th century onward. But the law of Gratia was the law that forbade Christians from lending money to one another and charging interest. So that acted as a significant stress on the economy because, if you can't charge interest for money that you're lending out, then what's the point, right? You're not going to lend your money. But the law of Gratia allowed you to essentially have the monopoly on money lending, particularly small-scale money lending, and that meant that the economy got a huge boost because credit was available to the Jews. The interest rate was quite high. It was not the usurious rate. In fact, it was called usury at the time. But it was actually promoted by the king because of an extremely important reason. The king could then tax the profits. The Jews were compared in some historians' writings to like a sponge that was dipped into the society and then run out by the king to get as much taxation as possible. So Jews had, on the one hand, this privilege of reporting directly to the king, and they had the tremendous protection afforded by the king because the king wanted to make sure that they were raising the money that he needed. But on the other hand, it was a precarious situation because they often found themselves at odds with the local population. Providing them with much needed credit, but on the other hand, someone has to pay the bill as well. Occasionally, you will have these economically motivated acts of violence against the Jews, but sometimes are promoted by the nobility themselves because they follow these activities. And so the Jews would be expelled and readmitted and so on. This is a Europe-wide phenomenon, not just in Danube River, of course. In France, for example, they were expelled 3 times in the 15th century. And every time they were expelled, they were invited back again to tax function. More to the Danube River, and particularly as you go further east, the monopoly known as Propenancia, which is essentially the exclusive right to still sell alcohol. It's often granted to Jewish residents, particularly for those first missionaries. And this was, especially when combined with money lending, very much valued by peasants coming home from the fields after a hard day of work. They would love to drop into the Jewish tent and have a drink of beer, try and put it on their path. But then, of course, that can lead to social wealth and alcoholism. But more significantly, the tab eventually got to be paid to the Jews. Jews had kind of a crucial part of the economy and not necessarily a well-loved one. Now, this is not to diminish many, many other areas that Jews were active. Jews, being urban people, fulfilled a whole variety of economic functions, working goldsmiths, silversmiths, musicians, as you see here, the classical music was pioneered by Jews in Europe. But the most memorable aspects of the economic foundation of the society were primarily commerce. Now, to look at some of the negative repercussions of this, depending on where we look at the region of the Danube, but also throughout the entire region, Jews were occasionally forced to wear distinguishing badges or symbols that would kind of impose social boundaries between them and non-Jews. Sometimes this was especially promoted by the church that wanted to limit the amount of participation of the Jews. We see actually a Jewish representation. You can see that the figure here is not quite represented as a full human being, because this is part of the medieval Jewish calendar, and there's a lot of hesitancy right up until the early modern period of representing human forms because of the second commandment that talks about a prohibition on representation of other gods, graven images. So this is actually Jewish representation as we have sometimes different kinds of things. The artist specifically restored it so we would not have a clear representation as we understood that this was not a human being, certainly not a god. This is representing the month of Tishrei, and the Jew here is holding an etrog, and a lulav branch, and the myrtle, and the willow branch. Our cultural products are all mixed together and shaken on the holiday of Sukkot. So this is what separates the month of Tishrei and not occurs. The reason I'm showing you though is because the Jew is clearly wearing the Jewish hat, which is meant to be kind of like a humiliating device to set aside the Jews from other people in the land. You're personally forced to wear this, or as well a badge that was sort of spherical or conical that represented the 30 pieces that Jesus took to display Jesus' stone. Here's perhaps a more extreme example from Munich. This is the route in Egypt, which we have 10% routes Europe that portray the Jews engaged in a whole host of rather destructive activities with a squid. You see the figures on the right are wearing boots in particular, and well, that's pretty self-explanatory. Let's go on. Well, what was Jews really active with besides this economic activity was scholarship, and this is something that was moved actively. Before Sarua, a very famous restaurant, early thinker active in Vienna. We have the Mills of Yehuda, who's active in Prague, and was the latest of Jewish scholarship. In fact, Prague becomes the center of Jewish publishing. As early publishers there begin to work with the new invention of the Rothschild'S printing press. There is a device that's quite beautiful early in distribution. Figures like John Stoker, who will speak about later on in the series in much greater depth, with very insightful, politically quite active figures who made a huge impression on later Jewish life. So even though we spend a lot of time talking about the economy and some of the negative aspects of it, we've also spoken about some of the discriminatory measures that were placed on the Jews. Jews were incredibly active throughout the demonstration in public scholarship in particular. Let us move now to the 18th and 19th century, where the Rothschild Empire. We should realize that during what's called the long 19th century, which is basically based on the French Revolution of 1789, right up until World War I in 1914. That's a long 19th century, somewhat longer than 100 years. These two important depiction of Napoleon rehabilitating he's portrayed himself here as a very almost messianic figure. He's now the right of the resistance, and the door there, and he lifts up the fallen woman that represents Judaism, and she's holding on to the tablets of the law, indicating Napoleon's granting of equal rights to the Jews, which of course occurred in the context of the establishment of the great nation. If you're curious to learn more about this, have a look at my lecture on David Time, which speaks about the whole period of Napoleon and the decision to take the Jews out of their permanent transient status, which is what pertained to Jews throughout Europe. Jews did not have citizenship; they were permanent foreigners. Like they have sort of green cards that they were able to work in certain parameters, certain restrictions, but they could theoretically be evicted from a country that they lived in for 8,000-9,000 years. Discrimination based on their non-citizen status. On the left, you see the representation of various non-Jewish Christian religions protesting the whole decision to emancipate the Jews. Now, this happened in one fell swoop. The French Revolution, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, specifically the rights of women and female citizens, was debated by ultimately rejected in 1789. The Jews were given equal rights shortly thereafter in 1799. All of the Jews were citizens of the country, and theoretically did not have to live within that corporate structure of the field. This is what eventually began to erode the traditional foundations of the feudal structure, because there was no more coercive power. A person simply could opt out of the feudal without converting to Christianity, which is previously the only way out of the feudal community. This was a shock to the culture of European Jewry, because it opened up a whole host of possibilities for Jews. Also, the dangers of assimilation and dissolution of the community. Internally, there's a massive change going on with the Jews, because Jews are beginning to be sensitive to possibilities of change, and they begin to explore a Jewish version of the outset of the right. They turn it a lot, which is the rough implementation of that, and it includes a whole bunch of ideas which are related not only to intellectual practices and the relationship to real religion, but also to their political standing within European Europe. Pioneered in particular by the man shown in red here, Moses Mendelssohn, began to explore the possibility of citizenship in East Central Europe, as well as they had in France. Germany in particular, they looked towards models which they would be accepted as beings within society. And Moses Mendelssohn advocated, for example, the study of the vernacular language, the adoption of critical responsibilities, and essentially encouraged Jews to stop looking at themselves as if they were foreigners happened to the country, and instead they look at themselves as actually citizens. A lot more to say about this later. But let's look at the map here. By the time we get to 1914, Austria-Hungary, which contains the Danube River, is most of it anyway, the part that we want to focus on. It's become a dual monarchy of Austria and Hungary, Prefecture and Austria, and compromise in 1867. It was a massive country, which once again, let's remember, not at all monolithic ethnicity. That's all different nationalities in there. Serbs and Sloaks and Jews and Ukrainians and Ukrainians by nationality. All kinds of different peoples are populated in Austria-Hungary, and they're not necessarily Jews living with each other, particularly if they don't get their political rights. This ethnic fluid, so many different nationalities, ultimately results in the outbreak of World War I. And let's go to the 20th century right now as we get to the end of the long. So when you get to the 20th century, the Nubian River, the Nubian Basin is a land of tremendous power. For example, in Vienna, particularly in the 1900s, so much so that the books written specific along these two words, Vienna 1900s, you have Jews who have reached the goal of intellectual achievement. And in many ways, they're casting the entire molds for 20th century intellectual Jews like Sigmund Freud, who's shown here. Many of them are highly assimilated. Ludwig Wittgenstein, for example, highly assimilated Jew or Jewish ancestry, nevertheless makes exactly the 20th century thought. And so they only have sometimes a very tenuous attachment to Judaism, but nevertheless they are on the forefront of cultural life of all of Europe, particularly from the rivers. You also have in northern Hungary extremely insular and Swedish movement, which is quite the opposite, openly rejecting modernity to a much stronger degree than most other Jewish communities, no matter how observant you are. You have on the one hand the extreme of assimilation, which go down the river, miles, and all of a sudden you get to the extreme of insularity. You also have these kind of midpoints like the neo-love movement in Budapest, which is essentially kind of like the Hungarian version of reform geography that is intended vitally to demonstrate the bona fides of Jews who, as Jews, entered into secular society, following the model of the Haskalah. And then, of course, you have all kinds of political movements like the Zionists, who are especially strong in Czech. So it's kind of a region of tremendous contrast, intellectually, politically, religiously, all coming out of this very compact territory around it all comes to a crash and halt, of course, with the Holocaust. So let's just have a quick look at this map. For one reason behind the upheaval that has been disastrous and repercussions. On the left, you see the map of Europe before World War I, dominated by Central Europe, is dominated by Italy, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. 4 years later, they're going to be dismantled and completely destroyed. If you look on the right-hand side, we see that Germany has lost a massive amount of territory to modern-day Poland, and the region known as East Russia, which is also technically part of the German Empire, is separated from its mainland by a land bridge that is Poland. The Russian Empire was completely destroyed, and they have a revolution in 1917, and a second revolution in 1977, the communist power. And in place of the Russian Empire, you have the Soviet Union, including the Russian Federation, or the Russian Union, which is part of the overall Soviet Union. But you also have these other Soviet countries, Ukraine, Belarus, and so on. You also have non-Soviet states in the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, and Slovenia. So if you look in the East Central European region, you see that Austria and Hungary have shrunk to a tiny amount of their original size. Hungary in particular is ironic. By the time you get to World War II, it is led by an admiral. But when you look at the country, it's so absurd because Hungary is landlocked at this time. How can you have a navy when you have no outlet to the sea? 2/3 of Austro-Hungarian citizens live outside of Austria-Hungary. This brand new country, Czechoslovakia, is representing of the Czech and the Slovak-speaking citizens of that region. Hungary reaches Yugoslavia, and it's like tremendous amount of self-determination has been given to several countries, but there are a lot of people who are very unhappy with it. Specifically, Austria and Hungary are unhappy with the fact that their country is basically wiped out. Germany is very unhappy that it's lost a lot of territory to Poland. The various people that are not listed here as particular nationalities, they don't have a country of their own. For Soviets, they're very happy with the result of World War I. So these state militia ultimately rise up under Hitler, forming alliances with Nazi Germany to persecute World War II, which has, of course, devastated consequences. We will not speak extensively about it during today's lecture. There's obviously a lot to say about how the Holocaust unfolded, but it is important to note that it came about in very different ways in parts of Eastern Europe. Specifically, many of these countries were much more reluctant to give up their own citizens. For example, Hungary giving up its own Magyar Jews, Hungarian Jews. But Jews who were refugees into Hungary were not really as well protected. Rather, moving monuments down the river shows representatives used it, of course, to leave their shoes behind and slide down the river and drown to death. Terrifying story. Immediately after World War II, Cold War. And this represents essentially the division of Europe into pro-Western states and pro-Soviet. Germany is divided in half, and Czechoslovakia and Hungary fall under the Soviet. And these peoples, although they had more liberal forms of communism under the Soviet Union proper, nevertheless they are restive under Soviet dominance and have several rebellions which are typically put down by the Soviet Union. Strong string of 1968 was quelled only by the advance of Soviet other parts of East Central Europe continue to have unhappy populations in the late 1980s, but eventually they are able to control the So that's essentially the proportion of the elected that we'll discuss period. The legacy of the movement, although it is no longer demographic, as it was devastation of the Holocaust, but nevertheless, the phenomenal intellectual, political, social, and cultural legacy of who lived along the Thank you very much for watching.
I'm scared to watch that because I don't want to watch it. Because I know he is an exceptional politician. And I say that in a way where I'm like, this dude, I can't ever forget what this dude did during, not to derail this conversation, but it's like, you had to flee that state doing things that they did, right? And they were like, came after how much kids did. I can't forget. But you do watch that, and I do. I know that's why he's kind of huge. I know him, like, that's why I don't watch it. It just the hatred goes down. Like, you watch it, and he's like, John Rad's kind of real, and then also Content Shots on it. And I was like, yeah, so I do this. And he said, I made a lot of mistakes. He goes, I'm not an expert. I thought what I was doing right. Turns out it wasn't. I fucked up. He's like, but there's some. He's a politician. He words it just like, I don't trust any of them. Either becoming the right, I don't trust any of them. That is the best policy. Is like, there's no stuff. I mean, kids getting assaulted. So they're like, never mind. They're like, someone had to step in. It's the only time that the Trump contractors and pro-Trump people are making calls. And they all got together like, oh, you're right, man. Let's meet each other. We all hate this kid, you know? Yep, cool. Right, let's go back to each other. Yeah, they're like, Trump's fine. We're like, well, we don't think so, but we think that guy's fine. So there's only one thing to do. At least they're all how do we do that? Whatever you may think. That's something that it gives them a little leeway. We're like, all right, next July, it's going to announce. Yeah, I bet you that Dana and Trump are good enough friends that Dana knows exactly what's going on. Like, I bet you Dana knows exactly why this is all happening. But he knows what Cruz are the last. I mean, he's not going to Trump was like that. And just the way Trump dealt with it was like, just a brief, interview. It was like, right? Yeah, and someone has a thing, but you're still talking about that. Great, everything. There's nothing there. It's not a big deal. We gotta get over it. Yeah. If you were sort of like, listen, we're looking into it. Once this comes out, man, it's gonna be trouble. We're just trying to navigate the waters. Once it gets released, it's gonna take some time. Yeah, we will get there. We gotta help some people out here. People are like, hey, we'll do that. But he has to get it. Changes everything. Yeah, it's, you guys are still talking about that. It's like, you got a reason for talking about it. Yeah. They thought that, like, as they say cash to Joe, and they're like, hey, like, Cash wants to come on the show, of course he's gonna have him on. And then he said that, it's like, he's like, wait, so you're telling me that the proof that he killed himself is there's a video that shows it? Cash like, yeah, it's like, that in the New York Times for the last 3 years, they said that cameras were shut down and there were no videos. And now we know that Cash acted like he didn't know that. It's in the New York Times, it was all real. Yeah. And also, it's real thing, they like, Hurricane was a really good chance it makes us up. Injury bottle, we fucking go. So we can't what exactly he was doing. And then also, we know for kind of for a fact now that news they had was not. I know they had experts who did like that thing's been on. And as of yesterday, it came out that there was 3 minutes chopped out. 3 minutes. Which, if you ask me what's in that 3 minutes, it's Epstein walking his fucking ass straight out the front. Maybe it was more than yeah. Either or, yeah. I mean, that the thing where I always thought that he's alive is because anytime they actually put out photographs that were supposedly Epstein's corpse in the hospital as they were giving him in. And the guy said, here's it's not him. It is not him. There's no question that was murders. I just don't I know that you're a big kid entertaining and conspiracy. It's like, there's a big one that I have to get the rights now letting go to that. Like, just come out from, just be honest. I think most people don't trust the COVID does. So they should pick a few people that are on the list that don't have that much power. Just want to just like they want to see them. They gotta get some. Speaking of drama, I know this might lead into you because the B team, right? This has been a whole thing with Gordon Ryan and the B team execs. For those that know, the B team's Craig Jones, Nicky Ryan, who's Gordon Ryan's brother, J-Rod, and a bunch of other guys, but like studs. But they were all overlaid in the Dana Rodin squad, right? The reason that this the B team breakup is kind of is an interesting story is because of J-Rod getting kicked off B team 2 months ago, and then all of a sudden now the B team is breaking up. And I was like, okay, I'm sure that that's because these guys are like, okay, we're not gonna like, it's Nicky Rod's brother. Like, you're not gonna kick him off. And then, as far as my understanding, Nicky Rod's brother, J-Rod was sending, I can tell you exactly, doctor pictures of girls from the gym. He had a folder in his phone, which had the names of girls that were on their team, and it had their pictures from Instagram, and then porn clips of girls who looked like them. And so, and the girl he was dating, and she was says last night? I can't remember. Yeah, so he's like the great time that did all that, like he organized Craig Jones Invitational, all that stuff. Where like Craig Jones does the marketing, but like what's going on with B Team is Seth and Craig are leaving, and then B Team is rebranding. And I'm like, okay, what are the odds that's unrelated to Pinky Brother, King of the Team? You know what I mean? I think it's likely, but anyway, but even like Ryan went ham on those guys. Like, hey, yeah, but Craig just gaslights. Like Craig gaslights more than yeah, I don't know. This is Craig Jones. It's time for a rebrand, boys. You call yourselves Team Bankrupts. That's correct. And Craig responded, CJ too is in 52 days from the video release. I think it'll be my last ever professional match, and I'm out of here. No more competition match left. My team is done. I will be in America after August 31st. I'm doing it really fast. What do you think the odds of that are, though? Like, we're never going to see him like what's he going to do? They're just going to disappear. Right? So much money he's made. That's the thing. Also, he trolls a lot. He's super fun. He's so I don't know if it's not that. I think he's done more jiu-jitsu in the past 2 years than he's done. I mean, he's first in on the HB for sure. I think crushing CJ. So like, because Victor fought and CJ fought, so like all of us were all there, and that's what we did. But that place was like it was at the not Thomas and Matt, Thomas and Matt, yeah. And it was that place. Dude, I've never been in a crowd for a spring event. There was nothing but fucking Kiwanis in that place. It's all like some emotion. The chance guys, you're walking around, you're like, look, you don't get a fight. This guy's full in. Yeah, so like doing that to like, like top of the yeah, it was cool. And killers. Interesting. I don't know Jake Shields much there. He's one of our next topics too. Like, I know Jake. Jake's great. I love Jake. Yeah, it's pretty shit. Jake's great. Yeah, because he's not so. And now is this again? I'm only on you for this. So Jake over in this gentleman on the black belt on Buddy Burger. Is it just Jake? Because Jake's, I mean, so to get black belt from Jake's a big deal. 100% just Jake has all been doing like 5 belts. Is it just Jake's thing? So how it all kind of sequence of events is like this, like Buddy Burger he takes a picture with Jake, Teixeira, Frank, I feel like I'm forgetting someone else. No, there you go. Jada, Frank. Yeah, he's like, he's one of the black belts from different guys. So that's what I'm saying. So he's black belt. He's like, I achieved my black belt in 3.5 years. And yeah, like obviously the whole entire community just descended on it. And they were like 3.5 years like, yeah, this guy competed. And because here's the thing, if you know jiu-jitsu, you look at this picture and you're like, these are all guys from different academies, and they're all wearing his shirt differently.
incredible people connector. Such a term in Hebrew, it's a beautiful term, means satisfaction of the soul. I feel so great that we together have the opportunity to study the work of some of these very important, we show, early authorities of the Jewish tradition that otherwise basically don't get any scholarly treatment outside of a handful of maybe a dozen, 2 dozen researchers who think about the history of the Old Zerua. And, here we're going to put it on the internet and make it available to the wider world. So it's such a merit for me, and I thank you so much for giving me the excuse to speak about the Old Zerua, because it's a fascinating story. It is, I think if I'm going to give you a one-word description, it is the story of a genius who was so good and so thorough that his work was hardly studied for 600 years. And I said that right. And it's an abject lesson in writing that he wrote so comprehensively that his book was living almost disappeared. Fascinating. I hope to share with you why. At any rate, let's get started straight with the material, though. This is part of the fall series on the Jews of the Danube River. As those of you who are regulars know, I had this wonderful opportunity to sail the Danube River last month with Kosher River Cruises, which was a fantastic experience because I had the opportunity to actually visit these sites in person, and it's a very different thing studying history from books than it is studying from the actual being in situ, being on location. So we began here in Budapest, and we made our way over through Bratislava, Vienna, and then across the border into Germany, and we flew out from Munich. And I'm hoping to discuss over the course of the next few lectures some of the experiences that we had, and they were absolutely stunning. I will give away one bit from next week's lecture. If you visit my blog, which is jewishhistorylectures.org or henryabramson.com, you'll see I have an article there and a very short video on the timber of the Hashem Sofa, which is a mind-blowing, beautiful monument to this great Jewish leader, and I think it's very worth reading. If you don't have time, then just wait next week. I hope to go over it with you as well. But that's just an example of something. Here's the boat that we sailed on. My wife went with me. It was Robert Finch, who's my research assistant. This is in the Rothschild'S Valley in Germany. An amazing time. I'll tell you lots of adventures. But let us go straight to the discussion of today. The Danube River is useful for us in that not only is it a boundary, as you can see here in this map, this is depicting the extent of the Roman Empire at its peak. And the Danube River runs right around here. There's Budapest right at the top of the left-hand side. The Danube is going into the Black Sea. And the Roman Empire basically used the Danube as its northernmost extremity when it reached its peak. But it's also, besides being a border, it's also a connector, because unlike a mountain range, which we have a limited number of passes, you can actually travel along the river, either downriver as well as from here at the Black Forest out into the Black Sea. But you can travel it upriver as well, because they have these paths on the sides of the river, and you can connect your boat to offset and then actually have your boat pulled all the way up to whatever destination you have. So anyway, the river is also a connector. The river brings information, culture, ideas, literature, scientific discoveries up and down its course, and as a result, there's a tremendous cross-fertilization of cultures that occur along any river system, especially the Danube, which travels through several national capitals like Vienna, Austria, Bratislava, once Pressburg, the capital of Hungary, Budapest, and so on. And also travels to many countries, about 12 countries, I think, on its route. It's one of the most international rivers. So the Danube is especially fascinating in that regard. This map also shows you the Jewish diaspora, which gives you some sense of the antiquity of the Jews in the region. Jews are much more populated in the Italian peninsula from the beginning of the Common Era, and only the tiniest number of Jewish settlements are found in the Danube region, by the 5th and 6th century, we actually do have evidence of Jews from a very early time, comparatively speaking. In Budapest, for example, we actually have coins that date from an early Jewish teenager whose name was Shlomo, as in Shlomo, and his name was engraved right there in the coin. So we have Jews living there at least from the 900s, possibly the previous 2 centuries, but very small population. The person we're discussing today, the Rothschild'S, Isaac of Vienna, dates from the 12th and 13th century, so he's not from the very beginning of Danubian Jewish culture, but he is there at a very early point, and as we shall see, that's quite significant. By the time you get to the 1900s, of course, the region is jam-packed with Jews. This particular page here shows the concentration of Jews in East Central Europe, with the darker green being the heaviest population centers, constituting about 50% and higher of the population, and the lighter green indicating smaller numbers. This is useful as a kind of a larger regional map, but when you drill down into the smaller locales, into the villages and into cities, then you see the Jewish population really soar, because Jews are historically very urbanized. That is, at least after the exile from Israel in the 1st century, Jews seek out urban environments, and as the cities grow, the Jewish population grows as well. In Warsaw, for example, by the turn of the 20th century, we're talking about 30% of the population is Jewish. Budapest, similar numbers. Vienna, not too far away. And in medium-sized towns like, say, Berdichev, 77% Jewish. Incredible population of Jews in some of these towns. So you will get this impression as you move through East Central Europe that you have these entirely Jewish islands in a sea of non-Jews. Very different urban rural culture, which can contribute as well to some of the social tension that would boil over in a much more violent 20th century. A quick note of thank you to our sponsors. Mr. Christopher and Anne-Marie Gray have long been sponsors of scholarships that we generate with these lectures. And we also have a few smaller scholarships, very much appreciated, from Mr. Michael Heller in memory of his father and his mother, Mr. Dean Webb, and this is really cool. Shalom Janashvili is actually my 70-year-old son's best friend. And I was so amazed when I got this email, Shalom Janashvili. It's weird when your son's friends follow you on Instagram, you know? It's a good thing. And I then I could say to my own son, it's so new, he's following me on Instagram, but his Instagram is blocked, so I can't see what he's doing. Anyway, so I've done a couple of anonymous donors, and for those of you who are joining us for the first time, the purpose of this series is to support our students with scholarships. We've raised over $15,000. We're currently got, you can go to this website, the Friends of Jewish History, if you'd like to sponsor a lecture, partially or totally, whatever you want. Okay, so now, good and welfare, let us talk about the sources that we're going to use for tonight's discussion. So as I mentioned to you earlier, there's remarkably little available on the web about the Rothschild'S, particularly in the English language. In the Hebrew language, you'll find more material. That's about it. Not even very much in Hebrew. My main sources for tonight's discussion are the works of the classic scholar Chaim Rothschild'S, who lived from 1912 to 1991. He wrote some very important books on the history of Jewish thought. A book called The Saviors, and another book here called Bale HaTosfos, which is especially important. This is there's about 12 pages in this section, in this book, on the Rothschild'S, and that is, I think, the most concentrated discussion of the Rothschild'S as a historical figure anywhere. Despite the fact that the Rothschild'S, Isaac was by Vienna, he is cited hundreds of times, perhaps thousands in the Halakha literature. There's really just a little discussion of his life and activity outside of the Bale HaTosfos by the Chaim Rothschild'S. So this is one of the major sources of his biography. We also looked at some important articles by Yoshua Horowitz, who works for the Israel Chinuch in the state of Israel, and Monica Selmakers of the University of Amsterdam wrote some great things on the manuscript. Finally, I have a special thank you to Dr. Simcha Emanuel of Hebrew University. I happened to see an article that looked really great. I wanted to read it. I didn't have much time to request it, so I just fired off a quick email, and I got the article from him within 30 minutes. So I was really grateful. these are all people that contributed to my understanding of the life of Isaac Rabbi Vienna, and very grateful to all of them. The manuscript. The manuscript is the most amazing story. It is, of course, authored by Isaac Rabbi, and here is the first printing of the manuscript. It appeared in Shatomer in 1865. The author, Isaac Rabbi, was born somewhere around, not 1880, that should say 1180, sorry for the typo there. 1180, he did not look backwards in time. Who likes to see winners? And he died somewhere around 1250. We only have the vaguest of it because he was constantly writing his own work, and he would edit it and make changes, and sometimes those changes he made. The last change he made was 1246, so 1250 is a rough idea of when he actually lived. Studying and taught in medieval Ashkenaz, and I'm giving you a map book of what exactly is the person, but he is one of the foundational thinkers of this sub-civilization we call Ashkenazi Judaism. Last year we spent the entire fall and spring semester speaking about Sephardic Jews. This year we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Ashkenazi Jews and also next term Italian Jews. Here is a map that gives you a sense of the ethnic groupings. You'll see that the Ashkenazi Jews are in the purple here, but this is a little misleading. It looks like all of Siberia is Ashkenazi. Meanwhile, even if you include the prisoners in the Gulag, there's probably no more than a few hundred Jews out in that map in Siberia and France. But it is basically northern and western Europe, with the exception of Spain, where you have Sephardic Jews, and also that little bit up there surrounding Amsterdam, where a lot of Sephardic Jews dwell. The term Ashkenaz is biblical in nature, and for reasons that are not at all clear, the early Jewish century chose to appropriate the term Ashkenaz from the book of Genesis and apply it to the Rhine lands, in particular, German Jewry. Those German Jews then spread out primarily to the east, where they formed the backbone of Eastern European Judaism, the Polish Jews, the Hungarian Jews, the Russian Jews, and so on. Here's a map that shows you a little bit more detail of what we're looking at. He is called Isaac of Vienna because he is specifically associated with Vienna, but he actually traveled quite a bit around the entire region. He was born in the Czech Republic, which is in Malaysia, and he traveled around Germany and France quite significantly, recording his travels, settling down eventually in Vienna, and hence the name Isaac of Vienna. Okay. Now, the legends of the manuscript are fascinating. As I mentioned to you, this large handwritten manuscript was completed most likely around the year 1246. And it was widely cited by the early halachic authorities. Everybody is saying, hundreds of rabbis are saying, the Or Zarua said this, the Or Zarua, that's the title of the book, says that, but it did not see the light of day as a printed book until 600 years later in the 1860s. Okay, printing is not developed until the 1500s. That's when you start seeing Hebrew printed books. But it is completely incommensurate with the popularity of the book as a manuscript. Meaning, when it was hand copied, the Or Zarua was one of the foremost authorities of its day and had tremendous influence on later halachic writers. But when it comes to the time of printing, nobody's printing. And even after printing has become cheaper and cheaper, and more of the classics are coming into common circulation, the Or Zarua still remains in manuscript until finally in the 1860s, two different caches of manuscripts are published, and they see the light of day. How is that possible? So let's just talk a little bit about the discovery, as it were, of the Or Zarua manuscript. One of the early writers of the discovery is none other than Shai Admon, very important modern Hebrew writer, winner story behind it. So this is not history, this is a legend, and it is attributed to none other than Shayagnon, but nevertheless it's beautiful to read. Here's an English translation. Okay. He writes about, by the way, when he was a young man, and his name is actually Samuel Joseph Chachkin. That's an interesting name, right? Chachkin is his name. He changes to Shai Adnan, Shmuel Joseph Adnan, when he came to Israel. But he was traveling through Eastern Europe, passing through Vienna on his way to Israel. When he went to Israel, of course, that's when he became famous. But he writes this while he passes through Vienna. I heard from the tellers of truth. That's a very literary kind of flourish. I heard from the tellers of truth that the book bore Zarua still exists, and it is to be found in a manuscript in Emperor's treasure house in Vienna. I forgot to mention, by the way, that by the time you get to the 1600s, lots of halakhic authorities, this is now 400 years after the book was written, lots of halakhic authorities have said, I have heard quoted in the name of the Or Zarua, but I myself do not have a copy to consult. Many important figures of Shach, many commentators on the Code of Jewish law, they say, I've read that the Or Zarua says this, but nobody is able to actually look up the source in the original with the manuscripts of all the law. So in that context, it's ridiculous. It was found in a manuscript in the Emperor's treasure house in Vienna. Because of its size, no bookshelf could hold it, and it was held by iron chains in the middle of the hall. When I went to Eretz Yisrael, I passed through Vienna. I said that I would go and see the book of Or Zarua in the Emperor's treasure house. I found a person, and I asked him the way to the Emperor's treasure house. He joined me and went with me. As we were walking, I told him that I'm going there to see the book of Or Zarua. It has the trappings of a story here. He said, if so, come, I will tell you what I heard from my father. One time a sigh was heard in the Emperor's treasure house. He said, what is the sound in my treasure house? We found that those chains were striking against one another with a sort of sighing sound coming from them. They asked their wise men what this was, but they did not know. There was one Jewish wise man there who said, I will tell you, this book is a book of laws of the Jews, and its author was very saintly, and he was a rabbi in our city. Now that some of the Jews of Vienna were about to change the practices of their fathers, this righteous one grieves over this. I mean, that the nature of Jewish practice, the nature of Jewish observance, their adherence to traditional halakha, Jewish law, is waning. And so the Or Zarua, the manuscript itself, is feeling that pain, and the chains are shaking as a result of making it noise. Chachkin was writing like in the 1890s, I think, so it's definitely late on China. So he's writing about it long after the period. But yeah, this is a period of like great change. How old is he? 1888, yeah, so it's probably writing around the 1910s, 1920s, I guess. Very secular period. What does he continue here? When the emperor heard this, he arose from his throne and said, now I know that the Holy One, blessed be he, troubled my sleep only for this, so that the Jews would not change the practices of their fathers. That same day, the sect of the innovators, meaning like the Maskilim, the reformers, came and asked the emperor's permission to institute new practices of prayer and life. The emperor rebuked them and sent them forth to the reprimand. Look, it's kind of a story that reinforces the value of tradition, reinforces the value of adherence to traditional norms, and also, of course, elevates the status of Or Zarua. The thing is, it's not true. The manuscript was not in Vienna. The manuscript was actually in London and in Amsterdam, but it's still a good story. Another version of the story, because we do have it, of course, discovered in Amsterdam, is that the book was cast into the sea, and then it was found, amazingly, by a fisherman washed up on shore, and like it was slightly damaged by the sea, but otherwise was perfectly intact, and that's how it made it to the library in Amsterdam. Also, not so likely as well. But what we do have is a series of manuscripts. They are not the entire Or Zarua, because as I mentioned earlier, the manuscript, first of all, is massive. Even in the printed version that we have today, in double colors, it takes about 8 or 10 inches of shelf space. It's a massive work, tiny letters. He must have been writing basically nonstop for most of his 6-day weeks about things that he observed and saw and done. But he was constantly re-editing it, and it's not in order. The volumes overlap in material. It's not a start to finish kind of work at all. It's published in 2 different series. It's called volumes 1 through 4, but in reality, we don't even know which sections came first and which sections came last. It's really quite a mess in terms of the sequencing. We can still garner a lot from it, but I want to return to my question: how is it that it was so important when it was written, and then it ceased to be studied, or it was basically lost within a couple hundred years? And the answer is his son, Rabbi Moshe, recognized how valuable his father's work was, but it was so big and unwieldy, he published an abbreviated version, which is shown here, still in print, Simane or Zadua, which is like the chapter heading for the songs of the Orzo book, which gives you the foil-bound Cliff Notes version of the Orzo book. So if you are a really serious scholar, then you've got to work through the original manuscript, which is massive, or you can have this very authentic, dedicated, careful edition that just gets to the heart of the decisions that the Orzo made, and you don't have to worry about all of the back and forth and all of the extraneous information, supposedly extraneous. And as a result, this book, the edited version by his son, was incredibly popular and remained in print all that time, but the Orzo itself was lost until the 1850s. And only then was the original manuscript returned to. So this is really giving away my original opening statement, that it was so good, so comprehensive, so complete, that nobody studied it. That they preferred to go to the short version, which was really much more adaptable to people's needs. I attended an event just recently for organ donors, halachic proposal donors, called an organization called Renewal. And there's an amazing number of Orthodox Jews are the highest single population that performs altruistic kidney donations. Whatever reason it is, Orthodox Jews will actually volunteer their kidneys at a much higher rate than the rest of the population. So anyways, they had this one guy who was a Sephardi man who donated one of his kidneys, a beautiful thing. And the day of the operation, he met his recipient, who was an Ashkenazic man, and the Ashkenazic man apparently, as soon as he came out of his anesthesia, the first thing he said is, well, now that I have the kidney of a Sephardic man, can I have rice on Pesach? Right. So the question is, Kelly answers no. So the question would be, let's say we made a halacha, that the question was asked, and the great rabbis of the era considered it, and they said no. And then that particular precedent was lost. For whatever reason, people lost it in paper. It didn't factor into the halachic tradition once again. And then 50 years later, the same thing happens again, and they go to the great rabbis of the generation, and they look at it and they make a decision, yes, we can have rice on Pesach. And after they make their decision, someone says, of course, wait a second, I found this precedent over here. So the fact that the precedent was not part of their deliberations, does that invalidate their decision? Do they have to restart it again? Or do they say, look, we've been talking about this for 50 years, we're not going to change it now? So that's what happens with the Orzo in that the original text is out of halachic circulation for so long, people make decisions in its absence. Do we invalidate those decisions and go back and consider the Orzo or do we say, no, it's now settled law? We have several figures like that. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what is this book about. We spent half an hour and we've not said what's actually in the book. So this is the full set of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, just as a background image. The Orzo is one of the figures in a group of Jews called the Rishonim. This is, of course, familiar to anyone who studied the Talmud or halakhic literature. Basically, we have this very important philosophical concept in Judaism that states that the earlier generations have a greater level of spiritual sensitivity, primarily because they are less removed from the revelation at Sinai. The later you go in time, there is a diminution, of the generations. The phrase in Hebrew is the decline of the generations, because they're further away from Sinaitic experience. Now, the later generations may have much more knowledge. Like I said, my iPhone has a tremendous amount of Torah in it, and I can access it very easily, but I don't have the same spiritual sensitivity that my predecessors had. And that has a lot of impact on how decisions are made. In those decline of generations, there are kind of like big chunks that are divided in our historiography and in our halakhic literature, and we say, okay, these 10 generations belong to this group, and then there's a big drop off, and there's another 10 generations belong to another group, and so on. The Rishonim are the first generation of European Torah scholars. That means after the decline of the Jewish civilization, primarily in Babylon, where the Talmuds are written, and the generation that succeeded them, called the Geonim, in the Mesopotamian region, then you have a rise of Jewish scholarship in places like Spain, in the Rhineland, Rashi, people like that are growing up. Those people are called the Rishonim. These are the first ones. There's a series of rabbis that go basically from about the 850s, 900 till about 1400s. All the rabbis who taught in that time are Rishonim. The period afterwards is called the Acharonim, or the later ones, and that extends up until maybe the 1800s. And now we're in, for the last 200 years, contemporary thinkers. So he is one of the classic periods called he is a Rishon, one of these first ones. And it makes a difference because in terms of categorizing disputes, an Acharon generally will not have the authority to override a Rishon. And only another Rishon can override a Rishon. So many of the debates that we have today are really continuations of the debates that were presented in the early time. There will be one very important debate, for example, that's quite significant. In one of the major debates in American society right now, the election we'll have tomorrow, will have an impact on this, of course, is what exactly is the Jewish position on abortion? So it's not a straightforward thing. We should not take our theological positions from what's in the general press, because that tends to be dominated by evangelical Christianity. As I say, bless their hearts, but it's not halakhic. It's not what Judaism does. So there is no question that terminating a pregnancy is not only permitted under certain circumstances in halakha, it's actually mandated. It's required, specifically a therapeutic abortion, where the mother's health is endangered. Talmudic law is completely clear, Mishnaic law, that a woman's health takes precedence over the survival of the fetus. Now, the question that comes up in the period of Rishonim to illustrate this point is, why is that true? There's no disagreement that it is true. The question is, why is it true? The Rambam, Maimonides, very important Rishonim at the same time as the Or wrote that it's because the fetus, as it were, takes on the halakhic status of a worker, of a pursuer, meaning the child is unwittingly seeking to kill his or her mother, that the child's birth itself is a danger to the mother, and unfortunately, under those circumstances, we're required to kill the rodate, or at least disable the rodate, in order to allow the near-dot, the pursued one, to strike. It is, as it were, according to Maimonides, a sanctioned form of murder. According to Rashi, also a Rishon, he says not necessarily. Relying on passages elsewhere in the Talmud, the fetus is actually a part of the mother's body. And although one is not normally allowed to harm one's own body, obviously, with the state of saving yourself, you are allowed, for example, to amputate a gangrenous limb or something like that. So Rashi's position is not that it's murder, if that is maybe something like manslaughter or something, or involuntary murder, but Rashi's position is much more lenient and allows for a larger scope of interpretation as to what you would rule, for example, if a woman's psychological health was at risk. Would you say that those are sufficient grounds for an abortion? Rashi might say yes. Rambam, on the other hand, would say no. And that debate of Rishonim persists to this day. In the 1970s, the Tzitz Eliezer, very important Israeli rabbi, ruled that a woman who found that her child at 7 months of pregnancy was carrying Tay-Sachs, very terrible disease. She said she can't take it, and she didn't know what to do with herself. So the Tzitz Eliezer ruled that she could, in fact, terminate the pregnancy. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein in Israel said, very wrong decision. I respect the Tzitz Eliezer, but he is wrong in his point. We really like Maimonides, the Rambam, and say that she may not terminate the pregnancy. So this is the kind of an illustration of how the debates of the Rishonim still very much alive today in contemporary thought. So he's one of these Rishonim. What do the Rishonim do? Some of them comment on Talmudic texts, and in fact, much of the Or Zarua is organized along the lines of the Talmud. It's structured according to the order and sequence of the Talmudic text. And he also wrote hundreds upon hundreds of responsa. Responsa are especially valuable books. Responsa are a form of halachic literature in which a community or an individual sends a question, a she'elah, to an important rabbi, in this case the Or Zarua. The Or Zarua does a research project on it and responds as responsa or teshuvah, and that becomes Jewish law. That becomes the precedent that they use. So we have an amazing number of questions directed to the Or Zarua, which are relevant not only from a theoretical point of view of understanding what the Talmud means, but understanding what are these pressures affecting Jews in Vienna and the Danubian region in general. This is how halakha is formed. In particular, the Or Zarua is useful in that he begins to show us the origins of Ashkenazic custom. Let me give you some examples of this. But before that, let me just tell you a little bit about the unusual title, because he is, like so many rabbis, known by the title of his greatest work. Right? Like the Rabbi Yisrael Meir Cohen is known as the Chafetz Chaim. Chafetz Chaim is the title of his book. So the Or Zarua, Rabbi Isaac Rabbi, is known as Or Zarua, the title of his book. It comes from Psalm 97:11, which is the phrase Or Zarua means light is sown. Sown not as in like with various clothes, but sown as in seed in the ground. The whole pasuk is here. Or Zarua Latzadik, with Yisraelei Simcha. Beautiful, very poetic passage. It translates literally as light is sown for the righteous, and for the straight of heart, rejoicing. A typical kind of Hamitic Tanakh-like phrase where the phrase is split in the middle with the Tanakh here. The first part is light is sown for the righteous, and then the conditions are reversed to say, and for the straight of heart, joy. Meaning that if you are, the meaning of the verse is that if you are pure of heart, then you may not be experiencing happiness right now, but it is sown, it is in the ground, and in the fullness of time, it will go forth and you will experience that great happiness. Perhaps a reference to life in the world to come. Now, he especially likes this phrase because when you take the final letters, you see it spells out Rabbi Akiva, Reish Ayin Kuf. Yud, Beis, and then after the Hey, sometimes Akiva is spelled with an Aleph. And he mentions in his introduction that he was drawn to this particular passage and the Sofe Teva, the last letters of the words, because Akiva was Akiva, referring to the Rabbi Akiva of the 2nd century, one of the greatest rabbis of the Mishnah and the Talmud. In fact, at the very beginning of his book, there's this massive discussion of something that is associated with Rabbi Akiva's activity, and he begins this way because he someone who would derive meaning from the actual shapes of the letters. As you can see, this is the first page of the Or Zarua, and right at the very top it says the alphabet in Hebrew. I mean, this is like, can you imagine opening up this massive 800,000 page book, and the very first thing is A, B, C, D, as if you're going to learn the alphabet from it, like children's siddur, children's prayer books, open with pictures of the alphabet, lists of the alphabet with all the vowels, and these pictures, and you see little kids sitting there, putting their fingers on the letters and sounding them out. So it starts like that, but then he gets into, he lists first the actual series of letters, then he lists how they are spelled out. Like, for example, the letter Aleph is spelled Aleph, Lamed, Say, right? And he spells them out equal. And then he lists some of the secret combinations of the letters, the codes that you find occasionally common. Like, for example, the Atbash system. At is like the Aleph, the first letter is replaced by the Taf, the last letter, the last letter of the alphabet. The second letter is replaced by the penultimate Shem, right? And that way you can spell out a whole word or a whole sentence by reversing these letters, and several other less common ones. And then he goes into a long discussion that extends to about 30 pages about some of the secrets of the shapes and letters themselves. This is out of character from most of the work because it is deeply Kabbalistic, very much into gematria, numerology, and other things which are, just an indication of the mystical background of the Or Zarua, which we shall see in terms of his influences. Is he a Makubal? I would say he is. He would not make his reputation on it, but as we shall see, he was deeply influenced by a very important Makubal, very important members. Okay, so travel and influences. Here's a passage, a page of the Talmud, a very old printing here. The Tosfot, by the way, are the commentators on the outside here. This is the actual text of the Talmud itself. On the inside, private place by the binding is always printed with commentary of Rashi, who is more of like he takes you hands and he walks you step by step through the meaning of the text. Tosfot, by contrast, is much more into discussing the contradictions and things like that. Rabbi Yitzchak of Vienna is one of the members of the larger school of Tosfot. Perhaps the most well-known are the grandchildren of Rashi himself, but there are literally tens of scholars throughout Europe that contributed to this massive body of work. His teachers included the Arugat Mosem, author of a very famous commentary and halakhic work, and his students included the Maharam of Rothschild'S, whose biography is also quite fascinating. Perhaps we will refer to it in a later lecture. Perhaps my most favorite of his teachers, however, was Yehuda the Chassid, who is the most prominent individual in a short-lived phenomenon called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. Fascinating explosion of spiritual activity, primarily in the Germanic lands towards the north, that has its own name now called Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Chassid, when we speak today about Hasidim, generally speaking, that term is used to refer to the followers of the Baal Shem Tov in the 18th century. Prior to the 18th century, the term Chassid was generally used to refer to anyone who went beyond the minimum standard. Anyone went beyond the letter of the law to do extra. David himself, David says, Chassid Ani, I am a Chassid, because he's always trying harder and things like that. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history where the term Chassid is applied to a movement. It happened so in early medieval Rhineland, where they composed a group of rather unusually spiritually centered individuals who were deeply involved in various mystical practices and also ascetic practices. They had some things which today would seem rather weird. Like, for example, they were very big into atoning after death. So they would put their bodies in coffins after they passed away, and they would tell the Hebrew Kadisha that they wanted this coffin to be dragged along the ground to the graveside as a way of expiating their sins in life. They should suffer those punishments after death. Those are kind of weird things. immersion in snowbanks, things like that, very, very aesthetic country. It didn't really last. It only was there for about 150 years, and the city of Ashkenaz kind of faded away. But they did leave us a rather remarkable book called Sefer Hasidim, which is a brilliant exploration of some of the philosophical standpoints, and it's a strain in Jewish thought that has not necessarily survived, but is nevertheless fascinating in its detail. I will mention one thing that Yehuda Chassid wrote that is still extremely well preserved among Jews. You've probably heard of it, maybe you've even considered it in your own private relationships. Yehuda Chassid, the teacher of the Orzarua, he left behind a fairly detailed will for his children that has a whole bunch of significant stipulations about how he wants to behave and operate. One of the things that he wrote to his children is that a man should never marry a woman with the same name as his mother. Right? And there's never, that's the only source for it in the rest of Jewish tradition. It's not in the Talmud, not in Halakha literature. It comes just from that. Now, we don't know what that means. He provides no source for it. No, it's inspecific. Yehuda Chassid said, don't ever marry a woman with your mother's name. Who knows what? So the Halakhic literature later said, just be safe, also do it with your father too. But I have to share with you one thought from the great Kutzker Rabbi. When I say the Kutzker name, I have to straighten my tie because he was so brilliant. A 19th century Hasidic rabbi who wrote that if Yehuda Chassid had known how seriously people would take his will regarding not marrying a woman who's same as their mother, if they knew how Jews would read his will with such intensity and dedication, he should have put the Ten Commandments in there too. That's good. Self-flagellation is also there. Again, you see self-flagellation also come up in the spot circle as well, but the Hasidic Ashkenaz were very big into this. Like the Rambam was a very different kind of thinker as well. He didn't see the value in it, and actually, it's ironic because the Hasidim themselves also tried to. The Baal Shem Tov was not a big fan of this. He's saying like we're not of the generation where we fast the same way that the Hasidic Ashkenaz did. So the term is a little bit misleading. We use it different ways, but this is a brief period of time where this was, as it were, the religious style. This is all, I think, fascinating stuff from a religious perspective. I, however, am a historian. So what's really cool, I think, is what can we do with the Or Zarua as a historical sense? What can we learn about the nature of Jewish life in early Ashkenaz from the Or Zarua? And the truth is we can learn a lot from it. So this is not the way the Or Zarua intended his book to be read. He was primarily composing a halakhic treatise and a commentary on Talmud, but nevertheless we have tremendous things that we can derive from it, and we have only begun to scratch the surface. As I mentioned, it was not published until the 1860s. Sefer Hasidim, because it's a very different kind of work, it has a lot of beautiful parables in it, a lot of stories in it, it's fascinating. It was printed much earlier, and a lot of work has been done on the Sefer Hasidim about the life of early Ashkenaz. The Or Zarua is just beginning to get that attention. 50 years from now, probably we'll have several monographs that tell us more about it. So let's just have a look at some of the things too. So my first encounter was actually through this man's work, Alexander Harkabi, who was a great linguist. He wrote an amazing American Yiddish-English dictionary, which is actually worth reading cover to cover, because there's so many amazing words in there. He published it in 1907 after he encountered American English. He had the words in there in Yiddish like "Sona Fadon," which is clearly American derivation. Fascinating. But he was also really a great scholar of language, and he studied the Or Zarua for the non-Hebrew terms that occur there. And fascinatingly, the Or Zarua was fluent in many languages. He refers specifically to early Czech as Lashon Kanaan, the language of Canaan. And when he's looking for a particular word to describe, some kind of object or animal or phenomenon, he'll use the Czech word. He'll say the Lashon Kanaan, and he'll give you the Czech word. The Czechs at this point were illiterate. They didn't have language. They didn't have anyone writing down their study early Slavic languages, they have to look to the Orzarua for the 2-3 dozen odd words that they can find. It is ironic that the earliest Czech words are written in Hebrew letters, because we were literate and they weren't, and he was recording these things. It's an amazing phenomenon. We actually see it also with some of the Romance languages and Rashi, and even some Russian words occasionally thrown here. This is a fascinating phenomenon. So we can learn a lot from the Orzarua about early language. Not so interesting, Jewish history though. What we also get from the Orzarua is a tremendous amount of discussion about commercial interactions with non-Jews and other social interactions. Because, of course, the responsa literature addresses specific needs posed by questioners. It also relates stories about how Jews live. So there's a lot of discussion, for example, about what is a Jew allowed to eat or drink if he's traveling and he stays in the home of a non-Jew. So later we get the idea that Jews could travel alone. Jews could knock on some peasant's door and say, listen, I need a place to stay. I'll pay you and give me some breakfast, like an Airbnb kind of place, right? And they're asking, what can I eat? What can I drink? What's considered acceptable? So the laws of kashrut are really what we're really concerned about, but we do get a lot of sense about how Jews interact with non-Jews. Also a tremendous amount of discussion of business dealings with non-Jews, the interference of church authorities. For example, the Orzarua lived at the time that the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 decreed that Jews had to wear distinguishing clothing. And he has a lot to say about how Jews dealt with that particular regulation, whether they wore the hat, didn't wear the hat, wear the cloth, not wear the cloth, wise individuals. A lot of discussions of what Jews could do with regards to non-Jews with respect to Orzarua. Some of them are fascinating. For example, a question, normally, halakhically, a Jew is not allowed to carry armor on Shabbat. You're not allowed to wear a sword, carry a gun on Shabbat. It is unfortunately a sad reality that this halakhic discussion, of course, is, as my father, although Sean used to say, which said and shows more changes and more stays the same. But this is actually a little bit different. So you're not allowed to wear armor on Shabbat because it's something that you're not supposed to use on Shabbat. Since you're not supposed to use it on Shabbat, you're not supposed to have a war on Shabbat. So therefore, you shouldn't be wearing a sword. There's a discussion, though, about what if it is like a ceremonial sword, like it's an adornment, like jewelry for a man, so to speak. A whole discussion of whether women should wear it as well. But the Orzarua deals with the question of, what if the Jew's turn to do guard duty in the city, and he has to walk around on Shabbat wearing a sword? Is he allowed to do so? So right away, that opens up a whole bunch of questions. Wait a second. They had Jews participating in the defense of the cities, and Jews were allowed to carry weapons, which they weren't in a lot of locales, for example, in Muslim lands. It just opens up a whole different picture of what it means for Jews to participate. If I remember correctly, in this case, he said yes, he can, right? Which is probably feeds into the whole discussion of whether or not people can carry guns to shul nowadays because it's for public safety. I'm not a rabbi, and I'm not going to deliver a talk on this, but the Orzarua is one of the earliest discussion levels in the Ashkenazi tradition. Another thing that occurs frequently in the Orzarua, a remarkably common question, are Jews allowed to go hunting for pleasure? Are they allowed to join non-Jews on crop hunting events? The Orzarua says no, right? But first of all, why not? Well, so you're allowed to kill animals for food, and in doing so, you have to do it with particular restrictions. There's a blessing to be said. Certain kinds of methods of slaughter are acceptable. It's not acceptable. You are allowed to kill animals that are noxious, like snakes, spiders, and things like that. And then again, I'm not really halachically, I'm just sort of discussing it in general. But then what about something like fishing for fun? Are you allowed to fish, catch, and release? Well, can you do it? Okay, good design. But what apparently the Orzarua is referring to is that, you say, okay, on Monday we're going out on a big fox hunt. Shlomi, you want to come along? And Shlomi says, wait a second, I gotta ask my rabbi. Right to late to do a Zerua. And I asked him, my mother, I said, now here's the question. As social historians, when you see a law repeated several times, what does that usually indicate? Yes, that people are ignoring the law. That people are doing anything. It's just like how many times we pass laws, for example, against marijuana consumption, right? Over and over and over again. And finally, some countries simply say, okay, enough already. Could be that this country will do it as well. Could be this state will as well. But laws are repeated because no one's paying attention. And so it could be that when the Zerua has to say several times, no hunting, because Jews are hunting. Good question. Okay. He also speaks significantly about the dangers that Jewish doctors face. Jews have historically been very active in the medical profession. I'm sure you know the joke about the first Jewish president of the United States. Please let me tell you this joke. It'll make me feel really good. The joke was, okay, first Jewish president of the United States. He calls his mother up at local time and says, Ma, I really want you to come to the White House. She says, oh, you know, why do you want me to come? He says, this Thursday, we finally solved the problem of peace in the Middle East. We're going to have a big signing in the Rose Garden. I really want you there. Thursday, it's my mahjong night. It's so important to me, please. I worked for this, my first term, my second term. I really have to have you there. I'll send you as one. Green Force One will pick you up from the club. You know, you won't have to worry. She says, okay, fine, I'm fine. Hang up the phone. Then she calls up a friend. She says, Sarah, guess what? My son, the brother of my son, the doctor, he invited me to the White House. Right? My son, the brother of my son, the doctor. Okay. All right. I enjoy telling these jokes. So he writes several places about the danger of Jews practicing medicine. Specifically, if the patient dies, Jews often accuse of witchcraft. So therefore, you have to deal with a lot of specific questions about, what is this treatment versus that treatment, consulting with non-Jewish doctors, and all kinds of things related to the danger of engaging in that profession. Finally, another area of significant value in the Zerua is regarding Ashkenazic midnight, the origins of the specific practices of Ashkenazic Jews, of which the Zerua is a classic go-to text. Because he's really describing what Jews did. Sometimes it adds extra halakhic weight. These are like customs that evolved in the region that don't necessarily have sources in specific texts or philosophies, the customs. He is a recorder of Funatana Boka. It's a very, very powerful prayer that we utter on the high holidays, right? Who will die by fire, who will die by water, very beautiful prayer. He attributes it to Amnon of Mines, probably not a fair historical attribution, but nevertheless he records the presence of this very moving passage in the liturgy and many, many other passages in our liturgy today. He also has discussion of what Jews eat. This is the earliest recorded reference to cholent in Jewish history, and in fact, the reference here is because he talks about how he was invited to someone's house, and the fire had gone out, and therefore they had to eat their cholent cold. And this horrible experience moved him so much that he recorded it for the next 1,000 years in the Zerua. But we know that the word cholent, I'm so glad you asked, it's clearly a French derivation. It comes from chaud, which is hot, and long, from lancement means long. Slow hot. You cook it overnight, right? Shola Enda. Oh, that's pretty good, yeah, after Shola Enda. So we have also like Swedish klubba, or it's only like, okay, Shola Enda. Okay. He also has discussions of like his impressions of synagogue decor. He writes about how he remembers the particular synagogue he used to go to that had drawings of birds and fishes and trees and stuff, and he disapproved. He said, we should not be decorating our shuls like this. So it's indicative of kind of like the independence of individual congregations and his halakhic impact on them, and we can see how certain practices have evolved as a result of his historic observations. Okay, so that's basically the story of the Zerua. We now have it printed in large new editions. This is the Zerua Shalem, the complete Orzavua, which sort of undoes the unfortunate lacuna in our historical record due to his son's well-meaning abbreviation of his text. And so the Orzavua is once again on the cusp of being studied in depth in his own right, and we hope to integrate him well into his rightful place in the Jewish tradition. Thank you very much for your attention. God willing, I'll see you next week. We'll talk about the Chassam Sofer. I have a really exciting presentation to share with you tonight. We're going to be speaking about one of the truly most influential people of the 18th and early 19th century in the history of Jews, particularly in Central Europe, but also, of course, his influence reverberates right through to the present day in our neighborhood here in Brooklyn as well as in Israel. A very consequential thinker who articulated a strategy for Jewish survival under the uncertain terms of the Enlightenment, of the modern period. I'm sure that his approach will be thought-provoking, perhaps challenging, maybe even startling for some of you. But one thing you certainly have to give the Chassam Sofer, our subject tonight, is that he really did figure out a way to guarantee Jewish survival. Maybe we'll have room to discuss the consequences of his particular strategy over the course of the next hour. But I wanted, first of all, let me just say quickly, reminder, and I have it in the middle of the lecture too, so for those who come in a little bit later, we are going to be at 2002 Avenue J next week. It's just 3 blocks this way. It's a very short walk. We have a really nice, intimate space. The main auditorium there doesn't have a lot of the extra room around the sides, but we should be able to fit in there very nicely. And I hope you'll join me for just 1 week of this series.